Bud Light Seltzer, unquestionably good.
Head and Shoulders stops flakes for 72 hours. That's enough time to log roll for days. And receive praise for your log rolling ways.
Hold on.
Which turns
Guys.
into a log workout craze. Stay flake free for 72. What you do is up to you.
Hey, everybody. This is Peter Fivefoot again. The puck drops here. We are getting ready for day 3, final day of the NFL draft live stream. About 15 minutes before. Draft hasn't started yet, but it's going to start at 12 Eastern time, and we'll have all the picks here until Mr. Irrelevant on the puck drops here NFL draft live stream. Definitely going to be a lot of fun, so just sit back and relax for, I think, 7 hours or whatever. It's going to be a long time, but sit back and relax and get ready for an awesome draft. And again, comments and questions, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. I like it.
Now with the Univision app, it's easy to watch all your favorites wherever and whenever. Download the Univision app. Select your provider. Log in.
On your thing about Eason,
it's easy and free.
Anthony Nerf, it's good to see you here again. Good morning. I'll say this about them. I really see them taking Fromm. The Patriots are having a good draft, but you know they have to go quarterback here. So, yeah, I would probably say that they go with Fromm. Yeah, definitely.
Looking forward to that. Episodes 3 and 4 of The Last Dance on ESPN, ESPN2, cleaned up language over on ESPN2 if you need that. Who are the youngsters in the house? Draft coverage continues today, noon Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific, right here on ESPN, ABC, and the NFL Network for rounds 4 through 7. You can always watch on ESPN Deportes or the ESPN app. And now, AT&T is keeping you connected by showing you the best.
Eason and Fromm are available, guys. You know, Harrison Bryant, another tight end. There's a lot of tight ends went though. Ben Barch, large offensive tackle, and also Troy Pride Jr. corner. I don't know where in the draft, but I think you're going to have one last surge of corners going to a multitude of teams because there are still some really good corners. Do I think the Bears could draft Eason today? Ooh, there's a good fit.
Why are they still there, and what about the rest of the
I could see Minnesota too, maybe late, but Eason's not going to fall that low, that late in the 5th or 6th round. So I could see Chicago taking him. That's an interesting fit. That would make sense.
58%. Like I always say, it's like the pitcher, no hitter through 3 innings, but he go around that batting order that second time, and all of a sudden you see a 4th spot in the top of the 4th, top of the 5th. And I think that's where Jacob Eason's got to clean that up. He holds the ball too long. Not as precise on some of the underneath throws, and I think those 4th quarter situations hurt him. In terms of Fromm, I think the combine did it. When we were there, watching him throw, the arm strength was below average, and it didn't show up even in the games as much as it did at the combine. And when everybody's there watching it, they say, really? Remember, is he Aaron Murray, Eric Zier, or is he Andy Dalton, or somewhere in between? So I think that arm strength issue, I think, is what pushed Jake Fromm down the board a bit.
How about other quarterbacks and beyond that? Because assuming they go at some point, teams still looking for a quarterback.
I like how Jake Fromm plays in the pocket. That, to me, he's a really good player.
You're going to find that. And I'm not going to go to the Tom Brady route in the 6th round because it doesn't look like there's a Tom Brady out there. But James Morgan, Florida International, interesting. Cole McDonald, Hawaii. Stephen Montez, Colorado. Nathan Stanley, Iowa. Anthony Gordon, Washington State. Another one of those guys puts up the big number.
New England could go and take that first guy. He just said a small school quarterback. Yeah, I can see that because that's what the Patriots do.
These guys better hope Eason and Fromm go because they're in that next group. I don't think any of those guys are going ahead of Eason and Fromm. If they did, it would be a shocker to me.
Okay, in terms of quarterbacks, I've got to assume atop the 2021 class next year is going to be Trevor Lawrence and Clemson, right? I mean, there's no debating this. What about your 2021 group?
Good group. Justin Fields, Ohio State's going to be right there. I like Tanner Morgan at Minnesota in terms of quarterbacks, but not in the top group. But I think when you look at Penny Penei Sewell, the offensive tackle at Oregon. Micah Parsons, the outside linebacker, Penn State. Gregory Rousseau, if you build on what we saw at Miami, defensive end last year, getting after the quarterback. And I like Rashad Bateman. Catching those passes from Tanner Morgan, great receiver, certainly at Minnesota. Jamar Chase at LSU is way up there at the top of the board. Patrick Surtain, cornerback Alabama, and also Sean Wade. This is Ohio State's become DBU, and you believe Sean Wade with Arnett gone and Okuda gone. Sean Wade becomes a key guy there, and Marvin Wilson's back at Florida State playing that defensive tackle spot. So a host of really good players in that 2021 draft.
All right, our good friend Mel Kiper will be an integral part of the draft coverage coming up at noon here on ESPN and on ABC and the NFL Network. So, Kirk, you heard what Mel had to say. Trevor Lawrence, easy number 1 overall pick next year. Justin Fields will push, I'm sure, but Lawrence is going to be the number 1 guy, right?
Yeah, there's going to be so much buzz about Trevor Lawrence when he gets ready to go into the NFL. There really was since he's been a freshman. I think Justin Fields continues to gain momentum because of gaining experience, valuable experience last year. And again, the way the game is trending, his skill set really fits in with the NFL. From a skill standpoint, Travis Etienne at Clemson is going to, I think, wow a lot of people with what he can do at the next level. And I think Jamar Chase, if he would have come out this year, in a year where it was outstanding wide receivers, Jamar Chase probably is top 5, maybe top 3 receiver if he came out this year. So I think he'll be the top receiver when they get ready to evaluate these receivers next year, Dave.
I'll give you a quarterback I think that'll be a first-round pick this time next year that nobody's talking about yet, Jamie Newman. This is the kid at Wake Forest. Kirk, you've talked a lot about the game changing. Big, physical dude that can run, but can throw the football down the field and throw the football in the tight windows. I think when you watch him go to Georgia, I think that offense is going to take off and really ascend because he's that kind of talent.
All right. Got to wrap up this 2020 draft, fellas, before we get back to that 2021 class. Let's see what we can do. And hopefully things will.
Kirk's ready for the next 4 hours.
Look at this. Come on, we can go all day. What are you doing? They deliver go all day season long to college game day. Very best moments of the draft. Is it an emotional moment? You saw Belichick giving treats to the dog. I think that dog of Belichick's is spoiled now. Is it Commissioner Goodell in a more relaxed setting, or maybe an exciting reaction? Best moments of the draft. Coming up with two close on rounds 4 through 7 to start at the top of the hour.
Every home has things it needs. Things that need to be maintained, fixed, or replaced. The Home Depot is here to help you get it done. You can find it, order online, and have it brought to your door with free delivery on over 1 million items. You have the essentials you need, the know-how you may need to do it yourself, and low prices that make it all possible. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Defense protection, hybrid ceramic.
Yeah.
So everybody's kind of going in now. I know I did start a little early, but just making sure that we don't miss anything as the draft will get on.
This great detailer.
We'll have the coverage continuing here.
Advanced SiO2 technology. Wires. Ceramic made easy.
Social distancing doesn't have to make us socially distant, right? I mean, humans need other humans. Even if we can't stand closer than 6 feet or touch each other, there's still ways to touch each other, like picking up food or supplies or dropping them off. After all, cars were invented to bring us closer together. So CarMax is doing everything we can to keep you going. And that's the way it should be.
You should talk
top.
Let's raise the cup to those who donate their time, who go from making
Who is my favorite NHL team?
tasks, turn their store to so much more. From all of
I'm a
us at
Devils
Goodell,
fan,
all the heroes keeping
and
everyone running.
I like
Thank
the
you.
Canucks and the Red Wings. You like the Habs? Oh. Okay. I don't mind the Habs. I will tell you this. There are a few teams that kind of annoy me. I'm not huge into Montreal. I don't really like the Habs, but I gotta say, compared to some of the fans of like teams like Toronto and Ottawa, boy, you guys are classy. You guys are the Montreal Canadiens fans are really classy and really good. Just they're not obnoxious fans. I like that. I can't wait till the Cowboys are up. Yeah, I don't know when Dallas is. But Dallas, I don't really think right now have that many needs. But they'll make the pick that they feel like they need to make, obviously.
There's so many great moments, but how about Julian Okwara when he gets drafted to go to the Detroit Lions? Your dreams come true. How awesome is this? And your brother plays for the same team. Like, that is unbelievable. Julian and Romeo will get to play together. Growing up as a kid, you always idolize your brother and you want to grow up to be like him. Not only did you fulfill the dream, you get to go play with him. That was super cool.
A lot of great family moments. There was a toss-up for me between CeeDee Lamb not even looking and grabbing the cell phone back from his girlfriend was a close second. But number one for me was Bill Belichick. And the dogs. I thought the Husky just stole the show. Like right here, we're actually showing Coach with the Husky. But when the Patriots made their pick, Coach was nowhere to be seen. All you saw was that right there, just the Husky sitting there in the command of the laptop. So I thought that was great.
I like the Belichick's humble abode too. But you guys know me. I like comedy. You know, and the funniest moment was when Isaiah Wilson, the offensive tackle, was drafted in the first round. His girlfriend wanted to share a tender moment, but so did his mama. So she's like, "Hey, you like the Johnny Cook lady? I've been here. I was here before him. I need to get some airtime. Get off his lap and let me get some airtime with my son, my baby." That was straight comedy for me. Oh man, I can watch that all day. He didn't know what to do. He just went the first round. Girlfriend got snatched off his lap by his mama. Man, she got her up. Isaiah Wilson should get some type of spot bonus, bigger signing bonus for having the wisdom to play it right down the middle. It was no reaction. You're there. As our old friend Nick Mackay used to say, "Push. There are no winners here." Right down the middle.
That's what was great about that is that was like a premeditated. That was before he even got picked. That was no. Before he gets picked, get her out.
What Mama says goes. Everybody knows that. Absolutely. My favorite one was Jerry Jones Yacht. I'll be invited there someday. Well, the plan was to be in Las Vegas for the 3 days of the 2020 NFL Draft, and then the world and sports went on pause, and we had to adjust. We will be there in 2 years for the 2022 Draft, but we are doing our part during the pandemic, thanking our frontline heroes and staying at home here at our Bristol campus as we welcome you in to the final day 3 of the 2020 NFL Draft. It is indeed presented by Lowe's.
You know, I still believe in
The hero
doesn't seek the spotlight. It finds him. Like a GM calling in the pick no one saw coming.
He just got drafted in the second round by the Eagles. Split.
Today, we relate to the underdogs, those who dare to dream, push through for their family and future. We're not here today to speak of hope, but to deliver it. Because as we've all witnessed, a hero can be found anywhere. This is day 3 of the NFL Draft on ESPN.
And with that, we welcome you officially to the 2020 NFL.
All right, guys. So, this stream has been going on for about 15 minutes, but now we're finally getting ready to start the NFL Draft. Coverage will start with the commissioner soon. And how about the fact that for the first time in a long time, the commissioner will be reading out 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round picks, like first round picks. That's pretty crazy.
And we are with so many of those players still waiting to hear their names called. And we, of course, are with every team, all 32 general managers, coaches, owners, as the process continues in this virtual draft that has actually been so much fun. As there you see the cameras we have with so many of the players as well. We've seen a real glimpse behind the curtain on how the draft is put together from the front office and coaching side. And of course, you can't go anywhere without people that help us put this draft together. Lewis Riddick, Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network, and the one and only Mel Kiper. We are excited to take you through the next 7 hours, and here's why this is the most important day of the year for your team. This is how players are constructed here. 14% of your team comes in the first round, 21% in the second and third rounds, a whopping 65% of the roster that you enjoy playing on Sundays and Mondays and Thursdays are made up 4 through 7 rounds and undrafted free agents. Now, with that in mind, there are plenty of players out here that can still be different majors if they're selected today.
Yeah, this is. I always think that the third round and the fourth round, 5th round. I always love this day because even 7th round undrafted free agents are so pivotal. You need those players. So I completely agree with that. This is. I was really surprised pleasantly that you guys wanted another draft live stream of this day. So here we are. This is going to be a lot of fun. Let me answer some questions too now that. Cowboys getting a defensive end.
No, look, this is where you're looking for high football character individuals, meaning guys who are intrinsically motivated, the kind of guys who are self-starters, the kind of guys who don't get a whole lot of reps, so their football intelligence is also very important. These are the final 14 roster spots. This is where that group usually comes from.
Augustin Paradis, if that's how you say your name, about Denver. They didn't start last night. Good. I kind of had a little bit of a rant on that, but I'll say this. They started to do better. If they can continue building up the size of their team, they should be better off for it. And also, I know at the end of the draft yesterday, this crashed and there was a problem with the stream. I think what happened was it was like going over 4 hours. It was like a 5-hour stream, and that's a lot for this YouTube channel. So the next, if that happens again, guys, listen. If that happens again, what I will do is hold on.
Welcome back to our basement. In the 2020 NFL Draft. It's been a tremendous couple of days. 106 great young men.
Giants are going to go for a linebacker.
The NFL family. 149 more will join them today.
UGB, Giants got a linebacker here.
This
definitely.
is a critical day for each team. And thanks to you, we've raised much needed funds to support COVID-19 relief efforts through the Draft-a-thon. And that important work continues today. And the NFL will again match every dollar donated by fans. So please make whatever contribution you can. Visit NFL.com/relief. And now it's time to settle into your favorite chair as day 3 in the 2020 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock.
Okay, so as I was saying, the stream messed up yesterday, but I think because it went over 5 hours. So if we get to because this is going to be a 7-hour thing, if we get to the 5-hour mark again, or any mark, and the stream is buffering and you guys can't see it and it's not loading properly, what I'll do is I'll announce and I'll type up on the stream that I am closing the stream and starting a new stream, so you will be able to enjoy the last few hours of the draft. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but if that happens, that's what I'll do. All right. Just wanted you guys to understand that and know that.
Yeah, Mel, there's a lot of great players left on the board, but for one reason, they didn't go on the first 2 nights. And I can give you some examples. Sadiq Charles, second-round talent as an offensive tackle, but there were some character issues. He's suspended, but tremendous ability. Harrison Bryant, a little bit light as a tight end. You wish he was a little bit heavier, a little bit stronger, but can really stretch the field. And Antonio Gandy-Golden from Liberty is a red zone weapon, didn't run quite as fast. And then they see 2 undersized corners who I think are going to play and be impact players right away, just don't have that size that some teams might be looking for.
And I think as we move here into this 3rd day of the draft, I really think running backs are going to be another position, once again, that's going to be in the...
I think the Bengals will take Harrison Bryant, guys, the tight end. I think that's who they're going for with this pick.
Really the catalyst down there at Arizona State is Sparkplug, Joshua Kelly, another guy who runs tough between the tackles, has good receiving ability out of the backfield. DJ Waddle from South Carolina, a hybrid 3-4 outside linebacker, 4-3 defensive end that can rush the passer, and Jason Strowbridge, a combination 3-technique defensive end. We'll see where he goes to. He caught a lot of people's attention down at the Senior Bowl.
Yes, the Cincinnati Bengals are getting set to start this round as they've had, or start this day as they've had to start every day going forward here. There was Joe Burrow, the first overall pick, going from LSU. Now, the franchise quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals after a season for the ages at LSU. And here's what they've done so far. Burrow, number 1 overall. T. Higgins, the wide receiver that a lot of people had a first-round grade on, fell to them in the 2nd round, the start of the 2nd round, a great way to start again. He tied Sammy Watkins and DeAndre Hopkins for the most touchdown catches in Clemson history. Pretty productive. And then Logan Wilson, inside linebacker out of Wyoming, was the pick in round 3, something they clearly needed to shore up last season because one of the enduring highlights of last year was indeed Lamar Jackson doing the spin loop and watching all those Cincinnati defenders be completely lost, which is not something that was just to the Bengals. Lamar Jackson did that to a lot of people last season in his MVP campaign of 2019. So we're trying to see where the Cincinnati Bengals will go to start off day 3 and round 4. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the pick. It is in. And
the pick's in. Here we go. Let's see what it will end up being.
With the 107th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Akeem Davis Gaither, linebacker, Appalachian State.
Oh.
Dave, thank you. This should not be a surprise for anybody because the Bengals went down to the Senior Bowl and their staff worked with those kids, and I can tell you they love Akeem Davis Gaither, the Sun Belt Defensive Player of the Year as a 5th-year senior. He played in 55 games over 5 seasons, and this is the advanced scouting you get, Mel, when you get to go to the Senior Bowl.
Daniel Jeremiah at App State. They got a couple players drafted already. Darrington Evans and now Akeem Davis Gaither. Sun Belt Conference.
This kid is fast, and he can move around the edges really well, which will help Cincinnati because they have a lot of issues and a lot of problems, and they did not have a good defense last year. So he makes their defense better.
Master of football really impressed me and the ability to get inside. Now, coverage has got to work on. It's going to be a factor right away on special teams. I think the versatility of Akeem Davis Gaither and the production week in and week out made him a very attractive pick at this point in the draft.
Absolutely. His father had a long college.
Washington just traded their
back at Elon in
the 90s. So there you see
second round, fourth round selection to the Washington Redskins. So now Detroit's on the clock.
The Washington Redskins, who are on the clock next, have agreed to send their Pro Bowl tackle Trent Williams to the San Francisco 49ers.
Wow.
Fifth-round pick in this draft and a third-round pick next year. 2 picks back to the Washington Redskins. One they'll be using today. The 49ers now get a left tackle. And keep in mind, Kyle Shanahan drafted Trent Williams in Washington before, has a history with him. And keep in mind this too, Trey. Kyle Shanahan's father once traded for a Pro Bowl left tackle, Gary Zimmerman, who helped Denver win a Super Bowl. Trent Williams is the same age that Gary Zimmerman was when Denver traded for Zimmerman, but to the same number of Pro Bowls as Zimmerman. And now Kyle Shanahan has pulled a page from his father's playbook, trading for his own left tackle that he knows very well. Trent Williams holdout will end. He will play in San Francisco this year under his current contract.
Adam, great stuff there. By the way,
So San Francisco trades down.
Fascinating. He was on the All-Decade team for 2 decades.
And gets a tackle.
That's how good he was as a player. Lewis, this makes all the sense in the world, right? Because there's still
Oh, boy.
about Joe Staley and whether
So
he's gonna go back
there
to
you go,
San
Red Rock
Francisco.
Creek 10. I know you're a Niners fan. You guys got a star left tackle. So they're going for it this year. They definitely are. That's a great trade by the 49ers.
No question about it, Trey. Look, Trent Williams is someone, again, who has familiarity with Kyle Shanahan, as Adam Schefter go ahead and alluded to. And those are the kind of deals that make sense. In this
So Washington's pick just
you don't have person-to-person contact, but you have history
just is
with
in
someone
right
like
now.
this. And Trent Williams, make no mistake about it, is one of the best athletes in the NFL, regardless of position. He truly is. Now, you pair him with Mike McGlinchey, assuming that Joe Staley, at some point in time is going to move on. Now you have 2 bookends. Once again, he fits right in.
So I think the Redskins have to go offensive line here. And there's a very good offensive lineman.
Best left tackles in the NFL when
I think
he
that
is
would be
dialed
the.
in. And this will make
I think that would be the go-to trade here.
than it already was, if you can imagine that.
Yeah, it's a tremendous pickup for Kyle Shanahan. You know they're going to continue to pound the rock like they did all the way to that 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl. So we'll see what happens there. Again, Adam Schefter with the breaking news. Trent Williams is now a member of the San Francisco 49ers, which means...
Yeah, I'm not sure usually what happened to that other Detroit pick. They might have traded back too, but now Washington's pick is in right now, and then the Raiders will pick, and then my Giants will get ready to pick.
With the 108th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Sadiq Charles, tackle, LSU.
Dave, thanks. So just as we say,
Yep.
they need help on the offensive line.
Not the guy I thought they were going to go with, but they get a tackle. Let's see how this guy plays.
There's no question he can play. He started up playing soccer, but he had all kinds of issues and disciplinary issues that cost him games, Daniel Jeremiah, playing for LSU.
Yeah, fascinating evaluation, Trey. I had him as the 63rd overall player in the draft, so you see some value here with this pick. You see how athletic he is, his ability to redirect and pass protection, going up against someone.
Really good pass protection, too. He can move his feet well, but I don't know too much about the disciplinary issues. But if they are pressing, that will be an issue in the NFL where a lot of stuff is – there's a lot of –
to arise at the NFL level, and you've got all this natural ability to work with.
the suspensions and whatnot, but he should be good. He's a good player, and that helps because Washington's like, oh, well, we'll just trade our pick. Right, we're going to trade the pick, and we'll take we'll trade our tackle that's having a lot of contract disputes, and we'll trade him for more picks and get a cheap tackle we can start our own way with, which makes sense. While they were speaking and I was talking about that, the Raiders have just made their selection. We'll wait to see what that ends up being.
Someone who commands the respect of people who have had trouble in the past, and because they know
B. Gutty, the 49ers just traded for Trent Williams, a tackle from the Washington Redskins, to unite with Shanahan, the coach, and they traded a selection this year, a 5th-round selection, and a selection next year to Washington for Trent Williams. And the Redskins just picked another tackle.
As far as his decisions off the field.
Yeah, B. Gutty, your Niners are going for it.
Those things are behind behind him now as he realizes there's a paycheck that goes along with this, and you can be moved on from pretty quickly. Your scholarship goes away a lot faster in the NFL than it does in college when they try and hang on to you for a few more years because they've invested that in you. So we'll see what happens with Sadiq Charles. Again, he goes to Washington. The first pick after, as Adam Schefter broke the news.
So Las Vegas' selection is in. They've got 3 receivers in the draft. It's time to take a defensive end if you're the Raiders.
The Lions have traded the 109th pick to the Las Vegas Raiders. With the 109th pick, the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select John Simpson, guard from Clemson.
That's good. They needed an offensive lineman, but they've got to get a pass rusher soon.
Shout out to John Simpson, the first in his family to graduate from college. And we got to give a shout out to the restaurant, Paul's Chop House in Charleston.
I was a big proponent of Simpson. Not Simpson. I didn't know this kid. No, I was a big proponent of the Raiders getting an offensive lineman. I thought 5th round, later 4th round. It's notable to say the Raiders only have 2 more selections in the NFL draft. They've got to get a pass rusher next, preferably a linebacker, but they have to get a pass rusher. The Giants are now on the clock. I just saw Houston's pick. It just fell down to Miami. I don't know if Miami initially had that or if they just traded the pick and the computer made an issue. Like, not an issue, like technical problem. But regardless, my New York Giants are on the clock. Oh, sorry for that. My New York Giants are on the clock. So another Clemson Tiger goes. He's a big offensive lineman, and he's the guy that the Raiders get to help protect Derek Carr. And that's good, but they definitely need a pass rusher.
Yeah, Tommy Hall does something called teach.
Who do I think my Giants are getting? Linebacker.
That the Raiders have drafted. He said very few people actually take him up on it. John Simpson did. And by the way, Paul's Chop House, really good steak. Hoping they got really good beef as John Gruden and Mike Mayock and company.
The Giants pick is in, and it's going to be a linebacker here.
Of those Clemson Tigers going to the Vegas Raiders. The draft is underway, and we are thumbs up across the board. Stay with us. We're just getting started.
They'll be back in commercial that are going to immediately announce the Giants. I'm looking right now at the guys. You know what? The Giants need a linebacker bad, but knowing the Giants, I think they're going to take Troy Pride Jr., a corner. It's a little skeptical, but I know how the Giants draft, and I think that's a player they'll take. Well, Tyler Badas's center from Wisconsin would work really well, but I think the Giants are going corner here. I personally would go center, or I would go a linebacker, but I think they're going to take the corner.
I watch it pretty much every day. I love the crew.
This is the guy who changed the game.
He's been an absolute leader. Good Money Football is part of my routine.
They might be the team no one wants to play.
I've never seen anything like it. Keeps you engaged and keeps you where you need to be.
This is going to be America's favorite breakfast. They just don't know it yet. You order a breakfast sandwich, and that's
Giants need a backup quarterback. Yeah, but not here. They do need a backup quarterback, but they're not going to get one here. They could always get a veteran. It's not hugely pressing. If they do, I could see them in the run for Eason. Or maybe one of them. Or you know what they'll probably do? Knowing the Giants, what they'll probably do is not draft a quarterback, but sign an undrafted free agent quarterback. That's actually a better move for them. I don't want my Giants to get Eason. They should get a linebacker, though. Giants, Eason's not going to the Pats. Fromm's going to the Pats. Now, I could see the Giants getting, like, one of those really small school quarterbacks or going ahead and drafting a not drafting. Confused. Signing an undrafted free agent is what I meant.
P-A-L-A-M-A?
Correct. Sent over the line.
The 2020 NFL Draft is presented by Lowe's, the official home improvement sponsor of the NFL.
Miami's pick is in. They took too long of a commercial break. I don't know who the Giants took. Hold on, guys. I'll let everybody know.
All right, the next pick is in. It is Darnay Holmes, the UCLA quarterback. And if you think of that name,
No, Giants did take a corner. Darnay Holmes from UCLA. And here's the Miami selection. The Dolphins just took Solomon Kinley, an offensive guard from Georgia. So while they were on the commercial break, the Giants take Darnay Holmes, corner from UCLA, which is not the corner I thought they were going to take, but I expected the Giants to take a corner. I agree with you, B. Gutty, but Stidham's not starting opening day. He does know who he wants, but that's why it's just like guesses. So they take the guard, and the Chargers right now, I know it's going really fast. The Chargers take Josh Kelly, a running back from UCLA. So the Chargers go for a running back. The Dolphins get a guard, and the Giants take this corner that they're showing the highlights of.
So they'll move him inside, they'll move him outside. They'll see where he fits the best. He's going to struggle a little bit on the outside, but this is the typical kind of fourth-round pick that you just see where he fits in best.
All right, so Darnay Holmes goes to the Giants with that pick. And again, a second-generation NFL player now. And we have had a bunch of these in this draft. Meanwhile, as you take a look at the Giants draft, Darnay Holmes, along with a couple of big tackles in Matt Peart and Andrew Thomas, who was taken fourth overall.
I'm not sure how many picks the Giants have left in the draft.
And the Dolphins have now taken a guy whose name was Big Fish because he was a lifeguard at his community pool in Jacksonville.
But I'm going to look right now.
Jones, Jeremiah, you don't see a lot of
Carolina's on the clock as we wait.
I'd be a little bit nervous if I was floundering in the pool there to get out of the chair and come get me. But this is somebody that when you watch him, the best thing that he does is anchor in pass protection because you can't get through him. Got that huge
the Carolina pick is in. I'm just waiting to see who it is.
Stun people when they try and get through him. In the run game out in space, he's going to struggle once he gets out there. If he has to recover some in pass protection, going to have issues there as well. But remember, they drafted Tua Tagovailoa, who's not the tallest quarterback in the world. So to have a firm anchor up front to give him space to see is going to be crucial for the Dolphins. Well, there's no question that's part of the strategy here, right? To make sure they can get as many offensive linemen as they can. We love Robert Hunt from the tape he had at Louisiana. You see Austin Jackson there, the second of their 3 first-round picks. He was all Pac-12. And now they get Solomon Kinley out of Georgia. Meanwhile,
the New York Giants have a lot of picks actually left. The Giants have a pick in the 5th round, another pick in the 6th round, and 4 picks in round number 7. So the Giants will have a lot of chances to take who they want. They could get a quarterback in round 7. There's a lot of opportunities for New York. Right now they're showing on the highlight of the running back that went to the LA Chargers. So Carolina's pick is in. They haven't selected it yet. I think they will soon. I really don't put it past the Carolina Panthers to take a quarterback. They have one, but I don't buy what he's selling.
check down option. And Daniel, when you look at the Senior Bowl, running that 4.49 at the combine, working in conjunction with all that productivity, Joshua Kelly.
Obviously, Eason is available. Let's see where Carolina goes.
The Reese's Senior Bowl, Mel, I thought he did an awesome job in pass protection as well as catching the ball out of the backfield. So I called Chip Kelly and said, why don't you use this guy more in the passing game? He said, we got to give him a blow. We gave him so many carries. We wanted to give him a little bit of a break. But this kid can absolutely do it in the passing game. And now he's going to partner up with Austin Eckler after the Chargers lost Melvin Gordon to the Broncos.
The interesting thing here is when he wants something, he goes at it. There was a coaching change, as you mentioned, at his first school, UC Davis. He called UCLA football so often that they knew his voice by recognition, and they finally said, fine, talk to the coach. And eventually got on there and got his chance to work for UCLA, back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons for Joshua Kelly. So as we continue through day 3 of the draft, we're going to be joined by several special guests throughout the afternoon, including a very special guest now from Disabled Sports USA, who provides wounded warriors with the opportunity to participate in adaptive sports like football. So let's introduce Brad Lang, retired U.S. Marine Corps Staff Sergeant. Sergeant Lang, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. My name is Brad Lang. I'm here with my son, David Lang. We are so excited to be part of this year's NFL Draft from here in North Carolina. We can't wait to welcome home the new Panthers. My personal thanks goes out to the NFL for their collaboration with Disabled Sports USA on the development of a brand new wheelchair football league. I love this game, I love the Panthers, and I am so excited for this year's football season. Keep pounding.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you to Disabled Sports USA for all you do for our nation's heroes. With the 113th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Troy Pride, defensive back, Notre Dame.
So the guy had the Giants taking goes 3 selections later to Carolina. Another corner, this one from Notre Dame. So Notre Dame wasn't supposed to get too many people out, but 4 guys go in the second days. And he's not a tall person, but he's a very physical corner. Well, he's tall to most people. Like as a football player, he's not that big, but he's a really physical player.
He didn't, I don't know if you coach that up or instincts, but on talent, on recovery speed, on want-to, he's got that.
Which he's a good player, and we'll see how that matches.
There was just that little thing missing where you thought he would be there, make the play, and it didn't happen. So if he can become, like I said, a little more consistent.
For Carolina. Also, I'm seeing he's a little grabby. He has his hands on a little bit. That has to be coached down.
When you talk about the amount of time you spend trying to find guys.
But yeah, we got to obviously say 11 total picks for the Patriots. I believe.
Was something he could probably have improved on. So I think we look at him, Trey, talented kid. Like I say, if he can level it off and be consistent for game to game, could be a real
10 total picks for the Giants.
That Matt Rule has made. It's pretty clear he has a
Arizona just made their pick. Leke Futu, is that the pick?
Panthers gave up 29.4 points per game last season, worst in franchise history. The Rule restoration plan is beginning on the defensive side of the ball. Hope to talk to Matt Rule a little later on today as the draft is underway. Day 3.
Arizona just said the pick is in. Leke Futu, I don't know if that is the pick or if that's just a ticker tape. Yeah, that's the pick. Arizona just picked Leke Futu, a defensive tackle from Utah. So he's going to the Cardinals to help that defensive line get better and better.
I'm paying up front.
Yes, absolutely. Now offering 0 commissions on online trades.
So now Cleveland is on the clock. They'll probably make the pick right before they get back on from commercial.
It's crispy
And then obviously when they get back, they'll be talking about Leke Futu because he's a little behind. But I'll be able to anchor who goes where. And Cleveland's pick is in.
Keeps you centered.
They just made their selection. They'll get ready. They got an offensive tackle, Jedrick Wills.
Happy Mother's Day.
They also had. Oh, here's the selection. Okay, here's Cleveland's selection.
When new smartphones are expensive, the family has to share one. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy.
Harrison Bryant, there goes the tight end from FAU, Florida Atlantic University. Big tight end, and Harrison Bryant goes to the Cleveland Browns.
Or don't, and remodel the living room.
So that's where he'll go. Oh, Anthony Nerf, your second favorite team is the Packers. Oh, okay.
Boost Mobile is committed to keeping you connected by remaining open.
I don't really care too much about them. But okay, so Harrison Bryant, one of the best tight ends in the draft, but because he was a small school player and because he had average combine, he finally goes to the Baker Mayfield offense to Cleveland. So now, everybody, Jacksonville is on the clock.
More than ever, you and your needs come first. Find out what service options are available in your area at lexus.com/people first.
When you're home, there's nothing like enjoying a classic with a classic. Miller Lite, great taste and only 96 calories.
Step by step, we're going to figure this out. We're going to find a way through this.
We're working really, really hard. The hospitals, our nurses, our techs, all the docs.
It's about staggering when people get it so that the hospitals can cope.
We're going to go through an awful lot of these.
All across Puget Sound, people have been stepping up and donating personal protective equipment.
We stand one. Who are you? You stand home for us.
Just know we're all with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I don't know in the next 3 years, but they are a good team. Although I'm still very angry at that DeAndre Hopkins trade. We got David Johnson's a good running back, but for him, we got completely hoodwinked on that trade. That was terrible.
There we go. I had no idea.
Yeah, someone texted me a couple minutes.
All right, Jacksonville's pick is in. There's another team that could go quarterback. They look like they have their franchise, but we don't know too much from the mustache yet. He had some great QBR games and some fun finishes last year, but we don't know. Here's the selection from the Jaguars. Ben Barch finally goes, the offensive tackle from St. John's University at Minnesota. Barch is a Jaguar, the tackle for Jacksonville. I'm telling you guys all the picks now because I've always hated watching the draft and because of the commercials and everything, how far they are behind. So I definitely wanted to explain it ahead for you. Ben Barch is going to help whoever their quarterback is back there.
Defensive scheme for Coach Kyle Whittingham. He played, I mean, you see here, the athleticism that this young man has in the different sports that he's played.
Okay, see it a little bit, Anthony.
The shade over the center, where he played head up on a guard in a two technique, and you see him right here. When he puts that big body on you, he can hurt your quarterback now. He is typically a guy who is a two-gap type of defensive tackle.
So Jacksonville goes and takes Jacksonville goes and takes the tackle from St. John's in Minnesota. So now Minnesota's on the clock. Let's see who's available for Minnesota.
Yeah, Lecky was a third-team All-American for the Associated Press.
I know they went receiver, but I could see them going receiver again.
And there is the Funky family.
I think they're going to take James Roach from Southern Methodist SMU.
Meanwhile, Cleveland has finally taken an offensive player in this year's draft, and it's tight end Harrison Bryant, who won the Mackey Award at Florida Atlantic, which goes to the best tight end in college football. Now, this is the first time a Power 5 conference has not won the Mackey Award.
I'll tell you what, Trey, I had him highly rated on the board ahead of some of the tight ends that have already been selected. I like Harrison Bryant against Ohio State with 6 catches against the Buckeyes. He had catches during the year of 26, 52, 20, 57, 25, and 23 yards. So he made a lot of plays in the passing game at Florida Atlantic. They had him in line, in motion, wide. Very impressive performer. You think about a guy against Old Dominion, dominant with 8 catches for 92 yards. Shows 1 after catch.
Oh, yeah, 6 more picks till Dallas, obviously. You guys know that. So Minnesota's pick is in right now. They're getting ready to select.
Yeah, he's only 243.
Again, I think they're going receiver here, Roche.
Offensive tackle in high school. And normally you see tight ends converted to tackles. He went the other way, so he's physical for his size. It does have that.
Here's the Minnesota selection, everybody. It's DJ Wananam, a defensive end from USC, South Carolina, USC. Wananam, not showing his highlights, but he's a senior player, a fast guy that can really rush the passer. So he helps that Minnesota defense. And so there's the guy they get, Wananam out of University of South Carolina for the Minnesota Vikings. So now Denver is on the clock, the Broncos. We'll see where they got a corner. Also, offensive tackle. They went defensive tackle too. So receiver as well. I go. Not sure here where you go for Denver.
I just got drafted. By the way, they didn't take Jedrick Wills. Excuse me. They also took the offensive lineman first round. I meant skill position player or someone to have Baker to throw to. So that's that pick. Meanwhile, we have another pick in from the Jacksonville Jaguars. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the Smoothie King, Ben Barch. That's him in 2016 at 250 pounds on the left. How do you get to 309 and gain 59 pounds? Well, here's what he did. He woke up every morning and drank this smoothie. 7 eggs, cottage cheese, grits, peanut butter, banana, and just for fun, he threw in some Gatorade. He said sometimes you just have to hold your nose and suck it down. I would gag, but it's what I needed to do, and it's gotten him drafted, Mel, in the NFL.
Big thing to think about the college ranks. I saw him against Aurora, Illinois in a 51-47 win by St. John's, Minnesota, Division III playoff game. Punch move. He's a neat.
There's a D3 player in the NFL. I knew Barch already got drafted. We already talked about it, but I didn't know this is a D3 team. I come from a D3 college, Montclair State, so it's possible for these big-time players to go. Meanwhile, Denver is getting ready to select, and they have selected Albert Okwuegbunam. Albert Okwuegbunam. Albert Okwuegbunam is a tight end from Mizzou. He's a red zone threat, which helps Denver. I really thought Denver had a better idea to go and get someone now that you beat your team, whoever was really available, since they already went D tackle and there's not that many fearful players available right now at this point. So to get this big kid out of Mizzou definitely helps. No, they don't need to take Jake Fromm. They already have the quarterback they want.
Tremendous upside that once this becomes his profession and he has money in his pocket, just think about what he is going to become, because he is a fantastic athlete. You're right, Mel. He dominated people. He was throwing people around on tape, and they have got themselves a great project right here.
Well, listen, this is uncharted territory for St. John's of Minnesota. Ben Barch is the first drafted player from St. John's since 1974, when defensive tackle Kurt Wackler went in the 11th round. Again, we don't have 11 rounds anymore. Some of the other big D3 players, including another offensive lineman, Ali Marpet, is with the Tampa Bay Bucks. And we're blocking for Tom Brady. The draft is underway. Smoothie King for everybody.
So now Atlanta's on the clock, so we'll get into that too. Joe Flacco is gone. He's not even there anymore. But Drew Lock, they believe right now. Drew Lock isn't that good now, and also here's something to remember: Okwuegbunam played with Drew Lock, caught passes with Drew Lock in Missouri, in the University of Missouri. So there's a chemistry. There's a chemistry output as well. that John Elway did. That's actually very smart. That the two know each other.
Right now, we're all having to adapt. So it's only right that at BMW we
That's something to think about, UGB.
Which is why if you need a vehicle, we're offering
Again,
financing.
quarterbacks, you can find good quarterbacks even in undrafted free agency. I think they'll definitely go for a quarterback, but not here. We'll wait to see who drops, where certain players go.
We're offering no payments for 90 days on a new finance BMW.
It's Miracle-Gro's biggest thing. Performance Organics. This organic collection of soil and plant food is what you've always wanted. No compromise. Twice the results. Guaranteed. Miracle-Gro Performance Organics.
In nearly 100 years serving the military community, we've seen you go through tough times.
And every time you've shown us you're much tougher.
Your heart, courage, and commitment.
So Atlanta's pick is in right now.
And now it's no different.
So we're here with financial strength, stability, and experience you can depend on.
And the online tools you need, because you have always set the highest standard.
And reaching that standard is what we're made for.
Gather round.
Hunter Bryant's gone already. Daniel Duarte. Hunter Bryant, I'm almost positive Hunter Bryant is in Cleveland.
So grab a $10 cravings pack for your crew at Taco Bell's contactless.
Hold on.
Path to the draft. Get our experts' take on every key pick from draft weekend.
This kid is the best from this year's draft, and I expect him to start day one.
With in-depth analysis and draft grades for every team.
He has all the things that you look for in the National Football League.
Do you mean Harrison Bryant? Daniel Duarte, do you mean Harrison Bryant?
Find out which stars are set to shine in their new home. We will take you all the way. Path to the network.
Oh. Oh, there is a Hunter Bryant. Yeah, he's still available. Okay, my bad. I thought you meant Harrison Bryant. Oh, while I was talking, I missed the Atlanta pick. They took Michael Walker, inside linebacker from Fresno State. So he'll help, obviously. So that's who the Falcons just took, Michael Walker from Fresno State. That's a good idea for them to take Hunter Bryant. Harrison Bryant, not related at all, just got picked from the Cleveland Browns at the top of the round. New York, the New York Jets are on the clock right now, and trailing them also are the Detroit Lions and the Colts.
Visit redcrossblood.org to schedule an appointment.
What you just saw there, the incredible efforts by the American Red Cross to encourage blood donations from individuals who are fully recovered from COVID-19. If you're healthy and in good health, please be a hero and give at NFL.com/relief. Well, here we are now in the Bud Light Seltzer Virtual Huddle. Got our three analysts, Mel Kiper Jr., Lewis Riddick, and Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network, as well as our insiders, Adam Schefter and Chris Morton. The draft continues. The Minnesota Vikings have taken DJ Wonnum out of South Carolina. Wonnum, a 3-year starter and 2-time captain for the Gamecocks, Lewis.
Yeah, they must like guys who are about 6'4.5", 258 pounds. They already got Daniil Hunter on the roster. And look, this is a guy who ran 4.73 in the 40.
For the Jets here, I would go.
He's a combination 34 outside backer, 4-3 defensive end, who plays with tremendous
maybe tight end.
Hands in the run game. And then in the pass game, he has tremendous speed. He has the ability
I think they really did solve corner, but okay. I would go, either corner or tight end.
Sacks in 2019.
Jets are still on the clock. They haven't made their selection yet.
Now, he's also a guy who you can move around as what they call a joker in a 2-point stance. He doesn't always have to be at the end of the line of scrimmage. They can move him inside.
I really like Tyler Biadasis.
This is a tremendous value.
I hope he holds into the second round, to the 5th round, and the Giants can take him.
Like Daniil Hunter, which is exactly what Coach Mike Zimmer wants up there on defense.
So there you see the pick page by the Minnesota Vikings. They get Justin Jefferson. Hopefully he'll fill the slot that they needed when Stephon Diggs was traded to the Bills. Cornerback Jeff Gladney, Ezra Cleveland, Cameron Dantzler, who played really well against the
Kevin.
offense in Mississippi State, and DJ Wonnum. Meanwhile, ladies,
Nice to see you, man. I'm back here still doing the draft.
Albert Okuyabunom, better known as Albert O. Talk about a freak.
Kevin, remind me remind me quickly who your NFL team is, so I can just tell you if who they picked and if they haven't picked yet.
His full name is Albert.
Right, this is the kid that they're showing on the TV who just went to Denver to help Drew Lock since they both played together. Here's the Jets pick. Oh, you're a Giant fan like me. Okay, all right. We went and took a corner, I believe. I believe his name is
He's got burst down the field. You see that? I was a little bit surprised.
Hold on.
He ran that fast. I thought he was more of a...
We took Darnay Holmes, a corner from UCLA. And we've got one pick left in the 5th round. Another pick. Oh, the Jets just took. Sorry again, interrupting with the talking. But I'll get to the Jet pick once it comes up. But the Giants have one more pick. In the 5th round, they have a pick in the 6th round, and then they have 4 picks in round number 7, Kevin. So they've got a lot of picks left.
Noah Fant, Melvin Gordon, Cortland Sutton, Philip Lindsay, they are clearly thinking we're in a division with the Kansas City Chiefs. We're going to need to score more points. It has been an unbelievable draft for the Denver Broncos, and let's not even add
the Jets took LaMichael Perine, a really good running back from the Florida Gators.
what the Denver Broncos are doing.
Yeah, it's a lot of picks, Kevin. They've got a lot, especially in the 7th round. 1 5th, 1 6th, and 4 in the 7th. But back to the Jets, the team that shares the arena with the Giants. They'll be running the ball with LaMichael Perine. And the Jets are going to get better there, too. It definitely helps. It's a great pick for New York, who I thought should get another offensive skill player. They're going to have to solve their issues at corner, but they'll do that later. Detroit's pick is in. And here it is. The Lions selection is going to be Logan Stenberg. Logan Stenberg, a guard from the Kentucky Wildcats. So a big-time guard, one of the best in the conference, and he's going to help Matt Stafford. Another team, though, Detroit, that could need a backup quarterback that could go and get someone. I don't think it'll be soon, but helping a Logan Stenberg definitely works. If you're seeing the guards getting pushed around here, and that's a bad guard, that's because they're showing the highlights of Michael Walker, and they're behind us by about 3 picks. But no, the Lions take this. The Lions take this offensive guard from the University of Kentucky. This is also a Detroit pick that the Raiders traded up to go get a guard. So the Lions sit down and get a guard of their own. Indianapolis now is on the clock. And UDB, I hope you're here because the Colts are on the clock, and right behind the Colts are Dallas Cowboys.
You see the other picks. A.J. Terrell, the corner out of Clemson. Marlon Davidson, the big defensive end out of Auburn. Along with Matt Hennessy, the center from Temple. And now...
And they're showing the Falcons selections. Next, the Falcons got to get a skill player to help that offense.
Dan Quinn and the owner, Arthur Blank, all in sync as the Falcons trying to...
So now it looks like they're going to go... And the ESPN is going to go to commercial. Indianapolis down the clock right now, and then Dallas will get ready to pick after them. I got to take a seat now. I should move the chair.
Dear team members, for 30 years I've been a pizza guy, delivering door to door and family to family. But now the world has changed, and we do more than bring pizza to the door. We help make people feel connected. We bring a sense of normalcy. Yes, we are the pizza guys, and we're proud to serve.
We've always tried to be there when you and your home have needed us most. Working together to keep your home working. It's just what we do. What we've always done. What we'll continue to do. Because home is what unites us.
We could never do what they do, but what we can do is be a partner that never quits. Verizon is the most reliable network in America, built for interoperability and puts first responders first.
Indianapolis is on the clock. They still haven't made their pick yet.
We do what we do best, so they can too.
What does an apron have to do with insurance? An apron is protection. An apron is not quitting until you've helped make something better. What does an apron have to do with insurance? For us, especially right now, everything.
At Optimum, our #1 priority is keeping you connected. We take this responsibility seriously and are proud to have dedicated teams on the ground supporting you. Our fiber broadband network is ready for the increasing demand of your homes, businesses, and schools. And whether it's staying in touch with loved ones, working from home, taking online classes, or getting local news updates, you can count on us through it all. From everyone at Optimum and News 12, thank you for trusting us to keep you connected.
What is the Garden Savings Federal Credit Union difference? Unlike a bank, we're a financial cooperative that's owned by our members. We offer low loan rates, high deposit rates, and free checking accounts with no monthly maintenance fees or minimum balance requirements. Our members have access to over 85,000 surcharge-free ATMs and more than 5,000 branches through our shared branching network. To experience the Garden Savings difference, visit one of our local branches or GardenSavingsFCU.org today.
Well, as we continue here on day 3,
Indianapolis' pick is in, guys.
32 gentlemen.
And I'll announce who it is as well.
At this time to support relief efforts initiated by Eagles GM Howard.
Here it is.
They've all collaborated to get involved with the draft-a-thon, with each personally donating $8,000.
It's Jacob Eason.
To account for
Oh, wow. Jacob Eason, the quarterback from Washington. Jacob Eason, the quarterback from Washington University, does go. He goes to the Colts, so he will not be a Patriot. So they get their quarterback of the future, Jake Eason, to the Indianapolis Colts.
Jacob Eason and Jake Fromm, and a pass rusher with a great attitude and approach.
Obviously, right now they're saying best available is Jacob Eason and Jake Fromm, but Jacob Eason is not available, as we know. Eason is going to play with the Colts, going to be the backup to Phillip Rivers, and now the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. Wow, that was an interesting turn of events.
Very consistent performer. James Prochet will be a big-time player in the NFL, and I'm amazed right now they're still on the board.
Yeah, Mel, a lot of wide receivers coming out of SMU over the last few years. We'll see where James Prochet ends up. Meanwhile, we've already had a big trade today. Trent Williams going to San Francisco for just a third and a fifth. Let's go back to Adam Schefter because he is a veritable fountain of information. Adam, what do you got?
Well, thanks, Trey. It turns out the 49ers and Redskins have been discussing this deal for a few days. They were able to finalize it this morning in exchange for a third-round pick next year and a fifth-round pick this year that the Redskins will be using later today. And here's what set into motion that whole trade discussion. It turns out that the 49ers' six-time Pro Bowl offensive tackle, a member of the NFL All-Decade team, Joe Staley, is expected to retire due to health concerns. He told the 49ers in advance of the draft, which put into motion their pursuit of Trent Williams in recent days, culminating in the agreement that they struck with the Washington Redskins this morning as the draft was getting...
Wow, so here's that. So Staley's retiring and Williams is
to San Francisco,
going to be there, obviously, as we know.
Staley out, Trent Williams in, Trey.
Absolutely. Adam, thanks very much. So we'll see what happens as Trent Williams goes to San Francisco. Meanwhile, we have running back Michael Pirine off the board. And yes, he is a cousin former Oklahoma and current Dolphins running back Samar J.P. Ryan. Lewis, what do we think about the pick the Jets just made?
This is a powerful runner at 5'10", 216 pounds, ran 4.62 at the combine.
Oh, here's the Dallas pick. You should be over here. Here it is. And the Cowboys are picking Reggie Robinson II, a corner from Tulsa University. The Dallas Cowboys needed a corner, and they get one. Corner or pass rusher, I know you guys were saying. So it's Reggie Robinson II, a corner. That's who they take. A really good pick, a great decision. So Reggie Robinson II goes to the Cowboys to help that secondary up there in Dallas. It is, yes, it's a very good pick, definitely. Now Pittsburgh's on the card. Okay.
All right, so that's another weapon for Adam Gase and Sam Darnold to use in that offense where they went through so many quarterbacks last year because of the injuries. You see what they've done. A, they get protection for Sam and Mekhi Becton, that mountain of a man out of Louisville. They get the Baylor wide receiver, Denzel Mims, and now they get Michael Pirine, the running back out of Florida. Okay, we have another offensive lineman off the board going to Detroit. It's Kentucky's lineman Logan Stenberg, who was all SEC first team this past year. And Mel, he plays with an attitude.
He does. He was part of a senior class trade that won 32 games over the last 4 years. And normally you don't see a guard at 6'6", 317 pounds. He doesn't have great arm length. He's been a left guard. Did not allow a sack all season for Kentucky this year. 95 knockdown blocks. The concern, though, is the penalty flags. He's got to eliminate that. Be a little more consistent there in that area. Flag too much for my liking, but a guy who can get after a very competitive kid, never stops fighting and battling in the trenches from the first play to the last. He's going at it. Very intense football player. Remember, Lynn Bowden Jr. had a lot of success when he moved from wide receiver to quarterback. A lot of that was because of Logan Stenberg and the job he did along the interior of that offensive line of Kentucky.
Well, Mel, to that point about all penalized, he said, and coaches love this when players say this, I play football the way it's supposed to be played. I think the way the game is going now, it's more cupcake pretty boy. I like to play the way it's meant to be played. And you know when you hear a player say that, general managers and coaches love that. Now, Patricia and Bob Quinn, that's what they're getting from Logan Stenberg. Meanwhile, one of the big quarterbacks is finally off the board. The Indianapolis Colts, who have Phillip Rivers as the starter now coming over from the Chargers. Jacob Eason, of course, is now the fourth-round pick of the Indianapolis Colts. And Jacob Eason, well, he's been back and forth. Again, Jacob Eason was the Gatorade National Football Player of the Year coming out of Lake Stevens.
Pittsburgh's on the clock right now. That's why nothing's happening. That's why you're hearing it backwards, and you're not hearing me.
Games as a true freshman at Georgia, but in his sophomore season, got hurt.
But no, that's...
And in came Jake Fromm, and Jake Fromm just basically took that position, led them to the national championship game. Transferred to Washington, had to sit out a year. So really only one full year of tape, Daniel Jeremiah, those 13
So we kept talking about the Patriots possibly taking from Eason. They will not be.
Well, it makes sense because when you look at Chris Ballard, the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts.
I mean, we already went over this, but just retouching. That's a very good pick for the Colts. As they know Rivers won't be there forever, and this will be their guy later. A lot of people love rookie quarterbacks. They want him to start. Eason should just sit back and learn from Rivers. He'll Phillip Rivers can teach him the ways, be there for a couple of years with the Colts, and then this will be their franchise guy now that Luck is gone.
No question, Daniel. I think that inconsistency, 73%.
All right, now Pittsburgh's pick is in.
58%.
And the Jets are going to pick again after the Steelers are done.
He's got to improve that, give that receiver a better opportunity. Hold the ball too long sometimes in that pocket. But these are things like, say, watching Phillip Rivers. We have a year or two to watch and learn. The rocket arm, Lewis, and the size. You can't coach or keep. You just got to really understand the finer points. There's nuances of playing the quarterback position. That's what Jacob Eason has to work on.
Anthony McFarland Jr., a running back from Maryland. So they finally get a running back to do the Pittsburgh Steelers. So
together. I was just going to say
Pittsburgh goes ahead and takes McFarland from Maryland. I actually saw McFarland play. I don't go to Maryland, but I was down in Washington because I have family there, and I was able to see him play as a rookie, as a freshman. McFarland's a fast running back. He's a powerful running back, and he'll help the Pittsburgh Steelers. So that's a good pick.
This is a good situation for them, and it's also a good situation for teams that may be looking for a guy like Jacoby Brissett to come in and see if he can help their organization.
Well, Lewis, you've talked about this on several occasions. Where you go as a quarterback matters specifically. The fact that he's going where Frank Reich is the head coach, where he can learn from Phillip Rivers, how much do you think that gives Jacob Eason a better chance had he gone somewhere else?
I think it makes all the difference in the world, Trey, and you and I have talked about it on-set and off-set numerous different times. There are certain situations when quarterbacks get drafted into, they should not only be cheering for the fact that they got drafted, they should be cheering for the fact that they got drafted to the teams that they went to. It's the same as the situation that Jalen Hurts is looking at going to Philadelphia. It's the same thing when Pat Mahomes was drafted by Andy Reid in Kansas City. It's the same thing here with Jacob Eason going to play under Coach Frank Reich. These are ideal situations, getting around the right culture, around the right general manager who knows that he has to do everything he can to provide a situation for you to thrive in. And the Indianapolis Colts are doing that with the drafting of Michael Pittman and the drafting of...
So the New York Jets are on the clock now. They're getting ready for their pick.
This is a perfect situation for him. It can be a patient situation. They can sit and wait for him to develop. See if Phillip Rivers can have one of those great years once again in a new environment. It's a win-win for everybody.
All right, for more on this, let's bring in one of our great insiders, Chris Mortensen. What can you tell us here?
Well, guys make all good points. He has the physical attributes.
We'll see where the Jets go. They're on the clock right now.
Player. So why the fourth round? Well, as teams peeled back
New
the
York
onion on Jacob Eason, they found evaluations and information that work ethic is an issue, accountability is an issue. There's a list of about 4 or 5 character flaws. But here you are, Phillip Rivers, and I don't think Jacoby Brissett gets traded. I think those are the type of guys that Chris Ballard, the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, would like Eason to be around because, as you mentioned, he has those receivers with T.Y. Hilton and Michael Pittman, and also hopefully Paris Campbell, who was injured a lot last year. But the bottom line is Eason will have a chance to learn around true professionals and what it's like to be one. And if he's not the guy, Chris Ballard will move on and find the guy eventually because Rivers is basically on a 1-year contract, wants to play 2 years, and Brissett only has 1 year left on his contract, right?
Yeah, they'll have to find out pretty quickly. More thanks very much. So we'll see what happens with Jacob Eason now going to the Indianapolis Colts. By the way, his father is Tony Eason, just not that Tony Eason, who was part of the great quarterback draft class of 1983. Jacob Eason off the board to the Indianapolis Colts. Day 3 of the draft continues on ABC, ESPN, and the NFL Network. Victory is here. Lucy State.
So New York here probably gets a linebacker or a corner. I think definitely a corner. They just went to break. We're probably going to find the Jets pick soon because just as they went to break, the Jets submitted the pick.
There were times when the front line...
You didn't miss anything. Well, Anthony Nerf, here's the thing. You didn't miss the Patriots or the Packers picking. And the Jets just took a quarterback, James Morgan, a quarterback from FAU. Wow. FIU, Florida International. James Morgan, quarterback, goes to the New York Jets. So he'll be the guy there, kind of as a backup behind Darnold, so that helped for them. That's a decent fill-in. Again, you didn't miss Anthony Nerf. You did not miss the Patriots or the Packers picking, but what you did miss was that Jacob Eason is an Indianapolis Colt. So Eason and that FIU quarterback that just got drafted by the Jets are gone. So the Patriots will not be able to draft either of them.
Deserves another. Feed a healthy lifestyle with pure protein.
But you did not miss anything by New England or Green Bay. just the fact that New England or Green Bay will not take Jacob Eason. Well, Green Bay definitely won't. They already got their quarterback. But New England will not take Jacob Eason or that FAU quarterback, because he's now in
with a gift from the
New York.
Center of Me collection. Happy Mother's Day from Kay.
Let's watch a cooking show.
Cookie show?
Cooking shows.
Cookie shows?
Play the Great British Baking Show.
Cookie shows!
Introducing AT&T TV. Watch with easy self-setup. Shipped directly to you.
We know that others are counting on you, so you can always count on us for sound financial
That's a
advice.
very good pick.
Wealth management.
Tori, I'm not sure if you're an Indianapolis fan, but it doesn't matter because the Colts made a really good pick, a sound pick, by taking Eason there.
Because I've said them.
Well, there's a kid FAU just got drafted. There are a few other quarterbacks that are available. There's a bunch, but they have a lot of ifs there. And Belichick may know who he wants, but the only big time quarterback that's being talked about right now available is Jake Fromm. Now Belichick might take a small school quarterback that's said, "Oh, he'll go to the 7th round and he'll be a quarterback for 3 years, and then his NFL career will be over." But Belichick he already knows what quarterback he wants. But if he wanted Eason, Eason's done. Eason's not available. And if he wanted that quarterback from Florida Atlantic, can't get him either. While I was talking, there's another pick that was selected. I have to look. There may have been 2. I have to look. I don't want to be behind. So the Houston Texans are on the clock right now as well. Oh, no, it was just that jet pick? Oh, no, it was just that quarterback, actually.
He's not even, he doesn't even know where he is right now. They got bypassed, I'm sure.
Yeah, Tom's had a rough introduction to Tampa. Had to be kicked out of a park down there for working out, walked into the wrong house by mistake. Two things, 2 points. Hey, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the NFL and several of its charitable partners have made digital education and wellness resources available for free.
They're taking forever in NFL to announce the pick, but on the NFL app on my phone and announce the pick, but I know it's the quarterback. Your Colts. Yeah, absolutely. I definitely agree with that. It's the perfect scenario because Rivers isn't the guy, and now you get a rookie who can learn in. I don't believe Brissett's the guy. He's a fantastic backup, but he's not going to be the franchise quarterback. And since Luck isn't coming back, since he's retired, Eason was a good pick. Here come the division rival Texans, my AFC team, and they select Charlie Heck, an offensive tackle by North Carolina. Great pick for the Houston Texans. Why is it a great pick? Over the last 3 years, Deshaun Watson has been the most sacked quarterback in the NFL, and the Houston Texans own the record of most sacked team in the NFL, I think by 2 seasons of the record. So they definitely needed some offensive linemen to protect him, and they go and get one in this kid. So that's a great move by the Texans to go up and get him. Here come the Eagles. Philadelphia is on the clock.
I like what the Cowboys are doing in secondary. Well, Daniel, they seem to be very geographic specific. 3 of their 4 draft picks played their college ball in Oklahoma, or whatever that's worth. And I'm not really sure it's worth anything. Meanwhile, Pittsburgh gets running back Anthony McFarland Willis out of Maryland. What do you think about him?
I think that they got somebody who has tremendous explosiveness on the second level. That's the first thing that you see when you watch McFarland play is his speed. He's got a low center of gravity at just 5'8", 208 pounds, real good vision, and he's going to hit the hole quickly, whether it be between the tackles or once he gets out on the perimeter. He's going to stick his foot in the ground, and he's going to go, as people used to describe zone runners, the one-cut.
James Morgan was the other quarterback. Anthony Nerf that's gone. He goes to the Jets off of a pick that came from New England and also Chicago. Charlie Heck is the tackle from the University of North Carolina that's going to help protect Deshaun Watson in Houston. It doesn't show on the TV, but on my NFL app, it shows that the Philadelphia Eagles pick is in. haven't put it in yet, but they'll be making the pick. Philadelphia will momentarily. James 23, Patriots need Jake Fromm. Probably, yes. Or they'll get a quarterback that Bill Belichick already knows he wants.
NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
For now, we're all living in new.
Philadelphia's pick is in.
Businesses are closing. Living rooms are now offices and schools. Our world is suddenly different, but one thing stays the same. State Farm is there. To any of our customers currently facing financial burdens, call your State Farm agent because we're here to help make this new normal feel just a little more normal. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
What do you look for when you trade?
I want free access to research,
Yeah, TD Ameritrade's got that.
free access to every platform.
Yeah, that too.
I want to know what I'm paying up front.
Yes, absolutely.
Now offering 0 commissions on online trades.
When new smartphones are expensive, the family has
Philadelphia
to
just took
Step
their
up
pick.
with Boost Mobile and get 4 free
Kavon
phones
Wallace,
on the phones when you switch.
safety
And prepare to lose
from
some
Clemson. So he goes to the Philadelphia Eagles to help bolster their secondary. That's a good pick for them.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 free
Who do I
phones
think the
on
Packers
iPhones,
need?
all on our super reliable, super fast network as an essential service.
Another
Boost Mobile is
offensive
committed to
lineman.
keeping you connected by remaining open.
Can feel us trampling his kingdom.
Darkskins is set in the late 1600s.
But so Philadelphia goes and gets a safety.
There's no running back. The time to stake our claim is now.
National Geographic let a writer run off with a 700-page book. They never blinked. To see it come to life is amazing.
He was shown the way. Darkskins, Monday, May 25th at 9 on National Geographic.
At Windorama, our #1 priority is the health and safety of all of our customers, staff, and building partners during this time. As an essential business, Windorama is here to help in any way we can. At Windorama.com, you'll find a fully functional virtual showroom. And our installation experts are also offering free virtual consultations from the safety of your home. We're all in this together, and at Windorama, we'll continue to do our part, helping to build for now and the future.
Everyone at Honda wants you to be safe. And right now, you need a car you can count on and your dealer to go the extra mile. So if your Honda needs parts or service, we're right here, ready to help. Working to follow all government guidelines in order to get you what you need and help you stay safe with a reliable car ready to go when you need it. For questions about service, parts, or more, call your Honda dealer or visit automobiles.honda.com today.
Well, episodes 3 and 4 of The Last Dance come your way Sunday night, and if they're anything like the first two, they're going to be incredible, and they might be better because of this phrase, highlighted by Dennis Rodman. That's all you need to know. There will be swearing on ESPN, no swearing on ESPN2. Pick your poison, one way or the other. As we continue here,
Buffalo is on the clock now.
Quarterbacks that have been selected so far.
And the Jets
Tua,
will pick again. The
Justin,
Jets have
and
been
then
just going
surprise
crazy.
Green
And the
Bay
Bills pick is in, guys. Which quarterback is left? I'll tell you the list. The big guy is from. Since Eason is left, let me tell you all the quarterbacks that are available.
And now James Morgan is off the board for the Jets. Remember, the Jets average under 8 points a game.
Oh, here's the pick by Buffalo. Ooh, I almost fell down.
You might imagine they lost them all.
Gabriel Davis, a wide receiver from the powerhouse of Central Florida, UCF. Gabriel Davis goes to Buffalo to help their wide receiving core. That's a really good pick.
And Morgan is the first quarterback from the Green Bay area to be drafted since the Packers selected former Wisconsin quarterback Bud Keys in the 10th round of the 1988 draft. Now, James Morgan decided to transfer from Bowling Green after the 2017 season after losing his starting job.
So here are the quarterbacks, James 23.
Quarterback Bryn Renner outlining his stats and his interest in the program, and it worked. He spent 2 seasons at
Jake
FIU
from Georgia, obviously. Nate Stanley from Iowa. Jake Luton from Oregon State. Case Cookus from Northern Arizona. Anthony Gordon from Washington State. Taylor Huntley from Utah. Shea Patterson from Michigan. Bryce Perkins. Bridge Sinnett. Stephen Montez, Jamar Smith, Brian Lewerke, Jalen Morton, Kelly Bryant, Kevin Davidson, Mason Fine, Josh Love. Josh Love, Cole McDonald, Ronald Rivers III, Nathan Rourke, Khalil Tate, and Nick Tiano. So, really, the only big-time quarterbacks that look like they're going to be taking are Kelly Bryant, Brian Lewerke, Shea Patterson, and possibly Nate Stanley and Jake Fromm. Not too many quarterbacks are going next. Jake Fromm's going somewhere. We know that, but we're obviously not sure where.
I don't know what I was doing. Maybe I was shooting some hoops out front. But his son Tommy right there is celebrating his 12th birthday today. So he got him a quarterback for his son for his birthday present. I think I got a bite.
Well, now you just ruined birthdays for everybody. And there you go. There's the reaction in Green Bay as James Morgan is going to the Jets. But this brings up an interesting discussion, as we love to see that raw emotion coming from the Morgan family as they find out that James is going to be a member of the New York Jets. We've seen Jacob Eason and now James Morgan go off the board today before Jake Fromm out of Georgia. I find this fascinating because at Georgia, Jake Fromm essentially took the job from Jacob Eason, and now James Morgan played very well, but at a lower level of competition that we saw from Jake Fromm, who was this close to winning a national championship. Why do we think, Lewis, these quarterbacks are going ahead of Jake Fromm?
I think it's about coachable traits, Trey. That's
the Jets are on the clock right now.
They haven't picked what players can become, and coaches and scouts alike get enamored.
Staley or Fromm? Who do I think the Pats are getting? Stanley. The quarterbacks.
A lot of mental horsepower. Coaches and scouts rave about the fact that he's someone who's extremely
Jake Fromm.
Jake
Fromm. I'm not a Stanley fan anyway. Personally, if I was to take a quarterback, if Fromm was off the board and I had to take a quarterback, I would have taken.
He doesn't have the same ability as these other.
Hold on, I would take.
Is what is winning out. It's a gamble. It's a gamble when you're talking about a guy like Eason compared to Fromm from a dependability and maturity standpoint.
Over Stanley.
This is the game that we play.
What pick are the Packers picking at?
What do you want? Do you want upside or do you want the safe pick? And right now, people are banking on the upside.
Well, this is interesting.
Green Bay
because James Morgan had a scout sync grade of 54. Jake Fromm had one of 82, and Morgan was drafted first.
Minnesota,
so when should we expect to see Jake Fromm come off the board here?
New York Jets pick is in.
I think the combine, Trey, hurt Jake Fromm. And everybody was there, decision makers, coaches, and saw the combine.
Green Bay does not have a pick in the 4th round. I don't believe the Patriots do either. Yes, New England and Green Bay both do not have picks in round number 4.
There was a lot left from that offense, and it affected him. But I think the combine did hurt. To James Morgan, he's got the arm. There's no doubt about that. He's got the size, the arm. He's a sponge. He's a learner. He wants to be great. But he was a little frustrating. He had the first 7 games. He had
Here's the Jet selection.
Picks. Great. Last 5 games, 4 touchdowns.
Cameron Clark, a tackle from Charlotte. So he's the guy that goes to the Jets. More protection for Darnold.
Throws inaccurate. So accuracy is an issue. Decision-making at times an issue. But on size and arm strength, he checks that box. And all of a sudden, you look at Jake Fromm.
Green Bay's going to have the 30th pick in the 5th round, and New England's going to have the 14th pick in the 5th round.
Dalton or somewhere in between. That's what teams are trying to figure out.
And Daniel, it's interesting because, you look at Jake's career at Georgia, and he did great things, but it's almost, right? He almost won the national championship that year against Alabama and Tua with the team, the University of Georgia. The next year, Georgia almost took down Alabama in the SEC championship game when Tua got hurt and Jalen Hurts came off the bench and saved the day. Is that a fair way to look at what Jake has done or not?
Yeah, I think the guys have all hit it. And talking about the lack of a big arm, I think he has been productive in a run-heavy offense there at Georgia. But my thing with him, when I compared him with Jake Delhomme. Jake Delhomme wasn't a first-round pick, but
I really like Shea Patterson.
He was very instinctive, very
like
smart. And those guys just find their way on the football field.
He plays on a team that has way too many expectations. That he has a good arm. I like Lil Worky too, and I'm not a huge Michigan. I like Michigan basketball and I like Detroit Red Wings, but I'm not a Michigan football guy, so I'm not from there, like just homing on the two Michigan quarterbacks. But I like both of them, and I would take both of them not more than Fromm, but more than some of the others. And I think in a Belichick system, you could conform them into a good player. Here's Minnesota's pick.
And the superintendent of the school rolled up and said,
James Lynch, defensive tackle from Baylor, big kid. He helps the size there. The defense, the way they coach in Minnesota, that's a really good selection for the Vikings.
Is the pro day workout he eventually did do at a high school field.
So Minnesota picks Lynch, and now the Cardinals are going to be on the clock. They're on the clock right now. And the Vikings are going to get another pick right after Arizona anyway.
Saints have no picks left for today, and the Colts just took Jacob Eason. So certainly he's discouraged, but as DJ mentioned, you can get taken later in this on the third day and still fight your way into competition.
All right, Mort, we'll see what happens. He's never been afraid of competition. That much we can certainly say about Jake Fromm. Meanwhile, Charlie Heck is off the board, the tackle out of North Carolina. Shocker, he didn't go to Kansas City because his father, Andy Heck, spent 12 seasons in the NFL playing for a bunch of teams and just won a ring with the Kansas City Chiefs as their assistant coach right now. But Andy Heck, seeing his son go off the board here. What are we getting, Mel?
Well, you're getting a player, obviously, with the bloodlines. I scouted his father at Notre Dame as part of that 1988 national championship Notre Dame Fighting Irish football team. And you look at Charlie, 6'7.5", 311 pounds.
Big kid, so he'll definitely help Sam Darnold stay safe in the Jets. So Arizona, you're looking at, who are now on the clock. They have needs. They have needs defensive tackle, linebacker, a lot of defensive issues for the Arizona Cardinals. A building team. We'll see where they.
Obviously concerns with leverage, with the height, but I think you look at Charlie Heck, obviously the bloodline, obviously technique is sound. He wants to be good. He can be coached up, but there's some things he's going to have to work through if he's going to be a factor at offensive tackle in the NFL.
It just seems like there are a ton.
Oh, Heck is the one that to protect Deshaun Watson. Oh, not the Jets tackle. They're very behind.
Ross Blacklock, the defensive tackle out of TCU.
But for Arizona now.
Florida, and now Charlie Heck.
Arizona just picked. Their pick is in, and the Vikings will be on the clock now.
Get back and get themselves ready for another postseason run in the 2020 season. We are off and running. Day 3 of the draft. Heck, it's Charlie.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's. Everyone's doing what they can to get through these times, and so are we. Mercedes-Benz is making vehicle maintenance and buying needs as safe and seamless as possible. Many dealers offer options such as pickup delivery and in-home service, online shopping, and home delivery.
Here's Arizona's pick, everybody. Richard Lawrence, a defensive tackle from Louisiana State. Another LSU player goes. Lawrence now to beef up the middle, the front of the defensive line out there in Arizona. So the Cardinals will go ahead and take this kid.
We've always tried to be there. When you and your home have needed us.
So that is a good.
Working together to keep you.
That's a good selection for the Cardinals. Definitely, I agree with that. Now Minnesota is on the clock.
What we'll continue to do, because home is what unites us.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want. Haley's usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to music.
We love Verizon.
So I get the shows I need when I need them. Now, unlimited plans come with your favorite artists on Apple Music, shows and movies on Disney Plus, and over 70 top channels of live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role in our family. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix, match, and save. Shop online today, only at Verizon.
My time is thin, but so is my lawn.
Scott's Thicker Lawn 3-in-1 solution with a soil improvement.
And now here's Minnesota's selection. It's Troy Dye, a linebacker from Oregon. A speedy linebacker, one that can fly around. They're just trying to beef up that defense. And some of these prospects also, they're prospects basically. I mean, there's no prospects in the NFL. Like coming from a guy that always watches NHL draft and NHL stuff and sees a lot of prospects. This is basically what you're looking at. A prospect. And he is that. They could trade him. He could sit in and he could stick in. Tommy, and that was a good pick. Tommy, how many picks are left? We're only started. We're in the 4th round. So a lot of picks are left.
Adam's Family Restaurant and Pancake House on Route 46 in Bud Lake, off of Route 80 at the Old Perkins, is open for takeout and non-contact delivery. Adam's is all about quality, freshness, and making everything from scratch. During these unprecedented times, it's good to know that you can still enjoy savory, all-American comfort foods in the comfort of your own home. For your convenience, Adam's is open 7 days a week. Go online or call in your order for a sandwich, salad, stack of pancakes, or dinner today. Stay home, stay safe, and let Adam's do the cooking.
Well, as we continue, day 4th round of the NFL draft. Glad you're with us. Trey Wingo here as part of our ESPN.
So there's your answer, Tommy. There's a lot. We're in the 4th round right now. And Minnesota made their pick. Yeah, there's a linebacker. Yeah, that was the linebacker that we made. I was making sure I wasn't behind. Seattle is on the clock right now. They have not made their selection. They will soon.
Last couple of days, and we're delighted to be joined now by another one. Country superstar sensation Luke Bryan is here performing his song, Play It Again.
Hey guys, it's Luke Bryan here from my home in Nashville, Tennessee. I know you guys are at home watching the NFL.
Seattle just made their pick. Their pick is in. We'll see what the Seahawks pick will be. Got to go offense here.
I was able to do a live stream, a partnership.
We're in the middle of the 4th round, so there'll be the 5th round, 6th round, and 7th round coming up, Tommy.
In our community and across this nation of ours. So
No.
many small businesses.
Minnesota did not trade the pick for Seattle.
They're really
Minnesota had 2 picks, and they already made them. I'm almost positive as a linebacker. Here's the Seahawks pick.
Make sure you hashtag Pay It Forward.
A linebacker. Colby Parkinson, a tight end from Stanford, goes to the Hawks. I know early on there was a person at the beginning of this chat who said that the Seahawks needed to get a tight end. There you go. You get Colby Parkinson from Stanford, the Stanford Cardinal. He goes close by to the Seattle Seahawks and is going to help Russell Wilson. What did Minnesota take? Thomas, they took James Lynch was their first one, a defensive end from Baylor. Their second pick was Troy Dye. Troy Dye, a linebacker from Oregon. We've got 13 more picks left in round number 4. And the Hawks just made their pick, obviously, that tight end that I just said from Stanford. Atlanta is now on the clock.
Somebody play it again, play it again, play it again. I'd have gave that DJ my last time if you would have played it just one more time. But a little while later we were sitting driving my truck. Before I walked into the door, I was scared like a fool.
Antonio Gandy Goldman's a really good receiver for Liberty, another small school. We'll see where he ends up going.
She was like, oh my God, this is my song. I've been listening to the radio all night long. I can't believe that it came back on. Here it is. She was like, come here, boy.
Atlanta's still on the clock. I haven't made their pick yet. Real soon.
She gave me a good night kiss. She said, play it again, play it again. again, play it again. Somebody play it again, play it again, play it again. The next Friday night, we were sitting out under the stars. Should have seen her smile when I broke out my guitar.
Atlanta's pick is in right now. We'll see what that ends up going. I finally have made the pick in. Here it is. It's Jalen Hawkins, a safety from California Golden Bears. So Jalen Hawkins will continue the revival of that secondary out in Georgia. So the Falcons make a good play there. They make a good pick there. 56 tackles, 3 interceptions also for this guy, Hawkins. Hawkins is more of a tackling feed than a pickoff feed, but he helps. Absolutely does he help for Atlanta. Now Pittsburgh is on the clock. Let's see what that will sum out to.
Big Dave, closet organizing and jigsaw puzzling? Get Pizza Hut's Big Dinner Box. 2 medium pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety, all in one box. Choose contactless delivery or new curbside pickup at pizzahut.com.
Maybe does Pittsburgh go Jake Fromm? They did go quarterback last year, so it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Jeff, you make smart choices, but you're getting burned. By your bank. With the Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account, you can earn more interest in 1 month than in 1 year with the largest banks.
I am getting burned.
Mm-hmm.
I got to do something about this.
Probably should.
You could earn more interest in 1 month than in 1 year with the largest banks. You can money with Marcus by Goldman Sachs.
Cheese it, snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it and eating it. I love them.
Snapped. So good, we may run out of cheese.
Pittsburgh now
Don't bring that mess around here,
they've already selected their pick.
I don't think so. Okay, let's go. We're going to get through this together.
And here it is. Here's the Steelers pick.
When you bundle home and auto insurance through Progressive, you get more than just a
Kevin Dotson, a guard from LSU.
You get relentless.
Well, from Louisiana, not from LSU, not from Louisiana State, but the guard goes Kevin Dotson to go and protect Ben Roethlisberger. He started 52 of 53 games played. Almost perfect, Kevin Dotson. Great pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers to protect their quarterback. More of a run block type player, but he'll help. And here, now the LA Rams are getting ready to pick. They're on the clock.
Especially now, with 6-month payment relief. Buy new Ford. We'll defer 3 payments and make 3 payments for peace of mind up to 6 months. Shop at Ford.com or contact your Ford dealer to find out more about home delivery and other vehicle service options. You have a lot to take care of. Let us help take care of you.
To the people during this pandemic that's putting their lives on the line. For people that, you don't even know, we all want to say thank you. Thank you for everything from top to bottom. Because you don't have to do what you're doing, and you're doing it out the kindness of your heart, and we appreciate it.
I'd also like to give a special shout out to all of the hardworking healthcare workers taking care of others. We appreciate you and thank you.
Predictions are always great. We just saw John Elway raise the roof. We continue on the draft. Kayvon Wallace, the safety out of Clemson, Mel, is off the board. His story is remarkable. The first in his family to graduate from high school. What do we know about the player?
Well, Trey, I'll tell you this about Kayvon Wallace. He's another of those new breed safeties that can play in the back end as a safety, free a strong safety, but really does his best work down in the box. That's a nickel and dime type of corner. He's a guy who has tremendous instincts, very good key and diagnosed when it comes to route recognition. Very comfortable down there. You see him be used as a blitzer. He's a strong tackler. He has good play entry points when he's in the back end, both against the run and when driving on the pass. As you see, good hands to finish. He's about 4.53 in the 40. You wish he was just a little bit faster. If he was a little bit faster, he would have gone much higher in this draft because he can play so many positions. Think about what Xavier McKinney did at Alabama. Kayvon Wallace did the same thing at Clemson, and he did it at a very high level.
And he got to Clemson in a weird way. He wasn't getting a ton of offers, so he edited his own highlight package and put it on Twitter. And then after that, schools like Clemson, Ohio State started offering. Meanwhile, Buffalo has picked wideout Gabriel Davis, Daniel Jeremiah out of UCF.
Yeah, he's a pure vertical stretch wide receiver. They line him up at times about 3 yards from the sideline, and they let him just get down the field. You'll see posts, you'll see takeoff, just vertical routes, and then he can high point the football down the field. But did a nice job getting on press coverage, too. You see that he's 216 pounds. He uses that size and strength to get free, but everything he does, for the most part, is what you see right here. Get down the field. The game against Stanford, he went up against a cornerback in Paulson Adebo that some thought might come out in this draft, could be a first or second round pick. And he embarrassed him.
Well, Lay's pick is in right now. They're getting ready to select
When you
it.
think about him fitting with the Buffalo Bills, that vertical stretch.
Bryson Hopkins, another tight end. This one from Purdue. And he goes to the LA Rams. They'll have Jared Goff, security blanket, and they love their tight ends on that offense. Sean McVay led offense in Los Angeles. So the Rams get a really good player out of Purdue. Third most touchdowns by a tight end, receiving touchdowns by a tight end this season in the FBS. So a good pick.
He has sneaky good ability to get off the line of scrimmage with really fast hands and strong upper body. This is a great job of them just complementing the receivers that they already have with a much different body type, but a guy who nevertheless has
Also, 10 more picks to the end of the fourth round.
big plays down the field.
Set a UCF single season record with over 1,240 receiving yards. Mel, we take a look now at Cameron Clark, the offensive tackle out of Charlotte, who goes to the Jets.
Yeah, Sam Darnold's going to like him, Trey. Cameron Clark, an experienced left tackle. He was named the team's offensive MVP in 2017. Long arm, 6'4.5", 308-pounder. You look at him, impressed with his performance against Clemson. Against the Clemson Tigers, he did a really good job. You don't want to see against lesser opposition. How does he do against really good teams like Clemson, a great team like Clemson? And he looked like he belonged out there and could transform his what you saw with Tate, even against the teams you knew he would handle and the players you knew he could dominate, into a guy who could transition into the NFL. Cameron Clark drives defenders up defensive end off the ball with regularity. You could maybe kick him inside the guard, maybe a right tackle, not a left tackle in the NFL. But I think he can compete.
With Jackson on the clock now, they got to go
on that New York Jets offensive line.
continue on the defensive side of the ball. I starting to really agree with that.
As you're looking what the Jets are doing, they get
Jaguars getting From next. Oh, I could see that, Anthony Nerf. I could see them doing it. I don't think they'll do it, but I could see them doing it. Also, it's not their own pick, which is interesting to notice. They got it via trade from the Denver Broncos, who got it from San Francisco last year with a trade that was the Emmanuel Sanders trade. So that's something to look at. And if they do get him, I'll definitely credit you immediately when the pick is made. They're on the clock right now. I'm thinking defensive line or linebacker, specifically defensive line, all the way. But
he's a warrior. He's a football player. You don't have a 300-plus pounder here. I think you have a Dean Lowry type. Dean Lowry came out of North.
Kansas City is next.
That's what I think James Lynch will be.
After Jacksonville pick.
Versatility, had 19 and a half tackles for loss, 13 and a half of those were sacks, uses his hands extremely well, can win outside, inside, plays with really good power, never lacked for effort. You gotta like James Lynch. If you watch him at Baylor throughout his career, what a football player. A key guy in every game, got into that backfield, wreaked havoc against the run, and got the sack numbers that you want as well. I've always been a big fan of James Lynch. I know you are as well. I think this is a really
Here's the Jacksonville pick. Okay, let's get ready.
As soon as Matt Rule got the job at Baylor, the first thing he did,
It's Josiah Scott. They didn't go defensive line, linebacker, or quarterback. They take a corner from Michigan State. This might be the first player from Michigan State that's been drafted. Like, they really have not done well in that category this season, and they usually do. But Josiah Scott from Michigan State, a big-time, long-time player, he goes to Jacksonville Jaguars. Rebuild that side. I mean, they've lost a lot of players in the secondary, but now they have made the selection. It's Josiah Scott from Michigan State heading down to Duval, and the defending champs are on the clock.
Also has a good feel when he doesn't get going on his pass rush. He'll like to play volleyball. He's going to jump up and bat some balls down. But if you're drafting him to help you on first and second down, more so on third down, and trade one more nugget on LSU. I got a note from my buddy there at the school that said Houston Texans, the Green Bay Packers, and the Indianapolis Colts, currently the only three teams in the NFL right now without an LSU player on their roster.
Well, they got to fix that. By the way, speaking of Rashard Lawrence, SEC academic honor roll 3 times, and he was kind of a big dude. When he took his son, his dad did, and try and play Pee-wee football, the coaches were like, no, he's way too big to play with our kids.
Kansas City's pick is in right now. Just put in their selection.
Meanwhile, Troy Dye from Oregon is now off the board to Minnesota. Another great
We'll see what that one will be.
Minnesota Vikings, the only player in Oregon history to lead the team in tackles 4 straight years.
Yes, Spielman fortifying this Vikings roster. No question, Rick Spielman, I think, has done a really good job. You look at Troy Dye. Think about a guy, only player in school history to lead the team in tackles 4 straight seasons, production through the roof. Played this final season with that right hand cast with the broken thumb, yet he still had 84 tackles. That first game against Auburn, he had 15 tackles, 10 solos. Against Utah, 8 tackles and an interception. That's the key with him. He's not a tape-on guy. He's a runaround guy. He's very athletic. Lateral pursuit is excellent. And what he's going to be key in the NFL with his Vikings defense is the way he can handle coverage responsibilities. Also in the Rose Bowl, strip John and Taylor caused a fumble there. Very active, very alert football player, Troy Dye.
Now listen, yeah, he is the essential for the really backer. And I will say this about him. There's really nothing he can't do on the football field. Sorry, Trey, I just wanted to jump in here. The only question there is about Troy Dye is, are you committed to the game? Are you committed to doing everything that you can possibly do to realize that it's the extraordinary potential that you have? Because as a prototypical 4-3 will backer, when you watch this young man play, he can run, he can catch, he will strike you in run-hit situations, and he's going up to Minnesota and playing for a defensive coach that coaches a group of linebackers that are as good as any in the National Football League. So they just added another tremendous athlete to add to that group, and Troy Dye is a fantastic prospect.
Yeah, Minnesota's having a heck of a draft. You can say what you want about the first round, but what they've done since there, Cameron Dantzler, James Lynch out of Baylor, now Troy Dye out of Oregon. Nicely done. Okay, we are up to pick 138 in the draft. And before we announce this next selection, we have an honored guest from Special Olympics, Missouri, a Special Olympics athlete and a huge Chiefs fan, Arthur Murray.
Hello, NFL fans. Fellow Chiefs fans. I'm so excited to be here today to welcome the newest player into the Chiefs kingdom. But first, I would like to thank Coach Reed and the rest of the team for last year's Super Bowl win and for supporting my team of Special Olympics athletes after the tornado last May. Let's go back to back. Go Chiefs.
Thank you, Arthur. Keep up the good work. With the 138th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select L'Jarius Sneed, defensive back, Louisiana Tech.
All right, Daniel Jeremiah, the Chiefs are getting...
So Darius Sneed, a safety from Louisiana Tech, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Participants this season.
Another safety. I told you there was going to be a roll through the draft where it was just defensive back after defensive back. There was going to be one more rush of it. At least one, if not more. Well, you're definitely getting your rush here. Louisiana State defensive back, ignore the noise, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Help that defense back there.
He really was able to rise up through the process late. And he's somebody that I think the Kansas City Chiefs...
So this is definitely a good pick. While I was talking, the Raiders are on the clock. They're not anymore. Las Vegas just is ready to make another selection. I believe the last selection that the Raiders made was
Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy it. Day 3 of Andy Reid's Tommy Bahama Floor Show.
an offensive lineman.
Listen, if for no other reason, the draft should be 10 days, just so we can see 10 straight days of Andy Reid.
So here, the Raiders need a pass rusher and you need a linebacker. You need one quickly. Meek Robertson goes to the Raiders, a corner from Louisiana Tech, and the Raiders only have one pick left in this draft. But they get another corner.
He goes to Seattle. Only
from Louisiana Tech, Meek Robertson does. And he goes to the Raiders to continue their defensive excellence, their commitment to excellence. But the Raiders are going to have a pick left in the 5th round. It comes from the trade with the Patriots last night, and they're going to have to get a pass rusher at some point. The Raiders will. But they go with pick from the Louisiana Tech cornerback.
And he can run a little bit down the seam.
So now Jacksonville's on the clock.
But you can't coach that size and you can't coach those ball skills.
Well, listen, we may need a tight end flow-off between Colby Parkinson and Dalton Keene because the manes are strong for both of these players. The hair is exceptional for both of those tight ends, and they are both off the board again. Another tight end out of Stanford, drafted into the NFL, going to Pete Carroll, the head coach, and John Schneider, the general manager. So we continue to look through what we've got drafted here, and the next one off the board is another defensive back out of Cal. The Falcons have selected him. Jalen Hawkins, Mel, what can you tell us about this Golden Bear?
Really good range, Trey, in coverage. I saw him really seek out that football, come up with some real nice interceptions. Like I said, you talk about that guy had 6 interceptions, led the Pac-12 in 2018. Actually, 3 of those interceptions came against TCU. This past year, 2019.
Jacksonville has made the selection. Their pick is in right now, everybody.
Defense in that area. What he needs to work on, the only thing holding him back, has got to be a more consistent tackler. And that's a key, obviously, that safety spot in the NFL. And if you want a guy that has a nose for the ball in terms of the passing game, takes out that football in the way, and obviously there's a 9 interceptions over the last 2 years.
So we'll see where Jacksonville goes. You said from the Jacksonville. He could go here. Let's see if that happens. And if he does, I'll credit you. Shaquille Quarterman, a linebacker, an inside linebacker from the Hurricanes.
So there you see what the Falcons have done.
The Miami Hurricanes, that is, and 107 tackles. He led Miami last year. 356 tackles, the 9th in a stellar history of defensive players. And so he's headed to Jacksonville, a linebacker, so that's good. Now Houston, the Texans are on the clock.
I told you it was. Stay with us. The draft continues on ABC, ESPN, and the NFL Network.
The Houston got a defensive tackle, a linebacker, and an offensive tackle. Because Hopkins is gone, it's time to think skill if you're Houston.
You know, you've already got a home team. Willie, Lauren, Steven, Deborah. 300,000 members of a team working hard to keep your home working for you. Because home is what unites us.
Since 1926, Nationwide has been on your side.
We've been there in person
during trying times.
Today, being on your side means staying home.
Nationwide Office of Consumer Advocacy.
But we can still support you and the heroes who are with you.
We're giving refunds on auto insurance premiums.
Assisting customers with financial hardships.
And our foundation is contributing millions of dollars to charities helping with COVID-19 relief.
Keeping our promise to be on your side.
Wouldn't it be nice to eat with some of your
Gleese?
like the Chalupa Supreme?
Not sure what you mean there.
Burrito and more.
Tile C.
Go ahead and get your $5 Chalupa Cravings box at Taco Bell's contactless drive-thru.
Shishito, burrito, roquito, frashito, pork chop, soda pop, soursop, hot pot, scallop, kiva, Brussels sprout, sauerkraut, fresh caught trout, alfalfa sprout. We are America's Kitchen. DoorDash, every flavor welcome.
For over 90 years, RP Smith & Son
Oh,
has been North Jersey's number
Houston
one
just made their pick. Let me see who it is since they didn't show it.
natural stone pavers, veneers, and more. Our team is full of experts that can walk you through our variety of displays and explain our vast inventory to ensure you make the perfect selection for your property. Let us help you get the curb appeal you always dreamed of. Create your very own backyard getaway, or give your business an edge with professional stone accent. Visit or call us today. RP Smith
It's John
Son,
Reed.
Suck-a-suck.
Houston takes John Reed, a corner from Penn State.
Great catch, Zip. Hey, Zip. What's that?
And John Reed will help the defensive backs. Obviously, it's a compensatory pick, but they're all very important. And so John Reed helps the Houston Texans and a coach he knows well, who knows the organization of Penn State, so he knows some of the coaches there. And Houston takes the Penn State player. So Reed is a good pick for Houston. Washington's pick is in. Next is Baltimore and Seattle, obviously. Fourth round coming to a close soon. We'll get ready for round 5 here on the Puck Drops here. 2024 to 7th round NFL draft stream. Here's Washington to make their pick. Antonio Gandy Golden, the wide receiver from Liberty, is headed to Landover to play with the Redskins.
If we unite behind the cause, we can
A local
provide relief
kid.
for those significantly impacted by the pandemic.
So he'll play for Washington.
Visit
And
NFL.com/relief to donate.
Gandy Golden
We're gonna wait till
is a
round
fast,
4 of the
sure-handed
NFL draft, and you can find some real
wide receiver.
How about some of these? Hall of Famer John Stoll, Hall of Famer Steve Largent, Hall of Famer Andre Reed, Hall of Famer Charles Haley, Kirk Cousins, who's in the Hall of Fame of cash it in, and Dak Prescott, who is finally about to cash in as he's still got that franchise tag on, but the Cowboys are giving him all kinds of weapons in this draft. Amari. Let's go to the Steelers selection here, and they go up front for the Raging Cajuns. They get guard Kevin Dotson.
Tell you what, Trey, 52 career starts. You're about a veteran. He redshirted in 2015. Spent 5 years in that Louisiana Lafayette program. Guy can really drive you off the ball. Tough, aggressive football player. And rest assured that Robert Hunt drew people to Kevin Dotson. Robert Hunt, heavily scouted, second-round pick for the Miami Dolphins from Louisiana Lafayette. And I'll
So
tell
now
you what,
Baltimore on the clock after the Gandy Golden selection by the Washington Redskins.
Kevin Dotson, not in Indianapolis. Drafted
So the Ravens don't have huge needs, but they would like to shore up the defense with an edge player.
Not a great puller, but Daniel, there's a lot to like about Kevin Dotson.
Yeah, right, Mel. He's the first non-combine player to be selected, and I saw the list when it came out for the combine. I was shocked he was not on there. I thought he would be a third-round pick. At worst is what you see him right here in the fourth round, but a powerful run blocker He gets underneath your pads and he finishes you. He puts you on the ground. There's a little bit of ankle stiffness there, but I thought he was laterally quick. And
Sorry, guys.
His football intelligence was solid. So I was surprised that he wasn't at the combine. I'm not surprised he's the first non-combine player to be selected.
He is off the board, and looking at the other Pittsburgh draftees, which include Chase
So,
Claypool and the running back.
hey everybody, let's see if Baltimore does here. They're still on the clock somehow.
With a familiar name, it's Bryson Hopkins. Bryson Hopkins, the tight end out of Purdue, goes to the Rams. He grew up around football because his father, Brad, played for the Oilers/Texans for 13 seasons. He was twice a Pro Bowler along those times. And the older Hopkins was the 13th overall pick by the Oilers in the 1993 draft. So Bryson knows exactly what it takes and what it means to play in the NFL. What do we think of Bryson Hopkins here, Lewis, the tight end out of Purdue?
I think a lot of him, Trey. Look, he can do everything that you need a pass-catching tight end to do. A very good athlete.
Baltimore still hasn't. They haven't made their pick yet. They're still on the clock, still trying to decide. Jim else will be calling their players. It's just kind of where teams usually know who they want, where they want to take a look, mathematically look at who fits their system, who they can use, and understand the next few players and pick who that would be. Baltimore's pick is in.
Which was third most among tight ends. If Sean McVay can get that corrected, he will have stolen himself a very good down-the-field threat for Jared Goff here in the fourth round, because this young man has a ton of skill, and he should make a lot of big plays, provided he secures the football.
Well, you've seen how Sean McVay has used tight ends.
Here's the Ravens pick now.
Ran that 4.6640, second fastest among all tight ends. So there you see what the Ravens have done. They get the running back Cam
Bredesen, a guard from the Michigan Wolverines, goes to protect Lamar Jackson and heads over to the Ravens. Campbell, also known as the Hockey Rundown.
They are big believers in DNA.
Who's your friend's name, just so I know? Just remind me, Campbell. Just type down who your friend is so I can look for him. Also, who do I think the Hawks will pick? I have. Hold on, let me pull up some of the prospects.
Josiah himself picked it up a notch. They all won the three titles, but Josiah played in a Power 5 conference going to the
Yeah, and Trey, this is a player that I thought a lot of teams were targeting today, because when you study him, he plays on the outside of Michigan State.
For the Hawks, whose pick is in, I think they're going to go and take Travis Gibson, a defensive end out of Tulsa. Het Patel. That's who I think the Hawks are going with. And now let's figure out who the Hawks take. DJ Dallas, a running back, another one from the Hurricanes. Pete Guarnero, a running back from Monmouth, but your friend. But DJ Dallas, the running back from the Miami Hurricanes, goes to Seattle. Also, we'll have him on if he gets drafted. We'll definitely have that pick on here. On the puck drops here. Philadelphia Eagles with their second to last pick in the fourth round, the second to last pick of the fourth round. Then we'll get ready for round number 5.
Actually, 3 if you look at that board. Caleb on Chase on again. Before Caleb on Chase,
so he goes, the running back.
High school football, he had 6 offers from Power 5 schools. That's how incredible he was.
Does go to the Seattle Seahawks. Philadelphia now on the clock, as I said. Philadelphia needs a safety, a guard, center, corner, linebacker. I think Philadelphia is going to take Bryce Hall from Virginia.
Back-to-back picks in the secondary from Louisiana Tech, with Robertson going to the Raiders. Over that guy who has tremendous ball skills. Like 5'8", 187 pounds, but he had 16 pass breakups, 5 interceptions this past year. Also had 8 tackles for loss.
Bears getting from?
Okay,
maybe.
Great ball skills. He's like a wide receiver playing corner, plays with that swagger, makes his presence felt against the run. What he's going to have to do in the NFL with the Raiders, I know John Gruden is like, man, I love that physical style, is not draw penalty flags. We'll see if he can do that in the NFL, adjust to the game, but also show up tackling a bit, sometimes a little overly aggressive. But this is one of those Gruden grinders who makes plays on the ball in that secondary of Nate Robertson.
There weren't some concerns medically with his hips.
I'm looking at the highlights of Amik Robertson, and I see an Las Vegas Raider.
To me, I saw a little bit of Pac-Man Jones.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a questionable pick, but you're deep in the draft here. What are they going to do?
Colin Johnson, one of the biggest wide receivers in this draft class, and he jumps him at the line of scrimmage. He's got some gold.
This Amik Robertson kid is definite. He's a definite Raider.
Yeah, DJ, you talked about that health issue surgery.
I don't know if the Raiders, speaking of them, if they're going to go in straight ahead.
And ultimately led to his decision to not participate in workouts at the combine. So
I'm calling Bryce Hall to the Eagles, corner from the University of Virginia.
They're all flocking to hang around with Curtis Renfrow. That's what it is. And then you have Amik Robertson, the cornerback, out of Louisiana. By the way, we finally have a Miami player off the board. It is Shaquille Quarterman going to Jacksonville. This is the longest we've gone without a U player off the board since 2013.
And Shaq Quarterman is the leader for that Hurricane defense. They rave about his leadership when you talk to the folks at the school. At his best, playing tackle to tackle. Not going to wow you with his range, sideline to sideline, but he can play downhill. He'll thump you. He brings some real toughness. He had a real solid week down there at the East-West Shrine game. Was voted a captain for that game because that leadership came out during that week. I think you can see the Jacksonville Jaguars, a theme here, trying to address that defense and really adding some high-character kids to their program. I like what the Jags are doing on the defensive side of the ball. And if Michael Irvin is watching in that bathrobe at home, as we saw during our production meeting the other day, App State 2, Miami 1, pal.
Yeah, I think he's in gold sweat somewhere at this point, just lounging around, completely enjoying himself. But the Jacksonville Jaguars...
If that is the case, though, back to this dumb conversation they're having about Appalachian State having 2 and Miami having 2. As we know here, since we're ahead of their progression in the draft, Miami's already got 2 players drafted.
Open competition at quarterback between Nick Foles and Mitchell Trubisky. The interesting part here with Trubisky, the timing here is the 5th-year option. The Bears haven't said anything publicly about whether or not they will pick up the 5th-year option in Trubisky's contract, but when you talk to people around the league, they don't believe that the Bears will. They have until May 4th to make that decision. The 5th-year option will be $24 million, but in the interim, the Jaguars have just used the 140th overall selection they got from the Bears for Nick Foles, and now we see how that plays out, Trey.
All right, Adam, thanks very much. Meanwhile, we have another cornerback off the board. It is John Reed out of Penn State. He studied electrical engineering and computer science and got an internship working at Blizzard Entertainment, a video game developer and publisher based in Irvine, California, and accepted 70 interns out of thousands of people that applied. So he likes to entertain, Mel. Will he be entertaining on the field for the Texans?
I'll tell you what, he made 5'10" and a quarter, 187 pounds, ran 4.49, vertical 36 and a half. Maybe people didn't expect that. I don't know. But the bottom line is, as a football player at Penn State this year, he put it all together. He had the team-leading 8-pass breakup, showed a real nose for the football. I thought the recovery speed.
Philadelphia's pick is in. The fourth round pick for Philadelphia is in.
Ball skills are good, and I love the savvy he shows, the understanding of the position. He turns it
Your trash. My football teams are the Giants and the Texans. My hockey teams are the Devils, Canucks and Red Wings. My baseball teams are the Mets and Angels, and my basketball teams are the Knicks and the Trailblazers. Chicago should get a backup QB. If they really don't believe in Trubisky, then they probably will draft from.
His father played 12 years in the NFL, and now John Reed, the quarterback for Penn State, the latest off the board for Bill O'Brien and the Houston Texans. Lots more.
Again, for the last few minutes, since Philadelphia hasn't made their pick yet, I've been saying.
We get to our next selection.
That's why Philadelphia won't pick yet. They're
Fuel Up the Play 60 program.
doing this whole
from Yardley, Pennsylvania. Now, in response to the COVID,
But I've been saying
which has changed
Bryce
the way we
Hall
do
all the way,
everything,
corner
so
from
Arthur
Virginia.
created an interactive virtual classroom for his fellow students so they continue to lead healthy and active lives
To the
at
Eagles.
home.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for having me as part of the 2020 NFL Draft. I'm so excited to be here. Ever since I joined the Field to Play 60 program, it's been 5 years and I've loved it ever since. I believe everyone should eat healthy and stay active for at least 60 minutes every single day and live the Play 60 lifestyle. With that said, I can't wait to welcome the new addition to the Philadelphia Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly!
Thank you, Samar. With the 145th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jack Driscoll, guard, Auburn.
So tackle from Auburn, Jack Driscoll goes in to come and help Carson Wentz to the Philadelphia Eagles. They could still go and get this tackle, this corner, though, because the last pick of the 4th round belongs to the Philadelphia Eagles. So they go in and take Driscoll, who will be like a backup offensive lineman. He needs to work to get a little bit more powerful on his upper body strength, but he's a really good tackle.
I think when you say he'll be ahead of the game from a technique standpoint, he will.
So we'll see where he ends up going.
But I think a good, solid, veteran-type backup, played a lot of football, guard, tackle, reserve, maybe a starter, but I think he'll add some depth to that offensive line at both guard and tackle.
Well, we'll see what happens there as Jack Driscoll out of Daniel Hand High School here in Connecticut. He is on his way to work for Doug Peterson and Howie Roseman, the brain trust of the Philadelphia Eagles. When we come back, we'll talk to someone who knows very, very personally what everyone in this country is going through, Saints head coach Sean Payton. The draft continues on ESPN ABC.
So this is the last pick of round 4, and it belongs to Philadelphia.
Presented by Lowe's.
And they're on the clock right now.
Let's raise a cup to the first among us.
They just took a tackle from Auburn.
Last. To the risk takers, the mask makers, the heroes on the front line and online. To the ones keeping shelves full and keeping us hopeful. To those who don't stop and those making all the stops. To the ones who pick up, suit up, and never let us down. From all of us at Dunkin' to all the heroes keeping everyone running, we thank you.
We could never do what they do, but what we can do is be a partner that never quits. Verizon is the most reliable network in America, built for interoperability and puts first responders first, giving their calls priority 24/7. We do what we do best, so they can too.
Thanks for sharing your DIY haircuts. Thanks for sharing your savage moves, and especially your awkward ones. Thanks for sharing your cute kids and your adorable pets. Now it's our turn to share with the Geico Give Back, a 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies for both current and new customers. Because we're committed for the long.
Dallas just traded up.
Full policy term. So thanks again. One good share.
Okay, I don't know if anybody's paying attention. UGB, if you're still on, Dallas just traded up, I think, to that pick that was owned by Philadelphia, and they just took Tyler Biadasz, the center from Wisconsin I've been raving about. So they go and take the center. That's a really good center. Biadasz to Dallas to help an injury-prone offensive line. And he goes into a great scenario up there in Dallas.
Thank you for all of your efforts.
So Philadelphia trades the pick to Dallas. The Cowboys go and take Biadasz, a center, to help their offensive line and to help Dak Prescott in a contract year.
Wear a mask in public. If you don't feel well, opt for a video visit with a physician first.
There you go. So that's the end of the 4th round of the 2020 NFL Draft here on puck drops here, and we will have round 5 momentarily.
We know our community is facing challenges during these difficult times.
It's Seattle now. They must have traded. Cincinnati must have traded with Seattle. Seattle, the Hawks, will have the next pick. No.
To keep your vehicles road ready, our service department remains open with service valet for your convenience. We're available online, ready to help you in any way we can. Please be safe.
No, Cincinnati just took the first pick of the 5th round. They took Khalid Kareem, a defensive end from Notre Dame. So we head into round 5. Fromm is still undrafted.
Undrafted free agents, and someone who's done a really good job at that and is also acutely aware of why we're doing the draft the way we're doing it this year joins us now, and that's Saints head coach Sean Payton. Sean, thanks for being with us. We know you were one of the first people in the NFL that we know of to be contracted with coronavirus. First and foremost, how's your health?
Trey, appreciate you having me on. I'm doing well. It's been over a month now, and I had 3 days of symptoms, really just your basic chills, slight fever on that Monday. So I feel like, I was fortunate. I didn't have any of the respiratory issues, and am far enough along now, 3 weeks removed from any type of symptoms where, I'm doing really well. Thank you.
So what are the doctors telling you going forward then? Because like you say, you had mild symptoms. It's been 3 weeks. They're giving you the thumbs up now?
Yeah, in fact, look, right here in New Orleans, and I know across the country, the blood banks are really looking for donors. And in order to get
the Hawks pick is in right now. We'll see where that goes, obviously. Yes, that's it.
You have to be well past, I think, 21 days. And again, it's been even more than that for me. So I was able to go in the other day and donate blood. It's a process that takes about 40 minutes.
Here's the Seattle selection.
And they hook you up to what is a machine that's
Bolton Robinson, a defensive end from the Syracuse Orange.
Gradually extracting plasma from your blood. So
and he is going to Seattle.
There's enough plasma to treat either 3 or 4 patients that have it in a much more serious way. And,
so they finally.
And then it takes about a month before you can do that same thing again.
They finally
I just had that done just this past week.
The defensive end they've been looking for, and the Indianapolis Colts now are on the clock.
And of course, we're doing this draft in a completely different way. I know the plan for you guys originally, when the facilities were closed, was to have everybody in
Colts on the clock with the chance to see who they'll take.
So what have you made of how we've been doing this and how different it's been in the virtual setting we're in?
Look, I think it's going better than most of us would have expected. And, you adapt, you adjust very quickly. I think the league has done a fantastic job. I think everyone was a little concerned. And our preparation, be it that it was a brewery, it was one owned by our owner and was really in a remote area. All of our scouts, all of our coaches were WebExing in, and there were just 2 or 3 of us at that main location. Now, we took our temperature.
Here's Indy's pick now, guys.
That worked out really good. And
Danny Pinter, a guard from Ball State, is going to the Colts to help Andrew Luck.
We had some weather here a couple days ago in New Orleans on the first
some more protection.
That quickly brought generators to Mickey's house and my house in the event that we lost some power, but fortunately that didn't happen.
No,
I'm not going to say good pick, though, whatever. If I don't like the pick, I'll let you know. Or if I really like the pick, I will let you know. Your Giants are on the clock. Giants have a lot of picks here. Giants need a linebacker. They have to go and get right here.
So we're gaining that even though we're losing some of the insanity that we normally do when we're on the road for this thing, and we'll have that next year when we're in Cleveland. So let's talk a little bit about the draft. Listen, you get Cesar Ruiz, the big center out of Michigan. You guys know how important the middle of that offensive line has been for you in years past. What did you like most about him?
Well, look, it was an area we identified, an interior offensive lineman. Cesar's someone that we felt man, was so consistent. You could pull out any game tape you wanted to. Week 1, week 2, week 3, go back a year ago. You see his footwork. He's got exceptional power. He's got a real good, strong punch. And if you look at his hands, they're size 11 hands. So just the consistency and then the makeup with this player, it was great to have a chance to see him live. It's unbelievable to watch these guys, to see their dreams unfold right in front of the camera. And back to your earlier point, this has gone so well. And I know there's a way you're used to doing things, but I would be surprised to see maybe some adjustments made, because I think the fan loves to see a little bit more of the interaction with each of these draft picks in their houses, rather than in some setting maybe where they're all in their suits. And I just think it's been interesting. But Caesar's one of those players that we think can come in, play center, play guard. We drafted, of course, Eric last year was a center, McCoy, but
So the Giants pick is now in. They're eligible to go.
It's important to build through both your offensive and defensive lines.
Well,
And take this selection. It's Shane Lemieux, a guard from Oregon. Lemieux goes to help protect Daniel Jones.
Of the location somewhere else, we would be
wondering where Lemieux is going to go, but yeah, I'd be totally there for that. They have the 14th pick of the
32, I think, combined sacks and
the 14th pick of the 5th round. We're right now on the 5th pick in the 4th round. That
what did you like about him?
The fifth pick of the 5th round. Excuse me, 14th pick of the 5th round. The Chargers are on the clock, and the Giants just took Lemieux. The Patriots will be sitting at 14. Just so you do know that, Anthony Nerf.
Be his position. He can be a designated pass rusher, someone that can help you on third down and be involved in some of your pressures. But I do think this player can play inside at Mike. I think he can play at the same position. He's got a great football makeup, great motor. Quite honestly, we spent a lot of time, without having a second round pick, as that round was unfolding, us trying to get back up for this player. It took about a half an hour, 45 minutes, and finally we were able to make a trade, and we're glad we were able to.
And then you get Adam Troutman, the tight end out of Dayton. A lot of people surprised he was there. And Lewis and I always talk about finding a player to be drafted in a situation and a fit that works for him. And it certainly seems like with the way you guys have run that offense over the last many, many years in New Orleans, his skill set is something that you guys can really utilize.
Yeah, and look, we've got
so LA's on the clock now. We'll see where they go. There's a lot of instances and players
this
they
is
could
a player that we felt
lean towards.
Did both things fairly well. He's pretty good in line blocking. You see his hips in the passing game. His 3-cone drill was exceptional. You see an athletic player, and one of the things about a smaller school is sometimes you want to see him against competition that steps up. I think we've seen that a little bit from him. I thought his combine was outstanding. Again, someone that we spent a little bit of time on, and then with the 3rd round selection and that costing us, obviously our picks today, we're focused on free agency right now.
Well, I was about to say, unless you guys trade back in, you guys are done for the draft, and it's on to the next thing, undrafted free agents. And then really the unknown, right? Because we have the virtual workouts, although you've told your team, don't worry about that. Be ready and rested and come back to training camp healthy. What are your expectations for what comes next after this, Sean?
Well, look, I think gradually we've seen it around the country, and I think our league and all the sports leagues are going to pay close attention to.
Here's LA, and they take Joe Reed, wide receiver from Virginia.
I feel like we're
the receiver for the Chargers.
This as a country,
that'll help the offense. They take the quarterback kid from Oregon and get him more weapons. That's a good option. Carolina now will be on the clock. Panthers are on the clock.
I think our leadership.
Miami has 2 straight picks after. They could trade one of them.
The time's right. We'll be back. I think the bigger question is going to be our fans in the stadiums. That's going to be, I think, the bigger challenge. But clearly, through this spring, we've got a veteran team, and we want them focused on their families, focused on getting in shape the best they can, paying attention to their state and city guidelines. we'll have plenty of time in training camp to get these guys ready to go. And then these 3 rookies, along with the rest of these free agents that we signed today, they'll go through a rookie school, and we'll have meetings just like we're planning on doing. But with the veterans, we'll see those guys in July.
Well, listen, Sean, it is always good to talk football with you, especially good to talk to you and know that you're on the way to a full recovery. Appreciate your time, my friend. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Trey. Appreciate you.
You got it. Sean Payton doing great work and doing his part. And there you see what he was talking about, helping donate plasma to help COVID-19 patients. That was on Monday. Sean well on his way to getting back to where he was before it all came down. Stay with us. The draft continues on ESPN, ABC, and the NFL Network.
If you're over mac and cheese and PB&J's, have we got good news for you? Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings for just $9.99. Available for carryout or contactless delivery at pizzahut.com.
When new smartphones are expensive, the family has to share one. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones when you switch. Or don't and prepare to lose some furniture. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month. Or don't and remodel the living room. Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. As an essential service, Boost Mobile is committed to keeping you connected by remaining open.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term. Osteo Biflex, plus vitamin D for immune support.
People used to care. Heck, they'd come all the way out here just for a blurry photo of me.
Oh, that's a good one.
Wait, what's that?
That's just a battery.
Now it's all, check out my RV and let's go 4-wheeling. Maybe there's a little part of me that wanted to be seen.
Look, Progressive helps people save when they bundle their home with their outdoor vehicles. So they've got other things to do now, Bigfoot.
Wait, what did you just call me?
Bigfoot?
My name is Daryl.
Service isn't just a department. It's a voice on the other end of the phone.
A note to say you're on our mind. A willingness to come to you.
The world and how we interact with each other is changing, but that will never change who we are at Lexus.
Now, more than ever, you and your needs come first.
Find out what service options are available in your area at lexus.com/people first.
In an instant, an accident can change your life forever. Accident victims have only one chance to prove a lifetime of loss. The attorneys at Greenberg Manassian have been helping accident victims for decades. They start with listening to you and answering your questions. Then prepare your case utilizing a team approach.
So Carolina just made their pick. They took Kenny Robinson, a safety, out of West Virginia.
Consultations are always free. Visit us at
so he goes to the Carolina Panthers to help them in their defensive backfield.
Unlike a bank, we're a financial cooperative that's
decent pick for them. It's kind of just depth.
We offer low rates.
They really should go offense though soon.
No monthly maintenance.
So Miami's pick that is their owned and not the one
Our members
from Jacksonville and Pittsburgh. They're on the clock right now. They haven't made the pick yet.
Through our shared branching network. To experience the Garden Savings difference, visit one of our local branches or gardensavingsfcu.org today.
The 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's, is brought to you by Pizza Hut. Order today at pizzahut.com.
Dogs, always dogs. We need more dogs. As the draft continues, Mel Kiper Jr.'s best available, brought to you by Lowe's. Mel, tell us about him.
Yeah, they're still hanging on there. Jake Fromm and Bradley and James Prochet. Bryce Hall, Virginia, had the injury, but certainly was healthy. He was a solid player. And Jason Strobridge from Mac Brown has the versatility to be an inside or outside presence along the defensive front in the NFL. So I still, like I said, get into these rounds, these late rounds. You got some guys who are proven entities at the major college level still available.
We'll see when they come off the board. But ladies and gentlemen, everyone has their favorite players for a variety of reasons in the draft. You're about to be one of ours. Antonio Gandy Golden out of Liberty. He's a juggler. He's also a gymnast. He also can do basically anything, like a full twisting backflip. He could also solve Rubik's Cube in 1 minute and 9 seconds. When he was asked how could you do it, he said, I read the manual. Didn't you read the manual? In high school, he collected mechanical pencils. He also helped raise sheep, chickens,
Patriots are
roosters, and
soon.
pigs. You name it, he can do it. He recently began learning the guitar. Also, he bowled a 300 game about 2
We'll
months
see. The
after
first
kicking
Miami
off the sport.
pick is on the
And
clock.
by the way, he's also starting to play golf, and his coaches said, you're going to hate him because in about a month he'll be hitting fades and draws and landing everything on the green. As for what he can do on the field, time for a Boost Mobile send-off. Antonio Gandy Golden out of Liberty.
What he can do on the football field is he can catch touchdown passes.
Miami just traded a pick to the San Francisco 49ers. 49ers just traded up to go and try to get a player. And San Francisco just made their pick.
He gives him a huge outside lane presence at 6'4", 223 pounds with a 36-inch vertical jump.
So that'll obviously be big.
Clean up his ability to escape press, but I'll tell you this, he can go and get the ball in the back corners of the end zone and the fade balls as well as anyone. He can catch the short passes. He can turn them into long gains. He's big. He's strong. He's physical. He can make the dynamic one-handed catch. He is a young quarterback's best friend. Spectacular pick by the Redskins to go along with Terry McLaurin, who they hit on last year as well out of Ohio State.
Yeah, Lewis, I thought the Senior Bowl really helped him that week, showing off those ball skills. I thought he showed a little more speed than that 4.60 that he ran at the combine. He builds that speed down the field. But what he does picking balls off the heads of defenders, I was looking for a comparison for him. I just wrote down Billy Madison at recess because he looked like he was playing little kids out there.
That may be the best player comp in the history of the draft, Daniel Jeremiah. You should leave now. Leave on the high note, okay? And there you see Gandy Golden there at the house in Lynchburg, Virginia. So congratulations, Antonio Gandy Golden is now a member of the Washington Redskins. We continue to plow through the draft, and this pick, Ben Bredesen, two-time captain at Michigan, played hockey growing up, said he never really wanted to do anything else, but then he realized that in hockey you could only hit people at times, and in football you could hit them all the time. His mother competed in national dog shows, and when I say she competed, she competed. She once won a second-place ribbon, then said, Mom, congratulations. He said, honey, I threw that thing out the window 100 miles ago. That's not okay with me. So tell me about the competitor, Mel, in Ben Bredesen.
First of all, Trey, after with Daniel, that I could never do another cop route the rest of my life, and certainly the rest of this draft. And I think you look at Michigan and with Jim Harbaugh and John Harbaugh, that connection there maybe influenced this pick. But the veteran experience of Ben Bredesen with starting 46 games at left guard, certainly a guy who is a guy in the Big Ten, game after game, very durable, out there every week, competing hard. Somewhat limited, though. He's got really short arms, and that's going to be a factor moving forward into the NFL. He's going to be good enough to be a starter or maybe just a backup that can give you maybe a game or two if your starter gets hurt. We'll see how limited he is, whether he's just a great college player, but moving forward in the NFL, well, the technician he is and the veteran experience help him overcome the lack of some of that athleticism and certainly the short arm.
He also apparently has a photographic memory. He took the ACT in the 6th grade and beat 75% of the high schoolers that took the ACT. So John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta.
Yeah, Colton McKivitz. I don't know if you guys did see. I had to do something, but
in any way, shape, or form. Seahawks go
yeah, Miami got Matt Breida in a trade with the pick, and the pick that San Francisco got was Colton McKivitz. They didn't need Matt Breida. They have other running backs, San Francisco. So San Francisco traded to go get Colton McKivitz. More protection for the quarterback, Garoppolo. And now Miami, since they already had a pick, it was a pick off a trade, are going to go use it. I didn't think Miami was going to take 2 straight players, so we'll go and take Matt Breida.
But Mel, more than anything else, when you get a guy that can pass protect and is good in short yardage, you've got something to work with.
No question, Dan. He had to run of 50 or more yards in 3 football games. The Florida game, he was impressive.
And
The North
that's a
Carolina
good trade
game,
pick for them. And Miami just made the pick. Their pick is in now for the Miami Dolphins.
Good enough to be a full-time guy, no, but his guy can contribute in a lot of ways with his versatility. I think DJ Dallas can.
Well, listen, it's
Here's the Miami selection now.
What's happened in Seattle the last few years.
It's Jason Strobridge, a defensive end from UNC.
In the blocking game as
And
well as
he
the
goes
running
down south to Miami to play for the Dolphins.
Very happy. Deja vu, that sinking feeling, you've seen this before. The Dallas Cowboys have drafted a center out of Wisconsin. Travis Frederick, that center just retired. Welcome to his replacement, potentially, Tyler Biadasz, the first Remington Award winner in Wisconsin's history, given to the nation's most outstanding
So
center.
Jason Strawbridge, a defensive end, goes to North Carolina. He'll help Miami, and he's a good put in. They really, I like this. A lot of these are depth picks. I like that pick a lot. Minnesota is on the clock, but they just traded their pick to Chicago. Oh. Do the Bears take Fromm here? You know what? I think it's going to happen. I think Chicago, immediately seeing the Minnesota pick, trading the pick to the divisional rival, I think Chicago is going to take Jake Fromm here.
Against the Iowa Hawkeyes. In all phases, he did a solid job. He pulled, he showed movement.
Tyler Biadasz. Oh, no, that's from the TV. They're showing Biadasz that happened picks ago, back in the fourth round. But Chicago is on the clock. They trade up. They trade with the Vikings, and the Bears are going to have a chance to make a pick. They're still on the clock here. It's not like they immediately got their guy, but I think it's Fromm. I think it has to be Fromm for the Bears. And it wasn't forever ago that they went and traded. They went and picked Trubisky, but here's the pick. The pick is in. Chicago has made the pick.
For the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, it's the perfect kind of guy for the Dallas Cowboys and what they want to do offensively.
We'll see what that is. What the Bears do.
They want to have everything really come off of that. And I'll tell you this, Tyler Biadasz is one of those people who, if he can even out those uneven performances, Mel, he has the kind of physicality.
I will say this. If Fromm goes to the Windy City, the Patriots will not be selecting a quarterback. Not in the fifth round, not now. Here is the pick. It's not Fromm. It's Travis Gibson, who I thought was going to be one of those guys to get picked in the fourth round. He goes to the fifth round. First time All-American Athletic Conference. Defensive end from Tulsa. He's going to go play for the Bears. And that means that Washington is on the clock. So Chicago makes the pick.
Presented by Lowe.
And that is the pick that the Bears have.
Billy Big Mouth Pass. The thing in Wallfish. For the man cave. I love those things.
So what?
Take me to the river. Drive me in the water.
Secure mobile banking from Navy Federal Credit Union.
So Washington now on the clock. So they go. I would go offense. I would go another offensive lineman here. Although there are good linebackers. So Gibson, though, not available. He goes to play for the Chicago Bears. This is another pick that was originally it was a pick that belonged to the Broncos, but it was traded in the Emmanuel Sanders trade, and Washington also got it with the trade they had early on today
More than ever.
for the offensive tackle.
Show her how much she means to you with a gift from the Center of Me collection. Happy
And Washington just made their pick. The pick is in.
For many of our members, being prepared won't be a new thing. And it won't be their first experience with social distancing. Overcoming challenges is what defines the military community. USAA has been standing with them for nearly 100 years, and we'll be here to serve you for 100 more. I'm happy to be a Raven. You don't even matter.
Oh, the Raiders right now, just looking at it. Let me just look again. The Raiders have no picks left in the draft. I thought they had a pick. They have no picks left in the draft as Las Vegas. They might trade in, but it's highly unlikely. So that would mean no pass rushers and no linebackers in the draft for the Raiders. They definitely had a good draft. That's suspect.
Bucks this year, 11-5, and they will stand tall. It's in Tampa. I can see it right now. I can see the drive to go to the Super Bowl. It's Brady to Gronkowski for 14 yards. It's Brady back to Evans for 25. It's Brady down the field to Godwin. Touchdown. And the Bucks are marching on. Super Bowl. Eat your heart out, Mr. Belichick.
You're the man, Dick. I love it. Dick Van Dalen, buddy. That's what we call a walk-off right there.
Alrighty.
We continue to work our way through the draft.
Keith's Mail from San Diego State is in Washington. A center picked by the Redskins. Yep. Just got a little late, but yeah, Campbell, you're right. The center from San Diego State, it's Keith Ismail. And here's the pick from the Jaguars, and it's going to be Daniel Thomas, a safety from Auburn, a really good safety, and I can attest that, being a Texas A&M fan, watching him play really well against my team. 2 interceptions, but he's good at tackling, really good at pass defense. He does very good job there, and he will help Jacksonville on the back end. They're really shoring up that defensive backfield, and now the Jets are on the clock. And also, if they nerf the Patriots, the New England Patriots are close to getting their pick, having their pick. The Jets, first though, will have their draft pick. We'll see what that is.
You talk about a guy who could be able to get you maybe 5 sacks a year. He's not going to be a double-digit sack guy. Probably a guy you want to spot, find a way to get him involved in the defensive front. But a kid who I thought kind of leveled off a bit at some games where he showed flashes. But when you're not consistent week in and week out in terms of being a dominant sack artist, you drop into day 3 of the draft.
There you see Zach Taylor, the head coach, and Duke Copeland, the director of player personnel, working over the pick. The latest pick being Khalid Kareem, the defensive end out of Notre Dame. Alton Robertson of Syracuse is now off the board as Alton goes to Seattle. Now, there are a couple of issues Alton Robinson had to deal with. Twice, apparently, he stole his ex-girlfriend's purse, and there were some robbery charges there, and he's had to talk a lot about that. But as for his on-the-field performance, what do we see?
Well, you look at somebody that can really get off the ball. He's really a smooth athlete, real fluid. He has that patent up and under move. That's his go-to pass rush move. He'll get you up the field, then he'll cross the tackle's face, and he has that burst. One thing he struggled with was holding up against the run. At the point of attack, you saw him get flat back.
We'll see where New York has still not made their selections. They are on the clock. We know they're not going quarterback because they have Darnold, and they already went quarterback earlier today.
They're comfortable with the player. Adding him to Darrell Taylor, they've added some juice off the edge in this draft.
Well, again, he had an offer to go to Texas A&M, and after those 2 incidents, that offer was rescinded, and that's how he ended up at Syracuse, and now he, of course, is in the mix up in Seattle. Meanwhile, the Colts have taken an offensive lineman, guard Danny Pinter, Lewis.
The very good athlete, 6'4", 306 pounds.
ran 4.91 in the 40. He just has short arms. Otherwise, he'd be talking about him as a tackle, which is what he played at Ball State at right tackle. Very good initial quickness. Can really run. Had real good.
New York's still on the clock. They need corners. They need linebackers. They actually need offensive line. Linebackers. If you're the Jets, you take a linebacker.
He really likes to finish, likes to play the game in a competitive way.
Bradley Anae is a tantalizing pick here. Bryce Hall as well, but they'll find a linebacker they like here, and they'll take him.
And someone who you really would like to develop in your program that can eventually become a starting center or guard.
I got to say, I appreciate the focosity of Frank Reich. I don't think he has moved from that position in that chair, intently staring at his screens, leaning forward through the entire draft. That's true greatness right there. He has not moved from that position. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a first in draft history. Shane Lemieux is off the board to the Giants. He's the first Lemieux ever drafted in the common draft era, going back to 1967. Now, Daniel Jeremiah, tell us more.
Well, I will correct that. He's not the first Lemieux ever drafted. We saw Mario Lemieux go number 1 to the Pittsburgh Penguins. So Claude Lemieux go to the Canadians early around that point, too. But, yes, in football, that's a fun point. I just had to make that reference to anybody who are hockey fans.
All that great, he'll struggle. But when he's freed up, when he doesn't have a man over him, he is a nasty helper. If you're next to him and you're engaged and he's got nothing to do, he's going to find work. Trust me. He has that nastiness to him, which I love.
Oh, he'll be good for the Giants. I see highlights of these guys to the 5th round. But the other New York team is on the clock. They still haven't made their pick, the Jets. See exactly what there is. Now they have made their pick. Now the New York Jets will get ready to make the selection.
Joe Judge and Dave Gettleman have to be very, very happy with what they're getting from Shane Lemieux. And there you see Joe Judge. He has been relaxed the entire time, which I also respect. And there you see Dave Gettleman, again, wearing the mask because he is recovering from lymphoma and he is much more susceptible. So Dave Gettleman and Joe Judge working through their draft.
Here is the New York Jet pick.
Moving on, we have
Bryce Hall. Finally, this kid goes. And he goes to the Jets. Jets who had a really nice draft take a big-time player who's supposed to go possibly 3rd round, maybe even 2nd, but definitely 4th. He falls to the 5th round. And Bryce Hall, a corner from the University of Virginia, the Cavs, goes to the highlight you're seeing of Virginia players, Joe Reed, they're way behind us. That's not what I'm talking about. But no, he goes to the Jets. Hall does, Bryce Hall, and he'll help them a lot defensively. Jets will definitely be a better defensive team this year. And I think they'll be one of the big-time runners for the NFC East Championship. Okay. New England. Anthony Nerf, hope you're here. New England is on the clock. The Patriots are on the clock. We'll see if they take Patterson. See if they take Lewerke. See if they take the quarterback out of Georgia. See if they don't go quarterback. There's a lot of options for the New England Patriots here. Still have only 2 quarterbacks on their roster. They have not drafted a quarterback in free agency. Oh, here is the pick. The pick is in. New England selected. They obviously need a quarterback. They need a lineman, a receiver, defensive tackle, and a linebacker. But
to everyone,
the pick is in.
Outdoor family.
And we'll see very soon what it is.
But don't forget, there are still rocks to be skipped, trails to be trampled, bass to be caught. The great outdoors are wide open, and they're calling us like never before.
New England selection. It's right up, and it is Justin Rowasser, a kicker from Marshall.
These challenges will pass.
The New England Patriots take a kicker in the 5th round when they need a quarterback.
So when you can, get back to
I don't know. I like that pick.
Get back to
I don't think I do. I think they definitely will get a quarterback, but I'm not sure when or where. But Nawasser goes a kicker, the first kicker or punter in the draft goes to the New England Patriots, and he goes in the 5th round, 14th pick, 160th overall. The kicker from Marshall is headed to New England.
I've never seen anything like it. Keeps you engaged and keeps you where you need to be.
They do need a kicker, but not at 5th. They need a quarterback far more than they need a kicker. Right now, Cleveland, you're right, is on the clock. Cleveland is on the clock now. New England has 5 more selections left. 4 of them are in round 6. And 1 and 7 as Cleveland is ready to make their selection. It's Nick Harris, center out of Washington.
We love Ryan.
I get the shows I need when I need them.
Earlier on today, about 30 minutes ago or whatever it was, we had a center go to Washington. Now we have a center from Washington.
That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix, match, and save. Shop online
Oh,
today. Only
Augustine Paredes here, Denver fan. Yeah, Denver will pick soon. So the team that needed a replacement to Tom Brady picked the kicker. The team that employs Tom Brady is on the clock.
For your crew at Taco Bell's contactless drive-thru. Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
As jobs get cut, we are there. As plates go empty, we are there. As beds disappear, we are there. Thanks to your generosity, we are there with hope, kindness, and without discrimination. Today and always. Please consider giving what you can to help our most vulnerable.
A reminder, we're doing this draft differently because of the pandemic we are all facing. We are indeed all in this together. Help us make a difference now. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts and join players, teams, fans, and communities around the country in the NFL Draft-a-thon. If we unite behind this cause, we can provide relief for those significantly impacted by this pandemic. And trust me when I tell you, every dollar counts. Visit NFL.com/relief to donate now. Continuing through the draft, ladies and gentlemen, another XFL player is off the board. Kenny Robinson goes to Carolina. The safety at West Virginia had some academic fraud violations, so instead of waiting out and sitting a transfer, went and played for the St. Louis
Tyler Johnson
turned out to be a really good idea for him.
is going to Tampa Bay. Oh man, there's so many trolls you can do this thing. Tyler Johnson, the wide receiver from Minnesota, is going to play in the same city where Tyler Johnson, the third line forward of the Lightning, plays. There are 2 Tyler Johnsons in Tampa. This one is going to help Tom Brady down the field for the Buccaneers.
He can play the ball. And in talking with Matt Rule about this selection, he said, look, we did our homework on him, not only at West Virginia and the XFL, and said the
Anthony Nerf, your Patriots took a kicker from Marshall.
highly of him in every single area, so they felt very
New England
doing their homework with what
took,
they saw at West Virginia.
I forget, it's a long name, Anthony Neffer or something. He's a kicker from the University of Marshall. He got picked in the 4th round. Unbelievable. That's what they took. Still no quarterback. No quarterbacks have been picked since the one quarterback by the Jets. But no, New England takes a kicker in the 5th round. The shocker of the draft.
Same guy, different uniform. But I think Matt Rule, look, he values speed and he values guys that can get their hands on the football. So it's an unusual evaluation for sure. But I thought at this point in the draft, it was good value.
Well, we can certainly say that Matt Rule and Marty Hurney had a plan. That plan was fix the damn defense. They have drafted 5 players, all of them on the defensive side of the
Now
ball.
Washington
Again, as we said, coming off a season in which they gave up almost
is on the clock right now.
Worst in Carolina Panthers history. All right, let's give it up for Colton McKivitz, the tackle out of West Virginia, going to San Francisco because Colton, that's his dad. His dad is very popular in the West Virginia area because he makes those raccoon skin and sometimes coyote caps. And he's already saying that he's going to sort of help Colton market. And Colton's like, no. Dad thinks he's getting a $35,000 salary to mow my grass and watch the dogs, maybe on the second contract. What's he going to need to get that second contract for his dad?
I'll tell you what, Trey, that hat, I can't stop staring at that hat. That's staring right into my soul with that thing on his head. Look, this is a player that's real nasty. He plays a little bit high, a little bit upright, but he collects knockdowns.
Washington's pick right now is it's in, and here it is. Washington's selection is going to be Kaliki Hudson, an outside linebacker from Michigan.
Big, strong, and tough.
Actually, now so it's better. Now when they make their picks, I'm gonna say it like they actually would say it, just for fun.
Yeah,
Chicago's down the clock,
You want to
everybody.
make sure you never say anything bad about DeAndre Swift because you saw Darren Swift and how yoked he was. I think those are the 2 guys that are winning dad strength so far in this draft. But we'll see what Colton McKivitz can be. Again, you have San Francisco making this pick. And they've also made the
So now Chicago is on the clock, and they could have a chance here.
The San Francisco 49ers have done. They went with that guy who should be first off the bus. Speaking of putting the fear in people, Javon Kinlaw, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina, with their first pick in the first round. And they get
we'll see.
Brandon Ayuk, the wide receiver, who has that 81-inch wingspan at 6 feet, which is just remarkable. And then this 5th-round pick is Colton McKivitz. And
What they do, maybe they go quarterback.
Let's go back to Adam Schefter. Adam, I sense
Possibly they
what we were just talking about.
Yeah. Well, Trey, the
Get some help for him.
traded Matt Breida, the running back to the Miami Dolphins, for that 5th-round pick. The Dolphins had talked to the Rams earlier this offseason about trading for Todd Gurley and decided not to. They spoke to the Jaguars about trading for Leonard Fournette and decided not to. But today, the Dolphins decided to send a 5th-round pick to the 49ers in exchange for Matt Breida. The 49ers have manipulated themselves all around the draft board. They came into this draft without picks in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds. They traded their 5th-round pick in this draft to Washington for Trent Williams because Joe Staley in part was retiring. And then today they make another trade of Matt Breida, sending him to the Dolphins, who will match.
Chicago could get a quarterback. I don't think they do that.
So the Dolphins' new backfield is Jordan Howard and Matt
Hunter Bryant, you were talking about before earlier, he's still available. I think he said the Hawks, or a hometown kid. He's still available. No, he's not
picks in rounds 4 through
going
7.
anywhere right now.
5% of your team is built up 4 through 7, and then, of course, through undrafted free agency. That's why San Francisco has been wheeling and dealing so far through this draft. Meanwhile, Josh Strobridge is off the board, the defensive end out of North Carolina, goes to Miami. Jason Strobridge, excuse me. What can you tell me about him, DJ?
Yeah, he's fascinating when you watch him because I'm not sure he was played in the proper position. They played him in a tight alignment.
Chicago has selected. Philadelphia is on the clock.
You got a chance to see him both outside in a wide technique, and then you saw him rush over a guard, and I thought he was much more comfortable in those 2 alignments than where he played on a down-in, down-out basis at North Carolina. He's got a quick swim move. He can press out blocks. He'll throw his hip at double teams and hang in there, even though he's a little bit undersized. But, Lewis, I thought the Reese's Senior Bowl gave us a glimpse. This kid might end up being a better pro than he was in college.
Kendall Vildor, corner from Georgia Southern, goes to Chicago. So they go corner. I didn't think they were going to go quarterback.
Because when he sits back on his heels and he basically almost 2 gaps forward, he's laid off the ball. It really cuts down on his effectiveness. And then they got to decide if he's going to really be a defensive end or be a defensive tackle and rush inside and sub. They just got to decide what exactly it is that he's going to be. And you're right. I think that leads to him having a good pro career or a better pro career than he even had a college career. We'll see what Brian Flores and Chris Greer, the brain trust of the Miami Dolphins, do with this litany of picks that they've come up with. A lot of new players coming into the Miami Dolphins organization. The draft continues. Jason Strobridge out of Carolina, the latest to go to Southbridge.
So now Philadelphia's on the clock. We'll see where they could go. Yeah.
From the comfort of your garage. Order online or via the Advanced Auto Parts mobile app. With Advanced
When do the Broncos pick?
get same-day pickup. Same-day curbside.
They went corner. Bears did not get from actually.
How you get parts. How you keep
No, they did not get it.
Advanced Auto Parts. Category 3 hurricane left more than 1 million people without power.
Nerf. When do the Patriots pick? I don't
We've always tried to be there. When you
think
and your
they
home
pick
need
till
us
round
most.
6.
Working
Yeah, the
together,
Patriots
keep
don't
your
pick
home
till
moving.
round 6, and they don't pick till the 195th selection and the 16th selection in the 6th round. But the Patriots have 4 picks in the 6th round. They have 4 picks in the 6th round and a 7th round selection. So they'll be back in the 6th round
A gift from the center of
and the 7th round, but no more picks in this round.
You know, new customers save over $1,000 on average when they bundle home and auto with.
Broncos offense, I don't think it's going to be scary, but it has the potential to get better.
Now enjoy the second half of the commercial.
Even renters can bundle and save.
Where'd that come from?
Your kitchen. It's halftime.
As one of New Jersey's leading online casinos,
What does Denver pick in round number 5?
to help you play
I'm
responsibly.
looking it up for you.
Set a deposit limit to keep your play under control.
Denver has the
Establish
second to last pick of the 5th round of 2020 NFL Draft.
to ensure you're always enjoying in moderation. If you or someone you care about has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. This message is brought to you by Betfair Casino. Please play responsibly.
What is the Garden Savings Federal Credit Union difference?
Oh yeah, the Eagles just traded. Traded down again. Miami just traded up to get another pick, and Miami has selected Jacksonville as on the
Our
clock.
members have access to over 85,000 surcharge-free ATMs and more than 5,000 branches through our shared branching network. To experience the Garden Savings difference, visit one of our local branches or gardensavingsfcu.org today.
Oh, also, the Eagles traded for Marquise Godwin for another receiver. So the Dolphins are trying to trade and get more and more picks.
I haven't done a little fitting, but I'm looking at the draft and now I'm like, who are we getting? Who are we
There you
getting?
go.
You said it, you proud? Yes, so much. Yes, so much.
I practiced it a few times, but I think you're going to be known as Tua. Give it to me, man. Give it to me high, baby, before you go, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You got a hug for me? Come on. Come on. Can you?
Oh my God, I watched this. Roger's a great guy. Met him, but cringe the whole way.
Doing the draft differently this year, but one thing that stays the same, the information from...
Yeah, you could get Shea Patterson in the 6th. You maybe could get Fromm in the 6th. The way stuff is happening. Fromm is in trouble to get undrafted. Like, nobody's really going on him, and it's scaring teams.
Tulsa in the 5th round. Mel goes to the Chicago Bears. He does, Ray. Let's go Hurricanes with 8 sacks, 15 tackles for the loss.
And also, you have multiple chances to, Anthony Nerf, because you have 4 picks in round 6, including the last 2 picks of the 6th round.
But he also gets washed out some. So I look at Travis Gibson more as a situational pass.
Curtis Weaver from Boise State, a defensive end. goes to the
because of
Fins.
his natural pass rush ability with the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, I think Mel, what he does is he translates well to a 3-4 defense where you stand him up at a 2-point and you put him outside where he can work in space. He played that position at Tulsa. They had him in a 4 and 5 technique a lot over the tackle.
Jacksonville has selected. Detroit is on the clock.
He was late getting off the ball, and then you really just saw his pass rush really stall out there. Once he's able to get out
With the 165th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Colin Johnson, wide receiver, Texas.
But I would assume that they put him outside because that's where his best position would
So the
be.
Jags take Colin Johnson.
With Matt Nagy, the head coach, and Ryan Samuels, general manager, too. Washington has taken a center off the board, Keith Ishmael out of San Diego State. Daniel Jeremiah, you get geographical preference here. I appreciate that. San Diego State, Keith Ishmael, really quick, an athletic center. Does a nice job of just staying attached. He doesn't plow people over. He's not going to generate a lot of movement.
Colin Johnson.
He's more of a pest than he is a power player.
He'll help Jacksonville.
There's not a lot of bad reps. At the senior
More offense. They're basically, I thought they were going to just continue with the offense, but they're just balancing their team. Also, it's good to know that all week long we heard about the potential trade offers and the potential
All right, so there you see
trades that might be done by Jacksonville with Yannick Ngakoue and Leonard Fournette, and they haven't gone anywhere.
The Washington Redskins and what Daniel Jeremiah had to say about him. Ron Rivera, head coach of the Carolina Panthers.
The Lions need a defensive tackle or a linebacker. We'll see if they go there.
Like Antonio.
Defensive tackle especially would be big.
Next selection, Mel, and it's Daniel Thomas, the safety out of Auburn.
Very solid player in that Auburn secondary. Finished second on the team in tackles at 74. 5.5 tackles behind the line of scrimmage. I was impressed against LSU. He was all over the field, making plays. Same thing against Georgia. Full game against Minnesota. Again,
Detroit has selected. Buffalo is on the clock.
Pass break up in 5 tackles. Whether it's making plays against the run or the pass, what really jumped out is his speed and his range. He ran 4.51 at the combine, 37 vertical, 24 reps, strong, compact, 5'10", 215-pounder, who translated to the combine.
The 166th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Quintez Cephas, wide receiver, Wisconsin. More weapons! Yay for Matt Stafford in Detroit.
2016 Iron Bowl, but Doug Marrone and David Caldwell certainly believe he
so
can
Cephas helps.
something along those lines.
Northern guy will understand the type of play in the NFC North because it's very similar to how they play in the Big Ten, geographically and also just the way that players are and how they play. So he'll fit in well with the Detroit Lions and what they want to do.
But you can see here the athleticism. Watch him as a returner. But as a corner, you're talking about somebody that's 6'1", 202 pounds with good length. So you've got the ability to get up and press. As you see right here, that's what he does best. He gets you with that one-hand stab and press. He can find and play the football when he has those opportunities.
So I absolutely love that.
Has that recovery speed. Off coverage, I question a little bit of his vision and his instincts, but you have a tremendous athlete for Greg Williams to develop there with that Jets defense.
Yeah, I was at that game, DJ, that he got hurt in Miami. I was calling that game for ESPN and got to talk to the coaching staff prior to this football game, and they really, really love Bryce Hall, the individual, one of the most...
Also, just so you guys know, I've been watching the highlights. They're behind on picks. Once they're done with the Bryce Hall highlights, they're going to go immediately into the highlights on the New England pick, which was the kicker.
Positions to succeed and not ask him to really play on an island all the time as he works back from that injury.
So now Buffalo still looking around. I don't know where you go. I'd go linebacker here for the Bills.
So this is a great pickup this far down in the draft. When you're talking about football character, as I alluded to at the beginning of this, this is the kind of guy that you want when you're picking here in the draft.
Certainly the player that Adam Gase and Joe Douglas wanted. And, of course, we've got the triple box on the Patriots Power Flex. Bill Belichick at his house in Nantucket. The Kraft family there. And Nick Casario, the director of player personnel. And we've reached that point in the draft. We found the first player we don't have footage of
and it's Justin Rohrwasser, the kicker out of Marshall. So Rohrwasser is drafted to basically be the replacement for Steven Gostkowski. Rohrwasser finished his senior season with 18 field goals on 21 tries, including a long of 53. And that long of the career came on the game's final play to seal a win against Western Kentucky. He made 35 of 36 extra points. He was a transfer from Rhode Island, so perhaps that's why he's always been on the Patriots roster going forward. Meanwhile, we continue. Cleveland has made their selection. It is Nick Harris, the center out of Washington, 42 starts in 4 seasons. And there have been comparisons between Nick Harris, Daniel Jeremiah, and Jason Kelsey, the center out of Philadelphia. Yeah,
Buffalo has selected Philadelphia as on the clock.
Kelsey was brought into the building.
Somewhere about Jason Kelsey plays the Eagles, and the Eagles will pick soon. And that's the pick that came off of the trade that the Eagles made.
With his offhand, he gets that hand on him.
Remember?
You see what he can do.
On
Climbing up the linebackers, he can cut them off. You want to use
the wide
any
receiver
type of zone
trade.
scheme, you can show off his athleticism both laterally as well as working up a level. The challenge is going to come when he gets big power and size right over his nose. He's
With the
gonna push him down,
167th
that's just gonna
pick
happen.
in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Jake Fromm, quarterback from Georgia. Fromm is going to the Bills. Wow.
All right, so certainly Cleveland is hoping that that will be the case for Nick Harris because it's
The
compared
Bills,
to someone like Jason Kelsey from the center position.
the Bills get Fromm.
Andrew Barry's trying to keep that arm loose. The Browns general manager as we
They already have their franchise quarterback. They have they got a quarterback very similar to a franchise quarterback. So if New England will not get Fromm in round 6, it'll have to be a guy like Lewerke or maybe a guy like
breaking most of Eric Decker's
Patterson.
record there. Somewhat surprising he was still on the board this late.
Yeah, this is a guy who is extremely productive at 6'1", almost 6'2",
Wow.
about 206 pounds, highly productive, a guy who works, who's best suited to work out of the slot. He doesn't have great speed or explosiveness, but he does have
There you go.
very good route running ability. He knows how to set
Fromm
up within
is a Bill.
the pattern stem, knows how to work coming in and out of the break. He needs to clean up some of his drops. He had 6 drops this season, and some of them were really bad. But what he does show is that he can high point the football and he can make circus difficult catches. He's a tough runner after the catch. He has good field vision in open field. He just lacks that explosiveness and twitch to really be the second level burner. He's a guy who's probably going to be like a number 3, probably has upside to be a number 2 wide receiver. And he'll fit in well with the group they have down there in Tampa Bay. He'll continue to add depth to what is already an explosive wide receiver group in Tampa.
Well, look, they're trying to load up for Brady. So as Bruce Arians and Jason Light are happy, check this out. Tampa has drafted Minnesota Gopher teammates Antoine Winfield and Tyler Johnson to play in Tampa. Their last game was the Outback Bowl, which was in Tampa. And bonus nugget, the Tampa Bay Lightning have a pretty good center named Tyler Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jake Fromm is off.
I literally said that again. I didn't know if they were going to go on the Tyler Johnson. I don't know what Tyler Johnson Buccaneers size though, because if any of you know hockey, Tyler Johnson, who plays for the Bolts, is one of the smallest players in the NHL. But back to this, Philadelphia. Needs guard, they need safety. Where do you go here? Personally, I would go since they got a wide receiver already. Netany Beauty.
Sure.
Works well.
Muscle milk helps build muscles, but not the one that matters most. The muscle that's more powerful.
Not positive what they want to do. But who did Philly get? They're picking right now. They're on the clock right now.
And keeps pushing.
They're with their other pick. They traded it to Miami
after day
for a wide receiver.
Muscle milk helps build muscle, but it takes heart
to build strength.
The Eagles traded a pick for Marquise Godwin, but now with the Eagles, the 168th selection in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select John Hightower, wide receiver, Boise State. So that's your answer. The Eagles trade for a receiver, and they pick a receiver.
Walk-in closets.
We do have a rat problem.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Does help us save.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com. Sometimes the challenges of today's world make it tough to take care of yourself. That's why you can rely on Nature's Bounty to give you the support you need to stay motivated,
Now Minnesota,
and sleep well. Add a little more health to your day with Nature's Bounty.
The clock here.
This virus is testing all of us. And it's testing the people on the front lines of this fight most of all. So Abbott is getting new tests into their hands, delivering the critical results they need. And until this fight is over, we will never quit. Because they never quit.
Everyone at Honda wants you to be safe. And right now, you need a car you can count on and your dealer to go the extra mile. So if your Honda needs parts or service, we're right here, ready to help. Working to follow all government guidelines in order to get you what you need and help you stay safe with a reliable car ready to go when you need it. For questions about service, parts, or more, call your Honda dealer or visit automobiles.honda.com today.
I'm Michael Vick, and I want to tell everybody to stay safe out there, stay indoors. We're all going through this together. We'll all get through this together.
Hey, Peyton Manning here. I've tried to do is think about others and think about ways that we can help. I think that's the best thing that people can do is think about others.
Hello to everyone out there.
With the 169th, the Minnesota Vikings have selected Baltimore as on the clock.
I hope everyone stays safe during this time and enjoys each other's company.
Well, the draft continues.
With the 169th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Harrison Hand, corner from Temple.
Keep in mind, Jake Fromm led the FBS with 35 wins as a starting quarterback, if you believe wins are a quarterback stat, over the last 3 seasons. And he did it at an SEC school, yet he finds himself drafted behind the likes of James Morgan out of Florida International. He grew up in Warner Robins, Georgia. That's him as a little baby, just outside Macon. He learned to hunt and fish from his grandfather, Bill Haskins. He's loved hunting and fishing since he was 4 years old. And now we take a look at Jake Fromm with our Boost mobile setup. And he burst onto the scene first as a baseball player. In the 2011 Little League World Series, he showed up. The nickname was Man-Child. He hit 3 home runs and struck out 11 of the 18 batters he faced. And then when he got to Georgia, Mel, this was a productive kid.
No doubt, Trey. I mean, he's a great leader, highly respected young man within that Georgia program. All the intangibles Jake Fromm has, knowledge of the game. He has it. You know, you're talking about a 10-plus. That would be Jake Fromm. Now, in terms of being a game manager, 78 career touchdown passes, only 18 interceptions. Going into this year, back in August, you knew he would be up against it. He's not a guy who has that great physical, athletic ability, that rocket arm.
I like how Fromm can just sit in the pocket and just step up. And
Tight end as well.
I think he's one of the better quarterbacks in the draft. I understand he doesn't have the great arm strength. I understand he didn't have a great showing at the combine. I get that. But it's just a weird place for him to go because, yes, he'll be the third guy, but I think he's going to be the second guy in Buffalo. I really think Adams or whoever he's behind he's going to step up there, but he's not going to start. But the Bills already have their franchise guy. Is he going to be like trade bait, or they may just use him in case there's any injury? Yeah, but if that is the case, he should. If we do have a regular year, we do have a regular preseason, he needs to play a lot during the preseason.
The huge arm. Josh Allen doesn't throw with a ton of anticipation, but he's got such velocity.
Right, Josh Allen's their guy.
And he talked about Jake
Is their franchise
Fromm,
quarterback. And I think they still have trust in Allen, but I'm not sure why they drafted Fromm. But he's a really good quarterback, and for them to understand what he is, he needs to play a lot.
I think he'll be able to help Josh Allen in the meeting room as they prepare to get ready for that week's opponents, maybe more so than most rookie quarterbacks would be prepared to do that.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head right there, Daniel. That's exactly what he brings. And we know, look, first of all, backup quarterback is a top 30 position on your 53-man roster. Two, the most important aspect of backup quarterbacks has to be their makeup, their character, have to be self-starters. Be able to come into a football game and play without getting any reps at all. Sometimes maybe not even really being talked to very much during the week, just running scout team. Jake Fromm fits all that. That may not be what he wants to hear, but that may be his calling card in the NFL, and that may be how he lasts a long, long time. And I'm with you, Mel. We sat there and we watched him throw at the combine together. It really wasn't a good performance. As a matter of fact, it was kind of striking at how much he seemed to lack horsepower on his arm to be able to drive the football in an environment where he had to get used to wide receivers he'd never thrown to. And that's a telling sign when you're at the combine, and I'm sure that affected his draft stock here today.
Well, that is all our Boost Mobile step-up on Jake Fromm. So for more
Baltimore has selected Houston is on the clock. With the 170th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Broderick Washington Jr., defensive tackle, Texas Tech.
He had a streak of 5 straight games completing.
So this is the guy that goes
the longest streak we've seen since
to Baltimore, and Broderick Washington Jr., and he will be a Baltimore Raven. So that's a good pick for them. It's helps. They don't need that many defensive tackles though anymore.
Against Alabama.
I think maybe another guard would be good.
Hit the national stage
Again, this is just depth. Here in the 5th round where players are just falling, this is just depth. This is all this is. Just continue to develop depth.
Very good game for him. Well, the offensive coordinator for Alabama, who had to watch that and chess match back and forth, was Brian Daboll, who was the Bills' offensive coordinator. And Brandon Bean, the general manager of the Bills, texted me that he wasn't planning to draft Jake Fromm today, but he was on the board and thought he was too good to pass up, even though you would think the physical attributes don't fit with that Buffalo climate. They are happy to have a guy like that in the quarterback room and backing up, eventually, Josh Allen.
Mel and Lewis, I want to ask you one thing here real quickly as we look at the quarterbacks that have been taken here. I mean, alphabetically, was this a challenge at the combine for Jake Fromm? Because the person that threw before him was Jacob Eason, and the person that threw after him was Justin Herbert. Does that change in any way, shape, or form the dynamic of what you guys saw? Mel, what do you think about that? I mean, he threw, and then Justin Herbert threw right after him.
Yeah, I felt that. You know, when you just saw, we were all there and we watched it. You're looking at individuals. You're not worrying about what happened before or after. So just watching it, and I don't know what the reason was, but because I think his arm's a little stronger than he showed there. I watched the Georgia make really good throws and show a little bit of, you could think it's going to get better, but it's decent. And when he was in unison with those receivers and the timing was right. Remember, there was 5 top receivers left him. Now you got young kids coming in, and he's a timing touch guy. So to me, Jake Fromm, you knew the stats will be down a little bit. The arm strength, we've seen it. Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, list goes on and on of quarterbacks whose arm got better once they were in the NFL. And if you think about it in Buffalo with Josh, loved Josh Allen. Always have loved Josh Allen, but he gets a little reckless. And he's obviously putting that frame out there. He's going to take hits. And the backup is going to be critical. So Jake Fromm, get ready because you're only one play away. I don't know if it's a fit because of the weather, the cold, the wind swirls there. So his arm's going to have to get stronger. But Trey, to your point, I just look, when next guy steps up, who is that throwing? I don't care who threw before, who threw after. You totally focus on who's throwing. In Jake Fromm's case at the combine, he was not impressive.
Well, Lewis, let's talk about Buffalo here, right? Because it clearly looks like they have loaded up for what they think is a division they can win now, obviously with Tom Brady in Tampa. And they have given Josh Allen.
Houston has selected Detroit is on the clock.
Imagine. They have a pretty good running game. They have Cole Beasley in the slot. They have a couple of wide receivers in John Brown and now Stephon Diggs that can blow the lid off a defense, and they have a pretty good defense. They're basically saying to Josh Allen this year, we've delivered the team. Now you need
With
to
the 171st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Isaiah Coulter, wide receiver, Rhode Island.
I think they just need everyone on that football team now to really play to their potential and realize.
So that's a pretty good
guys like Stephon Diggs
pickup
coming in there now
help
really
give
be
more
the cherry
weapons.
on top of what is really a pretty solid foundation put together.
I
by Brandon
definitely
Beane and Sean McDermott. And let me just go
appreciate
back
that
to
pick
this as
for the
far as
Houston
Jake
Texans.
Fromm
I
being
love it.
selected by Buffalo, and then that comparison that you're talking about at the combine. I think it does have an influence on people, contrary to kind of what Mel is saying. When you're seeing these guys be compared one to another, doing the exact same drill, and then you see one guy who has an absolute rocket arm and he's throwing the ball all over the place, then the next guy steps up and you see a noticeable drop in velocity, and then you see the next guy step up, and then you see the horsepower again, and you see him driving the football where he needs to drive it and put it where he needs to put it. That's what the combine is for. Same kind of circumstances for everyone, same challenges for everyone, level playing field. Now let's see how they all compete together. That's why I've always been a proponent of people working out at the combine. It doesn't matter to me necessarily how fast you run in the 40, for instance. It's how do you run under the same conditions as everyone else? Because if you're one of the very best, then you're going to shine above the very best anyway. But it can also expose you in some ways. And I think that's what it did a little bit with Jake Fromm, despite the fact that, look, cerebrally and mentally, he's as sharp as they come. Yeah, he had some circumstances go against him in Georgia as far as not having the weapons that he needed to have.
All right, so I know I've not been talking that much, but what do you think for Detroit? What do you think they do? I know people are leaving because it's just a long draft, but what do you think for Detroit? What do you think they do here? What do you think they get here?
When they go to the combine, they always shine because they're the best players.
Yeah, Lewis, there's no way to get that out of your head if the juxtaposition is what you've seen and then he's
With the 172nd selection in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jason Huntley, running back, New Mexico State.
To impress those people that you just mentioned, Lewis, Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott in Buffalo, because he is the new quarterback drafted by the Buffalo Bills.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
Focus on moving with the tree. Can you feel it? The engine is running. Snowpiercer is all that's left of the world. Mr. Wilford runs our train based on three principles. Order, honor, and order.
Snowpiercer premieres Sunday, May 17th at 9 on TNT.
Where we're from, brands our family. So we're getting you the Louisiana favorites you love safer and quicker. With the delivery fee on us. It's just one way our family is caring for yours.
What does an apron have to do with insurance? An apron is protection. An apron is not quitting until you've helped make something better. What does an apron have to do with insurance? For us, especially right now, everything.
We could never do what they do, but what we can do is be a partner that never quits. Verizon is the most reliable network in America, built for interoperability and puts first responders first, giving their calls priority 24/7. We do what we do best, so they can too. Between what is hoped for and what can be, there's a bridge. Between endangered and protected, there's a bridge. Between chaos and wonder, there's a bridge. There from the beginning to where we stand today. One company, one promise. If you can imagine it, we will build the bridge to
So
get you there.
Detroit just took
The bridge
Jason
to
Huntley,
Boston.
running back from New Mexico State. Chicago's now picking. They're on the clock.
At Domino's, we pride ourselves on handcrafted pizza. But after leaving our 450-degree ovens, the only hands that touch them are yours. Mix and match any two or more for just $5.99 each and get them with contactless delivery from Domino's.
Glad you're with us. Day 3 of the draft. Rounds 4 through
With
7.
the 173rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Mooney, wide receiver, Tulane. More of these receivers, guys, right? One of these receivers just going, just selling in, just going here in the draft. They're just really coming through. Now Tennessee's on the clock.
For more information. Time for Mel's Best Available, brought to you by.
So these are the guys that are still in there. James Proche still hasn't been picked. Ken Moody, I think, is still available too. You know, Benjamin Bradley-Ane, and Salvin Ahmed.
He's explosive. He's versatile. I think you look at the time, the injury factor, the durability concern is the big issue there. And then Salvin Ahmed, he catches the ball in the backfield. He's got game-breaking abilities. Nice skill position player still on the board there. And the pass rusher from Utah, Bradley-Ane.
Yeah, Ane, the all-time leading sack leader in Utah history. Surprised he's still on the board. Meanwhile, Malik Hudson is off the board. Daniel Jeremiah, one of those Viper linebackers that they run in Michigan. Yeah, look, they play with a bunch of different guys in this type of a role. Very productive, over 100 tackles. He'll play over the slot. He'll also match up over tight ends. He's a little bit tight in his change of direction, but he does have some thump as a tackler. I think he plays a little bit bigger than his size at 5'11". A little bit inconsistent when he's asked to cover tight ends down the field. Had some wins, had some losses. I think he's going to have to make this team, not for what he does on fourth down on special teams. I think he'll have to carve out his role as he goes forward. But Kalike Hudson and his roommate, Josh Uche, who got drafted earlier, are now both off the board. Here's what Washington has done, starting with Chase Young. They get Antonio Gibson, the wideout out of Memphis. Sadiq Charles, a guy with talent on the offensive line, but had his disciplinary issues at LSU. Our favorite all-around person, Antonio Gandy-Golden, the wide receiver out of Liberty. And now Kalike Hudson out of Michigan. Listen, I've been waiting for the Bears to do something like this. Georgia Southern corner Kendall Vildor is off the board. Daniel Jeremiah, first team all Sun Belt Conference each of the past 2 seasons. Yeah,
With the 174th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, Tennessee Titans select Larry Murchison, defensive tackle, NC State. That's a team that loves their D tackles. So it fills in well. It really helps. It's definitely a good fit for them, for that team.
Very comfortable from off coverage with that closing burst. The one issue with him has some missed tackles when he's isolated in space. That's the one area you have to.
I definitely agree with that. Oh, Green Bay. Green Bay is on the clock. Anthony Nerf, here's the Packers, and let's see who they'll get. I think they get a receiver here.
For the most among cornerbacks. So Kendall Vildor goes to the Chicago Bears. Also off the board right now, Curtis Weaver. Curtis Weaver's grandmother passed away on April 8th of 2008.
They're still on the clock.
Very close to this grandmother.
Not sure where they're going to go here, though.
He wrote a letter at her funeral saying, "I know in my heart she's still watching over me and my mom. I will make you proud someday." And there you see that letter. So how productive was Curtis Weaver at Boise State, named first team All-Mountain West 3 times, and the conference's all-time sack leader, Daniel, with 34.
Yeah, and this is a classic case of bad body, good player. He's not going to wow you when you see him kind of on the hook there, but what he does have is a knack of getting to the quarterback. Not a real explosive first step, but he's got this wiggle and the ability to bend. Once he gets to the very top of his rush, you see his ability just to wrap around tackles, and he's an outstanding finisher. You see
I'm really thinking receiver, but we'll see where they go. Also, I don't know if you saw Nerf, but they did not. Fromm is in your division. Fromm is a Bill. Fromm is in Buffalo, so New England won't be able to get him. It'll probably be either Doherty or.
The funniest player on the Boise State team. At one time,
Here comes the Packers
really
pick.
pulled it over on his mom. He said, "Mom,
It's Kamal Martin, an inside linebacker who plays for the University of Minnesota. Another person who knows Big Ten football well, who'll know the NFC North well. So Kamal Martin joins the Packers.
off the board right now, ladies and gentlemen. There's his mom, Carla. So he's not Batman.
And he will fit in very well. Now Minnesota is on the clock.
Off the board, drafted by the Miami Dolphins. Meanwhile, let's introduce you to Colin Johnson. Father Johnny Johnson was a longtime defensive back in the NFL playing for the Rams. His mother was a former Rams cheerleader. Again, just a long list. Kirk Johnson, his brother, played a Texan. But we've just seen as Camille Johnson, his sister, is also there. A very athletic family. So many of these guys being drafted this year, their dads were former NFL players, and the latest in this long line is indeed wideout Colin Johnson. Lewis?
And this is a good compliment to second-round pick LaVisca Chenault out of Colorado, a much different type of player, a long, angular player, 6'5", 222 pounds, who is just an...
I knew the guy, but now watching him, I really remember watching him. I've watched a lot of Longhorn games. I don't like them, but they're on TV a lot, so I've seen him play. I just have to remember what team he's going
I
to.
was down in San Antonio and watched Texas play against Utah in the Alamo Bowl. In the first play of the game, they threw him a jump ball in the middle of the field. He went up and got it. He's got deceptive speed. He may not time in the 4.4s, 4.3s, but I tell you, he plays plenty fast.
Minnesota's pick is in right now. Minnesota has selected Kansas City as on the clock. Oh, he's going to Jacksonville, so that'll help. Definitely helps him.
Should be sitting there thinking, hey, I got some pretty good guys to throw the football to here. Let me see if I can go ahead and raise my game. No question about that.
Yeah, look, life is normally good for
with the 176th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select K.J. Osborne, wide receiver from Miami. So another Hurricane and another big-time wide receiver that goes here.
In August of 2018, after prosecutors charged him with sexually assaulting 2 women
Shea
in his
Patterson
apartment,
to the...
but then that went to trial. And Cephas was
Shea
found
Patterson
not guilty
to the Patriots in the 6th
count
round.
of
Yeah, that
second-degree
could
sexual assault
happen.
Victim, and 1 count of 3rd-degree sexual assault. After the not guilty trial and verdict, he was allowed back into school and on the team. And when he was on the team, he was indeed very productive. There you see Matt Patricia and Bob Quinn, the VP and the head coach.
So Kansas City right now is on the clock. Denver's next. I know we got a Broncos fan here.
From the receiver perspective alone, the talent on the field, what are we getting from Princess Cephas?
Dallas is on the clock. I know you should be as a Cowboys fan. These last 3 picks you see on the screen are the only picks. The only picks. I cannot speak to it. Are the last picks of the 2020 NFL Draft 5th round. So we'll get into the 6th round.
With his physicality, he doesn't really have that.
Which have
once the ball goes up, but even when the corner is in
a giant selection. Obviously, the 6th round is the calling card for the New England Patriots. 4 picks. They start in the middle of the 6th round, and then they keep on going. 4 picks for the Patriots, who still have not drafted a quarterback.
3 phases of playing wide receiver, meaning getting off the line of scrimmage, setting up routes, and then finishing at the catch point. And he does that. That's how he's able to win, because you're right. The speed is what it is. He's only going to be so fast. It doesn't matter how many times.
So we'll see where Chiefs go here.
4-7 guy. That's what he is. But he has real good body control, strong hands. He's a tough runner after the catch, although not very elusive. But he will make plays, and he should have a productive career.
We will find out as Matthew Stafford has Quintez Cephas to throw to now. When we come back, we'll talk to someone who was in this position being drafted in the late rounds a few years ago and is now one of those frontline heroes that we are celebrating. Stay with us. The draft continues.
If you're over mac and cheese and PB&Js, have we got good news for you? Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings for just $9.99. Available for carryout or contactless delivery at pizzahut.com.
Now, more than ever, her love keeps you centered. Show her how much she means to you with a gift from the Center of Me collection. Happy Mother's Day from Kay.
Let's read a book. Don't come behind the teacher's desk because people so quiet. That's where we get by. Where we get by.
So what we're going to do is we're going to make our own hand sanitizer.
I'm going to teach you how to give yourself a self-isolation haircut.
Kansas City has selected Denver. Is on the clock. Who do I think the Pats need aside from a quarterback? What do I think? Well, they say you guys need I think you guys need another linebacker, and you need another corner, as well as possibly a safety. More a corner, though. I'd say corner and a linebacker and the quarterback position as well. A running back wouldn't be bad, too, but it's not as pressing as a need.
The top show.
If Proch somehow is there, another player that would not be bad to
Right now, we're all
go to New England.
So it's only right that at BMW, we adapt the way we support you. Which is why if you need a vehicle...
The 177th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Mike Dana, defensive end, Michigan. Another Wolverine goes. This time it's Mike Dana. He's an end, and he just helps the defense of the defending champions get deeper and deeper and better and better.
90 days on a new finance BMW.
We know that
So now Denver, I know you can't see on the screen, Denver's on the clock right now.
For sound financial advice.
It's the second to last pick in round 2. Round 2. Round 5. Oh, and the pick is in. Denver has selected Dallas is on the clock.
Our parts sales and service and body shop are open for pickup and delivery. T3 Automall is here with you and for you. That's right. Picked up, fixed, sanitized, and delivered back to you. Our staff is trained on all the best practices. Again, we are ready, trained, and equipped to safely serve all of your automotive needs. Be smart, be safe, and be healthy. T3Automall.com and Bubba.
Trusted relationships matter. When times are tough, they matter even more. You can
With the 178th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Justin Strnad, linebacker from Wake Forest. So the Broncos take Justin Strnad, a linebacker from Wake Forest. Anthony Nerf, I don't watch NBA that often, but I do have 2 teams. My secondary team, as I have for all sports, my secondary team are the Portland Trailblazers. My main team, I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a struggling New York Knicks fan. And as you can see, obviously Red Bulls in soccer too. My secondary team there is Vancouver Club.
By a former Rhodes Scholar, a former Florida State Seminole, a former Tennessee Titan.
Whitecaps, those are my second team, but my main team for soccer are the Red Bulls. But back to basketball, yeah, I'm a Knicks and Blazers fan.
Our experience is very different this year because of the pandemic we are all going through. Can you just give us a little bit of an insight on what it's like in Boston right now? Because as we were talking through the break, it seems like that particular part of Massachusetts is still one of the hardest parts of the country hit.
It is definitely still one of the hardest hit. We're still seeing a heavy influx of patients coming in with COVID-19 or symptoms analogous to COVID-19. But we have to
just
rule
again,
out
if
pneumonia or the flu or the common cold.
Augustine Paredes, if you did not hear,
floors are still transformed. The hospital is still quite bare to
the Denver Broncos selected
our operating rooms are slowing
Justin
down tremendously.
Strnad, a linebacker from
One
Wake
surgery
Forest.
a day, and really allowing the space, stuff, and people to sort of man and triage the COVID-19 influx. So it's still at a high level here at Boston, at Mass General Hospital, but we're doing the best we can.
No, there's no question you guys are doing an heroic
Dallas
job.
has selected
But just so
Cincinnati
people
is on the
understand,
clock.
when we talk about
This is the
overwhelming our
final
healthcare
pick
system,
of
you're a
the
neurosurgeon. Your
2020
job is to
NFL
operate
Draft
on people's
5th round.
brains, and a lot of those things have to be put off because so many
I like it.
resources
It's not a
are
bad
to fight this pandemic.
pick for Denver, but it's a
That's
linebacker.
exactly right. As a neurosurgeon, we do brain, spine.
So this is a
peripheral
compensatory
nerve,
pick,
respiratory issues,
which
that's
I
dealing
believe means that
with
it can't be
infectious
traded,
disease,
so you
medical
have to
doctors,
pick
critical
someone.
care doctors, anesthesiologists.
Let's see
They
where
are
Dallas
really
goes
leading
here.
the fight here. We've been
I would
repurposed and redeployed
no,
as
not
neurosurgeon
right
residents
receiver.
to
I really
tackle
wouldn't
this
mind
fight.
taking a running
And
back
yes,
here
our
for the Cowboys,
neurosurgical elective cases
especially
have been
since it's
postponed
later in the
or
draft
canceled,
and there are some
kind of
decent
interesting to
running
think
backs
that
out there.
a brain
Not
tumor
great
or
amounts, but they're
athletic
there.
deformity to a spine is elective, but our patients haven't been followed.
The 179th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Bradley Anae, defensive end, Utah. He's another good player that's been left out there. So he goes in the 5th round with the final pick of the 5th round in the 2020 NFL Draft.
Is with us today as
Bradley
we're trying to figure
Anae
out how
from
we navigate
Utah,
through this
one of
unknown.
the top
And what is
defensive
it from
linemen
your
in the
medical
conference,
perspective
goes
that makes
to
this particular
Dallas.
virus so difficult to track, to test, and to figure out?
Well, I think it's very new. It's novel, obviously. It has a propensity for hitting angiotensin-converting enzyme spaces like the alveoli, like the lungs.
Cincinnati
And
has
it
selected
sort of
Denver is on the
hyperproduction
clock.
and
Yeah, Denver's next.
overdrive of inflammatory cells that hit the respiratory system, which can
Nerf,
cause
I would
people to
really pay
compensate
attention
very,
in
very
this
quickly.
round, man. I know you
There's a
are.
lot
I'm
of
not.
issues in
I'm not
regards to
saying
that.
you're not, but
We have to
just
have
because
both
this is
care
the round
and
that
like
the
discussion
Patriots
a lot
have a
of time
7th round
with patients
selection,
who are
but
in
they've got
emergency
4
department,
selections
or in the ICU.
in round
It's
6.
incredibly infectious. We know that.
And obviously, they're still looking for the quarterback.
Contact
The
with
180th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Hakeem Adeniji, offensive tackle, Kansas. More protection for Joe Burrow.
Can help us get through, but our end
So
as
that's a
healthcare
good
providers
pick, and
take
also
care of these people who are very sick and vulnerable.
Augustine Parade, Denver is getting ready to pick too soon.
Social distancing, behavioral
Cincinnati gets that selection.
We have a two-pronged approach to trying to
My Giants are
My role with this
close
here
to
as we continue to sort of go through
making
the
a
draft,
pick
but
too.
also understand the world we're living in, which is why we're doing the draft basically social distancing and doing it virtually. Is one of the things about this virus that makes it so difficult is it affects so many people in very different ways. I mean, Tony Baselli, who played for the Jacksonville Jaguars, was laid out by the coronavirus and had to be in ICU and use ventilators. And yet his wife, who also had it, experienced very mild symptoms.
Absolutely. Everybody's, protoplasm, so to speak, is different, right? So, the virus may hit someone harder, who may be a little older, or, maybe with premorbid or comorbidities and pre-existing conditions, or somebody who is just healthy, as you mentioned. A lot of athletes have gotten it, and some are asymptomatic, some are symptomatic. It's also hitting a very important subset of the population as well. Black and brown people in poor neighborhoods, the healthcare disparity that we see in this country is sort of being further illuminated by
Denver needs offensive tackles. They need linebackers. They did kind of solve that though. Defensive lineman, corner, wide receiver, but Roche is there. But for Denver, I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go there. For Denver, I'm taking Moody. A lot of people have been passing on Natani Moody, but for Denver, I go and help the offensive line. Let's see where they go.
We can hope to get ahead of all of this.
Yeah, my Giants are picking soon. Yes, they are.
Right now at Mass General, but what would you say to a bunch of people out there who maybe live in a
My Giants have to get a linebacker or a pass rusher here. Absolutely, they have to get a pass rusher.
This is being
There's
this
a
is being
Lamar
looked at so
Jackson
severely by so many in the
that's available. Lamar Jackson that could be picked in this draft. Not the quarterback. And obviously, you'll still watch the running back that my friend Campbell is buddies with.
The hospital is overrun, resources, ventilators, oxygen support. To the normal lay person, these just sound like figures and numbers and terms. But I would just really emphasize and place a premium on the fact that these are real people who have real issues and have real family members who love them and aren't able to be at their bedside because we have a policy where we're not allowing family members to be around. So they're going through this very, very challenging time, often alone, scared. So these are real issues.
With the 181st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Nathan Moody, guard, Fresno State, who I said the Denver Broncos should pick. They end up picking to help on the offensive line. So Denver takes the guard.
We're connected. We live in a very
now Indianapolis will pick. This is a very good. He's injury prone, but you need tackles and you need guards, and that's a good pick early in the 6th round.
This all together, and it's going to take every person doing their part.
Well, listen, you are certainly doing your part. We appreciate your insights on this. But to go forward with everybody doing their part, and if you may allow me a football analogy, it does seem like there are some things you took from playing the game that you're applying to what you're doing now.
Certainly. I think football has taught me a lot. I played since I was 6 years old, Florida State, Tennessee Titans, Pittsburgh Steelers. It's taught me discipline, focus, how to overcome adversity, how to take coaching and understand what it's like to get criticized and be able to take the good and use that to move forward and make progress. It's taught me how to be flexible and adaptable. I remember playing against University of Florida and having to change our scheme mid-game on the fly and just change from a zone coverage to a man coverage. And right now,
Indianapolis just traded the pick to the Patriots.
So the game change has happened. And
Anthony Nerf.
So that's something.
Indianapolis just traded a pick to New England. Think they go quarterback here?
Stay focused.
Definitely pay attention right now. Again, not saying you're not, just initiating that Indy has just traded the pick to New England. And New England, who hasn't picked since Justin Rorkowski, the kicker, now has. New England has selected. The New York Giants are on the clock.
When you played at Florida State and when you played at Tennessee, we're also certainly very happy you're using those techniques to a greater good now and helping those that are hit hardest by the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically in your hospital and in your city. Myron, it is always good to talk to you. We appreciate your time this morning. And from all
they need quarterbacks, they need offensive linemen, they need receivers, definitely. Patriots need a lot. Let's see what it is that they go get. James Prosh, the best receiver right now. They traded up too, so I wonder. The 182nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Michael Onwenu, offensive guard, Michigan.
We are here rolling through day 3 of the draft, trying to keep everybody.
New England gets a player from Michigan, but it's not Patterson. They get a guard from Michigan to help protect whoever that quarterback will be.
Performing glory.
Hey, what's up, everyone? This is her. I just want to say thank you so much to all the frontline workers who are fighting the virus. Thank you for your tireless work.
So, I know you think of that. This is round 6.
Everybody wants the power. When we get it, where do we go? Always need a little more glory. Everybody fighting for it.
So now let's see where the Giants go. Giants have to get a pass rusher, in my opinion.
Where do we go? Always need a little more. Amazing. Everybody following the famous.
The New York Giants have selected Carolina is on the clock. I wouldn't mind an offensive weapon here, but man, the Giants need a pass rusher. Got 4 picks in the 7th round. So with the 183rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Cam Brown, outside linebacker, Penn State. Let's go. We got a pass rusher, baby. Said the Giants needed a pass rusher. They go and get a pass rusher. Now they can either trade up if they want a guy bad or just stay in the 7th round and pick skill players. That's a great pick by the Giants. I love it. I'm not sure the New England trade. Like, I don't know how much they gave up.
Looking down at all the people looking up to me. Yeah, glory. Everybody fighting for it. Everybody wants the crown. When we get it where we go, always need a little more glory. Everybody fighting for it. Everybody wants the crown. We get it where we go. Always need a little more glory. Everybody fighting for it. Everybody wants the crown. We get it where we go. Always need a little more glory. Everybody fighting for it. Everybody wants the crown. We get it where we go. Always need a little more glory. Everybody fighting for it. Everybody wants the crown. We get it where we go. Always need a little more glory. Everybody fighting for it. Everybody wants the power. When we get it where we go. Always need a little more.
When we first opened our doors, it didn't take us long to realize
We weren't in the car business.
At Lexus, we were in the people business.
We needed to be helpful
respectful,
and compassionate.
To treat people like guests.
It's what we all signed up for.
And now when people need this most, we will do what we've always done.
Take care of people first.
the rest will follow.
I'm trying to find, guys, what that pick was. The Patriots trade.
State Farm is announcing a Good Neighbor relief.
Carolina just picked Brennan Benoit.
Through May 31st.
Let me figure out more of his position. Sorry, I'm kind
Being a good neighbor means
going around.
everything. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Carolina picked a guy named Brennan Benoit. He's a defensive tackle from Baylor. Big, big lineman that'll fit in. Yeah, nerf you guys pick the lineman though. I'm just trying to figure out how much you gave up to go up and pick him. That's all. And Miami's on the clock right now. But Benoit to the Carolina Panthers to beef up that defense. They got to go on offense right now. I got to help their offense.
You make me strong when I need it. For you, I'm brave. You, give you all my love. You, give you all of my love. You, give you all my love. Always you on my mind.
This is our home. We've never seen it look quite like this,
But there's no mistaking it.
and it's our job to protect it.
Because the best people to fight for our communities
Are those within them.
So if you've just bought a Volkswagen or were thinking of buying sometime soon, we're here to help with the community-driven promise.
I don't know about you, but after 3 straight days of NFL draft, you know what I need? I need to relax. So Sunday night, I'm going to relax watching The Last Dance about the Chicago Bulls dynasty, episodes 3 and 4. Again, 2 words, Dennis Rodman. They're basically about Dennis Rodman. And if you like swearing, you can see it on ESPN. The non-swearing version will be on ESPN2. And yes, it's also streaming on the app. All right, let's get you caught up on some selections, including John Hightower-Lewis, the wide receiver out of Boise State.
Yeah, the Eagles have added some speed here with John Hightower, 4.43 in the 40-yard dash at 6'1", about 190 pounds. The first thing that jumps off the tape at you with him is that he's smooth, very smooth and fluid route runner, good with his feet at the line of scrimmage, worked real hard in the pattern stem and at the break point to create separation. He's a guy who's got a 38.5-inch vertical jump. He should win more high point balls by actually going up and taking it out of the air, but he lets it come into his body some. But real good ball tracking skills, smooth runner after the catch. I think he's a guy who adds a different profile for them. He can run the jet sweeps. He can run the end arounds. But Doug Peterson will have fun with him because this is an elite level athlete.
Well, listen, they were complaining they didn't get enough wide receivers. They've gotten a couple today, including John Hightower. The Vikings going with the Temple product, Harrison Hand, Daniel Jeremiah, the corner.
Yeah, Harrison Hand transferred from Baylor, Trey, and is somebody that when you study him, you see somebody with average speed, but he is tough and physical and what you would expect from a Temple player beginning his career there. You see it there in Trey's Baylor Bears. But somebody's just a very efficient mover, not dynamic, not super explosive. Had 3 picks this year. I think he has the ability to potentially kick inside and play some nickel if you want him to. But overall, you get a player from Temple, as you'd expect. He's Temple tough.
Well, the LA Chargers are getting ready to pick, so.
They continue to load up a lot of defensive players in the later plays of the round. The Ravens now get Broderick Washington. The
I don't know, Anthony. I'm really looking on the Patriots trade. I'm hoping they get to it quickly in this TV thing where they'll explain the trade.
You see him shoot his hands. Really strong.
The Los Angeles Chargers have selected Cleveland as number 5.
Up and down the front there in that defense. He's again not real trying to get on your edges too much. He likes to go right through your shoulder pads and go right through you. He's a point of attack player, and nobody values stop and run quite like the Baltimore Ravens, especially when you consider how
with the 186th pick in the 2028 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Alohi Gilman, safety, Notre Dame.
In a single season in NFL
He'll help their safeties get better. I'm telling you, these safeties and corners are a dime a dozen, but they're very, very valuable.
Isaiah Coulter, Mel.
So that's a good pick for
angular Trey, wide receiver out of Rhode Island. His cousin Aaron Parker in Rhode Island also drafted
for them, obviously.
Kyle Murphy played tackle there. So 3 Rhode Island Rams with draftable grades. But Coulter really stepped up against Virginia Tech, quality opponent. 9 catches, 152 yards in that game. An 8-catch game against William and Mary. 10-catch game against New Hampshire. Ran 4.45 at the combine. Vertical 36 inches. You look at his body control, impressed by that. Effective work in the middle of the field. Dangerous after the catch at Rhode Island this year. He had a heck of a season. At the end of the day, 72 catches, over 1,000 receiving yards, 8 touchdowns in the game against Virginia Tech. Put him on the national map and made him a draftable player because he stepped up against better competition.
All right, we continue to get you caught up. The Lions have taken another player. Jason Huntley, Daniel, the running back out of New Mexico State.
Yeah, and did not get invited to the combine. Lacks that ideal size at 5'8", 190 pounds, but he can fly. Ended up running at the 4.4 flat at his pro day. He's got stop-start quickness, big-time home run speed. This guy caught 134 balls, too. You see the burst here against Arizona State. He gets out in the open field, he can go. He also has 5 kickoff return touchdowns. So you've got somebody with natural hands you can use out of the backfield, and he can help you on special teams. How about the backfield pairing? DeAndre Swift, and now you come back and get an undersized speedster in Jason Huntley.
Ended up working out pretty nicely. The Bears pick up Darnell Mooney, the wide receiver. What do you think about him, Daniel?
Well, I was joking with a couple personnel buddies around the league after Noah Igbenogany went in the first round, the corner, because Darrell Mooney, you watch watching right here from Tulane, I thought he got the best of him. Ran right by him. As you see here, a lot in the slot. He gets on top of coverage in a hurry. Big time speed. Ran 4.38. You can play him inside, you can play him outside. Just ultra twitched up. For a reason he's here and available, he's 176 pounds. He's not the biggest guy. He needs to get a little bit stronger. Think of Travis Benjamin as a comparison to him.
Well, that would be a pretty good comparison, so we'll see if that works out as we continue to work through the draft. Closing in and into the 6th round here, ladies and gentlemen. Lots more to get to, including when we come back, a conversation with the king of the Tommy Bahama shirts.
Here it is. I got it, everybody. The Colts-Patriots trade.
Chiefs head coach Andy Reid will join us next. Stay with us. The draft continues on ESPN, ABC, and the NFL Network.
The Colts get the 212th pick and the 213th pick overall. I'm just gonna check this out for the.
So I think at this point, this is definitely a sea change.
Oh, the Cleveland Browns are selecting Donovan Peoples-Jones, wide receiver, Michigan. Peoples-Jones is a huge receiver, and he's a little inconsistent, but when he's on, Donovan Peoples-Jones is on. Another huge pick by the Cleveland Browns. This is a good one by Cleveland. I like it a lot.
A video visit, the partner actually can interact and hear the counseling that's done.
These visits are surprisingly intimate.
And I can actually share my screen and show the x-rays.
5-10 minutes and we were done. And she could go outside and play with her kids.
From the clinical aspect, it allows us
so New England
patients to really move some mountains in our network, and Teams has been a huge part of that. Completely agree. This is going to be a game changer for medicine.
New England was initially going to have, I believe, 5 picks or something, New England would have had 5 more picks coming up, or 4 more picks or something. They still have 3 more picks in the draft, but they gave up 2 to go up and get the linemen.
Order ahead and get your $5 Chalupa Crave box at Taco Bell.
So they've got right now. Hold on.
When you're home, there's nothing like enjoying a classic with a classic. Miller Lite, great taste and only 96 calories.
Right now, they've got 2 more picks in round 2, in round 6. We're on the 9th pick right now in the 6th round. They have the 16th pick in the 6th round, 195 overall, and the 25th pick in the 6th round, 204th overall. And they have 1 more pick in the 7th round. So New England has 3 more picks. They didn't give up that much. But I think they would have had 5 more picks in the draft.
And right now, you need a car you can count on.
And they traded 2 picks to go up and get the car. So there it is.
Service, we're right here, ready to help. Working to follow all government guidelines in order to get you what you need and help you stay safe with a reliable car ready to go when you need it. For questions about service, parts, or more, call your Honda dealer or visit
Gilman went to Notre Dame, went to the LA Chargers. Blake Ferguson, when I was fumbling around, is a long snapper from LSU. So the first long snapper gets drafted in the 6th round to Florida, to the Miami Dolphins. That was before. And then one of the better picks, I think, Donovan Peoples-Jones, really big receiver that can play tight end and can do a lot of things, versatile, especially when he's healthy. Just got
the left side of our board, the bottom
drafted by the Browns, and I like that pick a lot.
Right there.
Oh, Brandon Mann, a punter, is available for Texas A&M, and I'm not saying this biased, but A&M is really good at developing kickers and punters. They really are.
When you're the Super Bowl champs. But anyway, Andy Reid has been rocking the Tommy Bahama shirts for a long, long time. Oh, and now the Hawaiian music is flowing. I am in all my feelings right now. As we should all be at some point.
With the 188th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Tyler Bass, kicker, Georgia Southern, another small school kicker, the 2nd kicker drafted in this NFL Draft. And Bass goes to Buffalo. the semifinalist of the Lou Grossa Award of this year, and Lou Grossa Award is the best kicker in the country, and so Grossa's a good player, and so he goes to.
So as far as enjoying all that part,
he goes to
internal, and we've
Buffalo.
We've enjoyed it.
But Jacksonville's on the clock right now too.
The Skypes that we can have and WebExes and everything else we're able to use to talk to the players.
Well, listen, you're in a really interesting position because you and Brett Veach have put together a roster where you have so many of your starters coming back and a lot of your backups coming back. So it was really fascinating to watch how you're going to take this draft. And you go with the running back Clyde Edwards-Helaire out of LSU in the first round. I mean, it just seems like he's a perfect fit for the offense you want to run.
Well, we heard you mention it, and so we decided we'd take him. He is. He's a great kid and such a special football player. You saw what he did with the national champs this past year, and you talk to the different people there, and they tell you what a great competitor he is, and what he lacks in size. He's gotten hard and work ethic. So we sure welcome him to the Chiefs. We're excited to put him in this offense and cut him loose.
Yeah, not a lot of carries, too. Only 300 plus, I think, at Clemson, but broke out with those 55 catches last year in that Joe Brady scheme. Now, just out of curiosity, as you're so focused on your team and what you're doing in the draft, do you keep an eye on what the division opponents are doing at all?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought they did a great job. I thought all three of them just racked up some heck of players, and we'll make it better. We're all in this for the competition, and so the better each team is, the better and the greater the excitement is every week. We spend so much time getting ready to play and to scheme and do all these things. You just love the ultimate challenge each week.
Because as I was watching the Denver Broncos go through this draft, I'm like, there's a weapon, there's a weapon, there's another weapon. I feel like they're going to need to feel like they need to score a lot of points when they play the Kansas City Chiefs. That was the recurring theme that kept coming back to me.
Well, I understand that. I mean, that's kind of the name of the game. Whoever scores the most points wins. So I get it. And we've been blessed to have some good players. And I know these other teams they're doing the same thing. I get that too. Spags, we had to add a few defensive guys on top of the offensive guys so that we could handle all these good players that these other guys have gotten.
Well, let's talk about some of those defensive players, including linebacker Willie Gay Jr. What did you like most about him?
Yeah, listen, I like Willie Gay. I just think he's a tough, hard-nosed football player who loves the game, can go sideline to sideline with it. When he was in high school, he was a heck of a running back. I mean, if he would have stayed at that, we probably would have drafted him there too. So, but he is some kind of competitor. And most of all, you look for these guys that love the game. They love coming to work.
With the 189th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jake Luton, quarterback, Oregon State. So they go and get a quarterback, but he's not going to start or anything. But they get a quarterback, but Patterson and Lewerke are still available.
There are also some players on your team
here in round 6. Also, it's good to remember, if the Patriots do get a quarterback in the 6th round, Brady was picked in the 6th round. Not saying this is going to be another Tom Brady, but it's interesting that they would wait that long. But Luton goes to the Jaguars as a quarterback.
Yeah, so we've had good communication with him. Brett's done a great job with his
that school and to Jacksonville.
Trying to work that out so we can keep everybody together. And Chris has done a nice job with his representatives on their side, and we'll, they're working to get something that works for that's good for Chris and also good for the Chiefs, and we appreciate that.
Well, we'll see how that negotiation plays out. And listen, when you talk to Patrick Mahomes, tell him it's okay to take the lead. You guys don't have to fall behind by 10 or 20 points in every playoff game just to add to the drama. Although we appreciated it.
Well, we knew you did, and so we try to keep you all employed there by doing those kind of things.
It certainly worked. Trust me, it was one of the Super Bowls for the ages. Andy, always good to talk to you. Hope your family is well. Be well and be safe, okay?
I appreciate you, Trey. Thank you.
You got it. Andy Reid, Super Bowl champion head coach and the purveyor of Tommy Bahama shirts. Meanwhile, we got
your Green Bay Packers are picking soon. San Francisco's on the clock. Behind them are the New York Jets, and behind them are your Packers.
Yeah, former walk-on. If you'll see move, you see the club move there, playing over the nose. Primarily, he's that three-man front. He's the end, as you see here. He can hold the point of attack. He's got.
I think the Packers are going. The 49ers here are going to take Lamar Jackson, not the quarterback, the cornerback.
You just don't see a lot of burst and redirect stuff down the line of scrimmage. You saw him in sub situations get a chance to play over the center. He does create some.
San Francisco team, that didn't look like they'd have many picks since they made a lot of trades. But this type of performance that San Francisco did with the picks shuffling around is what the Texans should do next year in the draft, frankly.
Obviously, they worked on it, and now he's in the draft. And then the Packers also off the board with another player taken, the linebacker Kamal Martin, Daniel.
Yeah, Kamal Martin. The first tape I popped on was Purdue. He had 2 picks in that game. So, he's very aware, very instinctive as a zone dropper in coverage here. He shoots gaps. They line him up, just let him shoot gaps and try and penetrate, create negative plays. He does a very nice job with that. But you're drafting him for what he can do, help you in coverage, as well as being able to cut him loose and let him shoot gaps and make plays.
All right, so we'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, we go on to the next player draft as we got to catch up on a couple of picks here. That player is none other than A.J. Osborne going to the Minnesota Vikings. Lewis, what do we think about this pick? Mel, I apologize.
Got it, Trey. Look at KJ Osborne. He goes from Buffalo Bulls to Miami. It's him here when you talk about a guy with some explosiveness. Ran 4.48 at the combine, 37.5 vertical. Goes to Miami and he showcases all that ability in the return games. I think you get a guy who can catch the football, gets out of his cut quickly, can obviously.
San Francisco has selected the New York Jets. Are on the clock.
And you talk about in that Miami this past year was a key part of that pass offense. Obviously, in the punt return game, averaged almost 16 yards.
See where San Francisco goes? I'm saying Lamar Jackson all the way.
Punt return ability certainly adds to his value. The hands, the concentration in traffic.
With the 190th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Charlie Warner, tight end, Georgia. Warner was the favorite target of
started at Central Michigan.
All of the, he's a great receiver.
And this year, when you watch this defense for Michigan,
and he can really catch the ball. He was also the favorite target of the Georgia quarterbacks before he went in, and he can catch the ball, he can run, he can pass block too. So Warner will work in San Francisco on an offense that likes to do a multitude of things. That's what I was thinking of. I couldn't remember his name, but he's one of Fromm's favorite targets in Georgia, and so Warner goes to a similar offensive system in San Francisco, coached by Shanahan and led by the quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo. And that's a good pick by the 49ers. I thought corner, but you want to improve. Defenses need to be perfect, but offenses can always be improved. I do.
All over the field. 3 interceptions in 2017 as well. His read reactability is excellent, and coverage, he shows the ability to both cover laterally and also plant and drive on the football and generate some heat on the quarterback. Form tackling at times is a little lacking, but hey, when he was healthy this year, and he was before that injury, he was all over the field. I like Justin Schnatt from Lake Forest with the versatility he provides the defense.
All right, we'll see what they do there. Meanwhile, a very interesting selection is Bradley Anai out of Utah. Very, very athletic family. His father played at BYU. His grandfather also played at BYU. Oh, wait, there's more. His uncle Robert played at BYU. His other uncle Matt played at BYU. His sister played volleyball at Utah. Another sister, BYU track and field currently. And Bradley and I, there's going to be some specific language in his contract, Lewis, because the 2 things he enjoys doing back in Laie, Hawaii, cliff jumping and swimming and petting sharks. That's right, Lewis. He says they're just sea dogs. They're very friendly. The Cowboys need to word this contract carefully.
Yeah, they sure did. I'll tell you what he enjoyed doing at Utah. He enjoyed sacking quarterbacks. 34 career sacks, 24 the past 2 years. This past year, 2019, 13 sacks. 11 of those 13 sacks came when he was lined up as the right defensive end, going against left offensive tackles in college football, led to FBS. So when you project that to the Dallas Cowboys, what does that mean? It means he's going to rush off the right side opposite to Marcus Lawrence. When you think about Brad and I, you think about production.
That I would agree with that. James Proche is a really good player, and James Proche would be good for whatever quarterback out there. Aaron Rodgers for now, maybe the rookie that was taken in the first round of the 2020 NFL draft for the Green Bay Packers. Proche works for Green Bay. I would definitely agree on that pick. They could take a corner, they could take a lot of things, but if there are skilled players that have
Jerry Jones got a pass
a lot of just a large amount
assist on the technology, I guess, as well. So
of skill,
so we'll see what Jerry does. But when
you have
we
to
come
take
back,
them.
We'll be joined by the rule of law in Carolina. New Panthers head coach Matt Rule, who keeps pounding the defensive side.
New York Jets have selected Green Bay is on the clock.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
You know, you've already got a home team. Willie, Lauren, Steven, Deborah.
With the 191st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select
Working hard to keep your home working for you.
Brandon Mann, punter, Texas A&M. I literally just thought that he might go there, and he goes there. My boy, my punter from the Aggies is going to be playing 45 minutes away from where I live in MetLife Stadium for the New York Jets. Not for my team, but for the other one. And Mann is a phenomenal punter. He was unanimous first-team All-American a few years ago. He can pin the ball. He was the reason why sometimes we were able to get out of a jam in certain SEC games against huge opponents like Alabama, Auburn, and that insane 7 overtime game against the LSU Tigers.
Thanks for sharing.
He's a great player, and Mann will help the Jets. And I think the Jets are going to be really good in a few years. That's a great pick for New York.
With the Geico gift bag, a 15% credit on car.
The Green Bay's on the clock, everyone.
Both current and new customers. And because we're committed for the long haul, the credit lasts your full policy term. So thanks again. One good share deserves another.
Is your money not sure what to do with itself? At Ally, we'll help it save for the future with our smart savings tools. For all things,
The 192nd pick in the
deserve an
2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select John Runyon. John Runyon, a guard from Michigan.
And get 4 free Samsung Galaxy.
So more help for Aaron Rodgers, another Northern player for the Packers. So Proche does not go to Green Bay. Proche is still undrafted. Runyon for Michigan.
And get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. As an essential service, Boost Mobile is committed to keeping you connected by remaining open.
Indianapolis right now is on the clock. The Patriots are a few picks away. Maybe your Patriots will get Proche, Nerf. Patriots need a receiver. They need a quarterback, but they need a receiver. They've got 2 picks left in the 6th. I believe the Packers only have 1 more pick, and I believe it is in the 7th.
Well, if you watch the show Fixer Upper, it's all about taking something that isn't right and making it work. And Matt Rule has done that. Look what he did when he was head coach of the Temple Owls. And then, of course, from there, he moved on to Baylor University. They shoot Fixer Upper, or did shoot Fixer Upper in Waco, Texas, same town. Baylor University. And let's just say things turned around there. And that now Matt Rule has taken that rule of restoration On to the Carolina Panthers, who are coming off a 5-11 season in 2019. We paid a lot for those graphics. We like to run them. We're delighted to be joined now by new Panthers head coach Matt Rule. Okay, I'm not much for picking up signs, Matt, but I'm looking defensive tackle, defensive end, safety, cornerback, safety. And
Indianapolis has selected Tampa Bay as on the clock. Tampa Bay.
Yeah, we came into this with a priority of really getting some young, explosive, dynamic defensive players. And really
traded up
free agency.
To make the play.
It was a huge thing for the entire organization. And I think Marty Herney is
with the 193rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Robert Windsor, defensive tackle, Penn State.
Specifically Derek Brown.
So the interior is shelved there for the Indianapolis Colts.
Comes from a military family and just dominated.
It's a good interior for them. They get deeper there.
Well,
good pick for the Colts.
Force, everybody that's getting drafted today is a great player. We also looked at want to find guys who are also just great athletes.
Anthony Nerf,
people, and Derek fits the bill.
The Packers have 2 more picks in the 6th round. They have the 29th pick in the 6th round and the 30th pick in the 6th round. So they don't have to wait till the 7th. The Patriots will have 2 chances in this round to go get Prosh, and the Packers will have 2 chances in the 6th round to go get Prosh. Also, the Patriots have a 7th round selection, and the Packers have 2 7th round selections.
And still really young. He's played at a high level. Has a ton of upside. 260
now Tampa's on the clock.
Even continue to grow.
I think Tampa would be wise to get
Prosh. Win up front. So with Derek and with Yetur, we think that we have 2 great young players to go along with the vets we already have.
Now, I'm obviously thrilled you take Bravion Roy, someone you had at Baylor University on the defensive side of the ball. But somebody that most people don't know a lot about is Jeremy Chin, the safety out of Southern Illinois Carbondale. A lot of people thought he might have gone even higher in this draft. What surprised you the most when you started studying him?
Well, I had a chance to go see him at the Senior Bowl. And, coming out of a smaller school, there's a lot of great players that come out of the FCS ranks. He's big, he's fast, he's explosive, he's smart. And went to the Senior Bowl, and he did everything. He played safety. He was down in the box. In one-on-ones, he went out and played press man. And we thought he was one of the most versatile, most explosive athletes in the draft. And, thought maybe he'd be a late first-round pick. And we're able to get him. Traded up, Marty did a great job, traded up at the end of the 2nd round. And really those first 3 guys are guys that we think are impact players for us as we move forward.
Well, you mentioned on the offensive side of the ball, you extended Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, he is now the face of the franchise with Cam Newton gone and Greg Olsen out of there and Luke Kuechly.
Tampa could get Nate Stanley to back up Brady, but
I
can see it. Again, as I've said multiple times during the stream, Tampa Bay has selected New England is on the clock. Multiple times in the stream. I'm not a Stanley fan.
It's really important for all of us to build for the future. And Christian's exactly the type of person and player we want to build around. And I think, when you get to Carolina, the one thing you see when you meet, Shaq Thompson, when you meet the guys that we have in our locker room, when you meet Trey Boston, there are great people here that are committed to winning. And
with the 194th pick in the 2020 and NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Khalil Davis, defensive tackle, Nebraska. So they don't go for the receiver. They don't go for a corner. They don't go for Brady's backup. They go and take a defensive tackle, a big one,
Teddy, I love who he is.
to
He's
help.
obviously a great quarterback, but who he is as a competitor.
To help Tampa Bay
going way back to when I was at Temple playing
help their strength and help their depth.
Minnesota, seeing him last year in New Orleans.
Also a fast guy, too. He's an All-American in track and field. That helps. If you have a defensive lineman that's big and get to the quarterback, but also a track star, that all the power to you. So New England just selected. They just made their pick. Their pick is in. New England has selected Philadelphia is on the clock. The Patriots, they took a safety. They took a linebacker.
There we go. There we have the entire Rule family being celebrated and enjoying the draft experience.
With the 195th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Justin Herron, offensive tackle, Wake Forest. So Justin Herron is
thank you very much.
Another tackle for the Patriots. They're just shoring up that offensive line.
Gotta make sure people are happy. Meanwhile,
New England still has some more.
Kansas. Daniel Jeremiah, he only went to Kansas because he wanted to go to the Air Force, and they found out he had a peanut allergy.
Stuff to do, of course, but.
Well, we have something in common. Neither one of us got into Air Force, but it's a different.
The Patriots have one other pick, 25th overall. This is the 17th pick right now. 25th overall in the 6th, 25th in the 6th round, and they have the 16th pick in the 7th round. So they'll have only 2 more chances to draft a quarterback. Remember, they can always sign one, an undrafted free agent, and even if they draft a quarterback, they'll probably sign an undrafted free agent anyway. But they have 2 more picks in the draft, one in the 6th and one in the 7th.
Meanwhile, the Broncos go with a big, strong player out of Fresno State now, Nathane Mute. And when I say strong, 44 reps at 225 in the combine, 4th most in combine history.
No question, Trey. Born in Tonga, high school in Hawaii. Both sides of the ball in high school. I've been a guy, a hard worker. Everybody raved about his leadership ability. Captain this past year. The issue with Nathane Mute is durability. He had a wrist-ranked foot injury early this past season. After the first 3 games, out the rest of the year. 2018, playing left tackle, starts the first 2 games, and season-ending injury for an Achilles. Out the rest of the year. He's only played 5 games the last 2 seasons with a really good left guard in 2017. That Fresno State line did a great job that year. They were 3rd in the nation in sacks allowed. A lot of it because of Muti. Big things with him is short arms with Muti and the durability concerns moving forward to the NFL.
By the way, you don't go out to eat with Nathane Mute. He once ate a 10 by 10 at In-N-Out Burger. Yeah, that's 10 patties and 10 slices of cheese. All right, Daniel Jeremiah, tell us about the next product that the Patriots.
Philadelphia has selected. Detroit is on the clock.
Yeah, this is Michael Onwenu, the 344-pound guard. Reminds me of the guy Benny Anderson used to play with the Baltimore Ravens when I was working there. He's, again, a baller brawler. He's a finisher in the run game. You're not going to get
with the 196th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Sean Bradley, inside linebacker, Temple, fast guy, local kid, physical too. The high motor is there, and he fits well into what the Philadelphia Eagles are trying to do and want to do.
Mel, it's Cam Brown, the linebacker out of Penn State.
Yeah, rangy kid, over 6'5", about 233 pounds. The value with Cam Brown is the versatility. He can do a little bit of everything. He can play the run, drop into coverage. You see a little bit of the blitz where he gets some hurries. The drawback is that he's not prolific. He's not dominant in any one area. I think when you look at him overall, the Michigan game, he had a career-high 10 tackles, had a hurry in that game. Very effective against Michigan State, active all over the field there. I was with him at the airport leaving the combine. Cam had just run a 4.72. He was disappointed. Wanted to run about a 4.6. Long arms, athletic. If he was a little bit more dominant, that guy probably would have gone higher. That 4.72 at the combine did hurt him.
All right, meanwhile, we've got our long snapper off the board, Daniel Jeremiah, and shockingly, it's another LSU player. That's his brother, Reed Ferguson, who has played for the Bills, and he's currently there now. What can you tell us about what the Dolphins just got?
Well, I can tell you, look, you've got the brother connection there. 8 straight years LSU's had the long snapper in the family here. This guy, Trey, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I've got background notes on him as a player from my sources at LSU. And in terms of the play notes, I'm not going to give you any because I didn't spend any time watching long snappers because I might not have much of a life, but it's not that bad. So this guy was on the SEC Players Committee and the NCAA Players Committee. He's very smart, already has his MBA, but he did not take touch-to-toe times.
You did great, Daniel. You did great. Meanwhile, Alohi Gilman, the safety from Notre Dame, Lewis, he started his career at Navy and then transferred to Notre Dame.
Yeah, this is a guy who was about 5'10", 201 pounds, ran 4.60 on the 40-yard dash. You know, what he is somebody who, once he got to Notre Dame, here you see him in the back part of the field.
Yeah, you could get a quarterback through free agency, but free agency basically has stopped. This is one of the rare sports where free agency is before the draft. Yeah, Cam Newton is there, but I don't know how much he fits. And Cam Newton is not the future for the Patriots, and Belichick wants someone to build on. The 197 selection in 2020 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions like John Pancini, defensive tackle, Utah. Fits in well there. Flogger, lineman. He's
his weaknesses exposed.
All right, Lewis, thanks. Donovan Peoples-Jones, the wide receiver.
Definitely fits well with Detroit. But I'll say this about the Patriots. I don't think that they will get a guy like Cam Newton because Bill Belichick will want his own guy, but I could see them getting an undrafted free agent, and
wants to one day become a surgeon as well.
they may draft a quarterback and then get an undrafted free agent, but I don't think any of the free agents will be UFAs will be the future of the Patriots.
Tremendous size,
They're going to definitely have a bunch of quarterbacks and see who their man will be.
But look, he was plagued by poor quarterback play at Michigan this year, very inconsistent quarterback play. And he was a guy who really had tremendous athletic ability as far as being able to take the ball out of the air, adjust to the badly thrown balls. He runs some really
Pittsburgh
nice
has selected the Los Angeles Rams on the clock.
The slot phase where he's making contested catches. He can really contort his body and make some circus-type catches, has return ability. I think all of his good football is ahead of him because I think the offense in Michigan...
With the 198th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Antoine Brooks Jr. Finally, he goes, a safety from Maryland. Physical safety.
We'll see how that plays out. But when
Smart safety. Deep. He'll
Commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell,
he'll help.
how the first virtual draft.
He's a definite leader for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He'll be one. He was a leader in Maryland, and he will absolutely help them.
The 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
Right now, this pick on the clock right now that's held by the Rams is the 20th pick overall in the NFL Draft. In the sixth round of the NFL Draft. And the Patriots hold 25, and the Packers hold 29 and 30. Right now, we're on 20. So the Patriots will draft with 5 picks or so.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want.
Haley is usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to music.
We love Verizon.
So I get the shows I need when I need them. Now, unlimited plans come with your favorite artists on Apple Music, shows and movies on Disney Plus, and over 70 top channels of live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role in our family. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix, match, and save. Shop online today, only at Verizon.
This is gonna be America's favorite breakfast. They just don't know it yet. You order a breakfast sandwich, and that's when Wendy's makes it. Not weeks or months ago. Try your new favorite. Get a free breakfast Baconator with offer in the app.
Now, more than ever, her love keeps you centered. Show her how much she means to you with a gift from the Center of Me collection. Happy Mother's Day from Kay.
We're at the movies and we need to silence our phone. Who knows where that button is?
I don't have silent.
Everyone does, right up here. It happens to all of us. We buy a new home and we turn into our parents. What I do is help new homeowners overcome this.
Was that adjustable spanner? Good choice, Steve.
Okay, don't forget, you're not assisting him. You hired him. You have nowhere to sit. You have too many.
With the 199th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jordan Fuller, safety, Ohio State. So he finally does go. And he goes to the Rams. Fuller does. Another safety dropped. And another player that'll help from Ohio State. And the Rams take a good one.
Start your camping season at the
and he can establish.
Fast Pro Shops and
He can really establish that he could be a very good player back in LA.
Your adventure starts here.
He will be
Shop
good.
online at fastpro.com and cabela's.com.
Well, no doubt we are indeed all in this together. Help us make a difference now. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts and join players, teams, fans, and communities around the country in the NFL Draft-a-thon. If we unite behind this cause, we can provide relief for those significantly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And trust me when I tell you, every dollar, every penny, every nickel, every quarter counts. Visit NFL.com/relief to donate. Well, we're in the 6th round, day 3 of the draft, and for how the first ever virtual experience has gone, let's talk to the man in charge. We're delighted to be joined now by NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. Roger, we talked before the draft began, and I basically said, hang on to your butts, and it's turned out to be okay. Knock on wood real quickly, but everything's gone relatively smoothly.
Yeah, it's been a really fun ride for us. We're just so thrilled. I think the fans have really embraced it. Our clubs have embraced it. The players have embraced it. Our partners have been awesome. You have been extraordinary, and ESPN and our NFL Network and ABC. We're so happy and thrilled by this entire experience.
Yeah, there were a million things that could have gone wrong and may still go wrong, but so far everything is great. One of the things that I've heard from a lot of people here and also a lot of people viewers is that they love the intimacy that we've seen in this format of seeing the setups in the coaches' houses and the general managers' houses in your basement there. That's been a sort of a behind the peek at the curtain that I think people have really enjoyed.
I was saying this, Trey, that, I think, we're forced to adapt here and to change and do this differently, but it's actually been a lot of great learning. We've seen some things that we've maybe called stumbled on that really I think will be elements of drafts going into the future. The ability to use the virtual platforms in a way that we really didn't
see what
think
Philly
about
does
until
here
we
in
were
this.
forced to. And so I
Since they're on
think
the
we're
clock.
really going to be able to make future drafts even better because we're going to be able to combine it with the core elements that we've had. But I think that's one of the things about the drafts. It just keeps evolving and it keeps getting better because we keep learning.
Yeah, necessity is indeed the mother of invention, and we certainly found that out this year. We'd love to keep those cams up because we're seeing some of those reaction shots now. It's really brought a sort of a different element to the draft, the intimacy that usually goes on with the insanity of 600,000+ people in place celebrating the draft. You also gave us the news that Las Vegas is going to get that draft in the unscheduled year we had in 2022. How important was it for them to get basically a mulligan because of things that were beyond everybody's control?
With the 200th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quez Watkins, wide receiver, Southern Miss. Another wide receiver for the Eagles. They're picking a lot of them
the draft and
in this
putting us
draft.
in a position where I know the event would have been extraordinary. But, for us, this was an easy decision. We wanted to be back there. We happened to have a hole in our draft schedule over the next couple of years. So 2022.
Minnesota will be on the clock. We'll see.
And so
they will decide to go.
Looking forward to it. But we have one stop in between. We got to go to Cleveland, and we are excited about that.
Who do I think the Patriots are getting at 204? Probably Prosh. Knowing them, they have some idea of quarterbacks. They have something.
But, I've seen you do the
what, though?
with the players and a lot of interactions. Just from your perspective, what has been the one thing that surprised you the most about the way you've experienced this draft?
It'll be Patterson or Lewerke.
Well,
I don't think we should rule out Lewerke getting drafted at this point. The Michigan State quarterback.
People thought it was going to be. I've always said that my favorite part of the draft is being part of that moment when these young players, who are extraordinary young men, they really are.
We're on the 22nd pick right now, and the Patriots pick at 25 here in
that moment when they realize their dream that they worked so hard for.
Minnesota's is just traded the pick to Baltimore.
And their families and to be able to experience.
I could see Prosh going here.
Really,
maybe the Ravens needing another corner, take Lamar Jackson to go play with Lamar Jackson. That would be fun for just
more players and share more of those players. I was just with Jake Fromm just a few minutes ago. So, for me to be able to do that, it was a deeper experience than I actually thought it was going to be coming into it.
Well, we just saw a picture of you sort of relaxing in that chair. It was story time, Roger, reading a pic. I've also enjoyed sort of the de-evolution of the wardrobe, right? Like I just took the tie out. You had the jacket, then you went to the hoodie, and now we're in a T-shirt. I'm expecting a smoking jacket by the time this thing is all over.
Hey, Trey, as soon as we opened it up, we've had a few responsibilities here, but I've also had some responsibilities around the house. I've been putting screens in and doing some other things around the house today, watching the draft as it goes. So this is a big spring weekend for us, and it's just been a lot of fun.
And of course, housing those M&Ms in your favorite chair, which I completely support. So I understand that we have a little bonus item.
I moved on to cupcake.
You moved on to cupcakes?
I moved on to cupcakes. I just want you to know that.
Be careful. The next thing after cupcakes is the whole cake. So be prepared for the next evolution. But listen, that is your favorite.
Right.
Baltimore has selected Arizona is on the clock.
Add to the auction items that we've got here, a really special, unique opportunity for people to bid on.
Well, we're really we're happy that the draft went along so well for the clubs and the players. But really, the thing that probably
with the 201st pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select James Proche, wide receiver, Southern Methodist.
Fans reach out
to
put those kinds of.
Thought they're going to go Lamar Jackson the corner or James Proche the receiver, and they go James Proche. They trade up to Minnesota to go and grab the receiver, so he will not be going to the Patriots at 25.
Great use, all of it. And so to get
because
us over
this
that
is the
100 million,
22nd
keep working at it. And
selection
we're going to do, because a lot of people said they wanted to
by the Baltimore Ravens. So now Arizona is up. They're on the clock.
So we're going to do it with ESPN.
Minnesota, who traded up, traded down, will be right behind them.
Auction. Whoever wants to pay the most amount of money,
as well as
a great cause,
New England.
COVID relief 19. We want you to be here, right here in the man cave, and you'll get to sit in this chair. I'll sit on the couch.
Wow, you get the throne. To go to NFL.com/auction to bid on the opportunity to sit in the chair in Roger Goodell's basement and watch a Monday Night Football game. All right, Roger, we appreciate the time. Thanks for being with us again. I know you got some more things, maybe clean the gutters on a spring Saturday. So go do what you got to do. We'll continue to work our way through
I got to stay near the TV.
All right, perfect. Hey, listen,
right,
I'm not going to say no
Trey.
to that. All right, thanks, Roger.
Okay.
All right, great job on that. Let's see what happens and see how far we can get that auction item up. Meanwhile, suddenly we're getting a run on kickers, Mel. We had one go to New England, and now Tyler Bass, the kicker, is going to the Buffalo Bills in the same division.
Exactly. I think you'll get a guy, number one kicker aboard, Trey, no doubt about that. Rodrigo Blankenship, Georgia got more publicity, but it was Bass as the number one kicker with a big leg. I mean, he can hit that field goal from 55, 60 with no problem. Accuracy is going to be something he's going to continue to work on, but when you have that kind of power, that kind of leg strength, you're going to get the NFL's attention. He ended up, like I say, being on my board. Patriots disagree. They took a kicker earlier, but I think when you look at Rodrigo Blankenship, Georgia, borderline draftable, Tyler Bass, certainly with the ability, like I say, to deliver in the clutch with the long-distance field goal made him valuable.
All right, Mel, let's go to a quarterback now in Jacksonville. Jake Luton, the Oregon State quarterback, who was granted a 6-year of eligibility after a major spinal injury.
Yeah, 6'6" and change, Trey, about 225 pounds. He's a pocket guy all the way. What I loved about him is he took care of the football. 28 touchdown passes, only 3 interceptions. That's it. UCLA had 5 touchdown passes, 0 picks. A guy with a decent arm, not great, sound mechanically, good footwork. I look at him as always that backup type. But when you're 6'6" and you can throw the ball and you seem like you are going through your progressions well and you're staying away from the big mistake, you're going to throw catchable balls all over the field like he did. I said only 3 picks the entire season. I think Luton's a guy, like I said, probably a career backup. We'll see.
Well, we'll see how that plays out. Meanwhile, we move on to the 49ers selection. And it's Charlie Warner, the tight end, Daniel, out of Georgia.
Yeah, a lot of these tight ends, Trey, you're hoping you can get some just willingness in the run game. Charlie Warner is outstanding as a run blocker. You can run right behind him at the point of attack. You can also play him off the ball. You use him on wham blocks, so use him to crash and do a lot of different things. He's outstanding in space to latch and control. Hasn't been ultra involved in the passing game, but somebody that also is a phenomenal special teams player. He's going to be one of the best special teams players in this draft. So he's going to have a role as somebody that can block and somebody that's going to cover kicks.
All right, we'll see what happens with him as you see Werner working the middle of the field there in Florida. Now we have our first punter off the board. Going to the Jets, brave man out of A&M. I love punter hype videos.
I do too, Trey. I think it goes with Charleston, South Carolina. Out catching Bucknell.
I gotta just mention what's happening on the TV again. Again, not being biased, we have one of the best special teams coaches and one of the best special teams players and organizations in college football. A&M does a really good job of getting great players, and no wonder man's going to be a great Jet because of he just plays well, and that's a testament to him. Arizona has selected Minnesota is on the clock.
Well, if you're drafting him, that's exactly what you want him to do. Meanwhile, we take a look at another pick off the board, ladies.
With the 202nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Evan Weaver, inside linebacker, California.
That is John Runyon Sr. carrying John Runyon Jr. John Runyon played a lot of years in the NFL, had a reputation for one of those guys that played to the echo of the echo of the echo of the whistle. Played a lot of years in Philadelphia, and now John Runyon, who played at Michigan, as you see him with Eddie George and Steve McNair, among the many people that John Runyon Jr. hung out with in his playing days, as John Runyon played at Tennessee. Now, John Runyon, the son, is off the board. Now,
veteran, you talk about 26 career starts.
The Weaver helps coverage, a lot of other things. The Arizona Cardinals are trying to get deeper and deeper at linebacker before there becomes an issue, which is a good thing for a young team. Now Minnesota, who traded down, and obviously there was the big trade up by the Ravens to go get Roche, another weapon for Lamar Jackson. Where do the Vikings go here? Well, there are a lot of options now too.
Transition inside evidence came this year. When, as I said, he was challenged.
I could see Lamar Jackson a Patriot. I really could. Now I'm looking at it as a corner. Patriots need a corner, but the Patriots only have 2 more picks in this draft. They have 1 in the 6th, they have 1 in the 7th, and they need a quarterback, and they need one badly. Again, you're saying Shea Patterson. I'm agreeing with Patterson, but Lewerke is another fit, another one that would fit the Patriots model. Minnesota has selected New England as on the call.
Windsor is a bull in a china shop, Trey. He creates a mess everywhere that he goes, just throwing guys on the ground. You see bodies flying all over the place. He's very strong at the point of attack. He plays with phenomenal effort. The only problem is he's on the ground a little bit too much. You want to see him just a little more balanced, a little bit more under control, but the effort is going max at all times with Robert Windsor. He's somebody that is a pass rusher. You're going to use him just to create havoc, and he's going to clean things up and let other guys do the finishing work.
With the 203rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Blake Brandel, offensive tackle, Oregon State.
Off the board as he goes to the Colts. Frank Reich and GM Chris Fowler continuing to work their way through the draft. Lots more coming. The draft rolls on in the 6th round. ABC, the NFL Network, and of course, ESPN.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
Big Dave, closet organizing and jigsaw puzzling? Get Pizza Hut's Big Dinner Box. 2 vegan pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety.
Yeah, Daniel Duarte.
Choose contactless delivery or new curbside.
Hunter Bryant has not gone. We know he's not going to be a Patriot because Hunter Bryant is a tight end that, and the Patriots have really stacked on tight ends here.
And I just want to keep eating it.
Snapped. So good, we may run out of cheese.
I watch it pretty much every day. I love the crew.
This is the guy who changed the game.
He's been an absolute leader. Good morning football is part of my routine.
They might be the team no one wants to play.
I've never seen anything like it. Keeps you engaged and keeps you right where you need to be.
Service isn't just a department. It's a voice on the other end of the phone.
Some good running backs are available in New England would like another running back, but they do need a quarterback.
The world and how we interact with each other is changing, but that will never change who we are at Lexus.
Now, more than ever, you and your needs come first.
Find out what service options are available in your area at lexus.com/people first.
Every financial plan needs a CFP professional. Confident financial plans, calming financial plans, complete financial plans. They're all possible with a CFP professional. Find yours at letsmakeaplan.org.
While we're all home, social distancing, Meals on Wheels volunteers are on the front lines across every community, responding to older Americans who are most in need, delivering food and a reassurance to millions of seniors that they are not alone right now. Because of the tireless commitment of these heroes everywhere, humanity is winning. Support Meals on Wheels now by donating at nfl.com/relief.
Hello from Long Island.
From Connecticut. From Brooklyn.
New Jersey. Lubbock, Texas.
Hola.
Bonjour. Hello.
From all over the tri-state.
And beyond.
We want you to know. We need you to know.
New England has selected.
We are ready to keep you connected.
New England has selected Minnesota is on the clock.
Together.
During this unprecedented time.
And we won't stop. Because it's what we do. And we truly believe with all our hearts we will get through this.
Because we are all of us.
In this together.
For over 90 years, RP Smith &
Yes,
Son
Cowboys
has been
did.
North Jersey's #1
They have no picks in this round, but I believe they'll have a pick later in round 7.
Our team is full of experts that can walk you through our variety of displays and explain our vast inventory to ensure you make the perfect selection for your property. Let us help you get the curb appeal you always dreamed of. Create your very own backyard getaway, or give your business an edge with professional stone accent. Visit or call us today. RP Smith & Son in Succossana.
With the 205th pick,
The 2000.
with the 204th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Kasha Molia, linebacker, Wyoming. So no quarterback in the 6th round for New England.
Taco Bell. Delivery and drive-through open.
The Patriots
While we're all home, social distancing,
have
Meals on
one
Wheels
last pick
volunteers are on
left.
the front lines
Obviously, they
across
could
every
trade up or
community,
trade down, but
responding to older Americans who are most in need.
if they're to trade up, it would probably
Delivering
mean
food
relinquishing
and a
that 7th round
reassurance to millions
selection.
of seniors that they are not
Right now,
alone
they've gone
now. Because
safety,
of the tireless commitment of these heroes everywhere,
they've gone linebacker, defensive end,
support
2
Meals on
tight
Wheels
ends, a
now
kicker,
by donating at
2 guards, and 2
nfl.com/relief.
linebackers. They have one last selection.
Well, we
It
just
comes from the
witnessed
Falcons,
selfless volunteers
and it's in the
delivering
7th
food
round
and
of the
reassurance to elderly Americans.
draft. They have, the Patriots have one last pick,
Please help show these individuals.
and
that
with
they
their
are
last pick
not
that they
alone,
just used,
and you can do it
they took a linebacker.
at NFL.com/. Well, these are the Davis twins. Carlos.
I agree, Anthony Nerf, if Lamar Jackson doesn't go before.
Then they kept growing. In fact, their adopted parents said they just kept eating. We had to get a second refrigerator. Then we had to get a second refrigerator in our bedroom so they wouldn't eat our food. And then they started to eat that too. When they found out they were both on scholarship going to Nebraska, their parents said, good, now it's your turn to feed them. And one of them, Khalil Davis, is going to the Bucs, and he ran a 4.7940 at the combine.
That was amazing, Trey. At 310 pounds, doing 6'1", 310. You talk about a guy started every game but one against Purdue. He was very active with 8 tackles. Against Ohio State, he had 5 tackles, 2 for loss, and a sack. When you look at Khalil Davis, you see a guy who does have some sack production. That's impressive. Not at the point of attack, though. He's a guy who will chase, run stops, and lateral pursuit. They're capable of getting after the quarterback. He finished this past season, led the Cornhuskers with 8 sacks at 12 tackles.
Minnesota has selected Jacksonville as on the clock.
As far as his career, Defensive Lineman of the Year in 2018, 2019, 106 tackles in his career, 26 tackles for loss. Wasn't a starter until this past season, a full-time starter. So I like sack production from defensive tackles, and Khalil Davis provided that from Nebraska Cornhusker defense.
And there you see the reaction in Blue Springs, Missouri. By the way, his brother, twin brother Carlos, also pretty fast, 322 pounds. He ran a 4.82 40 at the combine. Meanwhile, the Patriots,
With the 205th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Josh Bratalis, safety, Michigan.
Yeah, Justin Herron started 51 games at left tackle for Wake Forest.
Your second favorite team, the Green Bay Packers, are picking.
See that both in pass sets as well as when he gets out in space. He's very quick to contact. You just don't see a lot of movement. He's not a real powerful player.
They're picking soon.
A little bit tighter in pass protection.
They're picking 208
Get him on the move laterally.
and 209th in the 6th round. I believe they have one more 7th round pick as
I can see
well.
him sliding inside and being a guard at the next level. I don't think he'll hold up a tackle.
let me put it this way.
The Packers have actually way more picks than Patriots. The Packers have 2 picks in the 6th round, both very soon, and 2 picks in the 7th round.
He's indeed staying in Philadelphia. He's going to the Eagles now.
Yeah, he ranked great at the combine. Ranked 4.51 at the combine. Led the outs with 87 tackles at 8 tackles for loss. Will get your attention in addition to speed. He can make his presence felt against the run. He had 8 tackles for loss this past year, and he does a decent job in coverage. What he didn't do on tape when I watched him in 3 games was pop. He's not a guy that's going to wow you over and doesn't jump out at you when you watch him as this big-time prospect. He's probably going to have to be a special teamer early on to see if he can translate all that speed and athleticism to pushing for a starting job. But I think on special teams will be where he'll have to make his mark as a rookie for the Philadelphia Eagles coming up this year.
Well, then there's John Panisi, the defensive tackle out of Utah, off the board. Mel, what can you tell us, Lewis?
Yeah, this is a run stuffer extraordinaire. 6'1", 318 pounds, lined up next to Lecky Fotu. I think he plays with tremendous pad level, real good energy, real good competitiveness, and real good scheme recognition, understands where blocks are coming from. He will, every once in a while, besides pushing the pocket with power, he'll show an ability to take an edge and get upfield, shoot a gap, get some pressure on the quarterback. I really like this player.
Jacksonville has selected Buffalo's on the clock.
Second down player, but if you need to just push the pocket on 3rd down, he can do that as well. I think this is a good addition for Detroit here late in the draft because you have someone who's high character, plays the game hard, and can give you snaps not just on 1st and 2nd down, but 3rd down in a big body at 318 pounds.
Meanwhile, safety Antoine Brooks Jr.
Jacksonville, I think, goes running back here.
Daniel, he led the team in tackles, but also led the Big Ten with 69 solo tackles this past season.
With the 206th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Tyler Davis, tight end, Georgia Tech. And they don't go running back. They go for a guy who can block some running backs, a tight end, continuing on the offense.
You mentioned the production there. He also had 27.5 tackles for loss. He's a phenomenal blitzer who has timing and burst and the ability to finish there. So he'll have a role in sub packages close to the line of scrimmage, and I believe you're going to see an outstanding special teams player in Antoine Brooks.
Well, I'll talk about maybe him moving from linebacker to nickel back to safety in some kind of hybrid of all 3. So we'll see exactly where Antoine Brooks Jr. Ends up. Played high school football on the offensive side, broke his leg, said he was going to stop, and then said, no, I'll just play defense. All right, why are we showing you Cindy Mizell? Well, she's Jordan Fuller's mom. She's backed up with the Rolling Stones as a singer, Bruce Springsteen, Luther Vandross, and Whitney Houston. Jordan Fuller's brother was a wide receiver at UCLA from 2012 to 2015, drafted in the 7th round of the 2016 draft by the Atlanta Falcons. This is our way of saying Jordan Fuller from Ohio State is off the board to the Rams. Just the 14th two-time captain in Buckeyes history.
Yeah, veteran in that defensive sector, that talent-laden defensive sector of Jeff Okuda and Damon Arnett, the 2 corners, both first-rounders this year. And Sean Wade as well is going to be a first-rounder next year, probably a high first-round pick. Ohio State's producing defensive backs every year. It's like defensive back you. And Sean Wade is special. In terms of Jordan Fuller, He's almost 6'2", about 205. We ran 4.67 at the combine. Third on the team in tackles. That center fielder, he's got some range. Not a high ceiling, though. And I think he'll be maybe an average to decent backup type in the NFL. Really never took the game to the impact performer level. He was solid, not spectacular. The other guys were making plays all over the field. Boy, like I said, reliable out there every week. But I didn't think he took his game to that elite level like you would hope he would at various stages of his college career at Ohio State.
Well, here's what Ryan Day had to say about Jordan Fuller. He does everything you want your son to do. If you had a daughter, you'd want her to marry him. That's the kind of kid he is. We'll see what happens as Jordan Fuller is now with the Baltimore Ravens. John Harbaugh from the Ravens will join us when we come back. Stay with us. The draft continues on ESPN, ABC, and the NFL Network.
You're watching the 2000.
Yeah, Buffalo right now is on the clock. Green Bay will be soon.
Presented by Lowe's.
Green Bay will be soon to pick their back-to-back 2 picks.
Category 3 hurricane left more than 1 million people without power.
The effects of the superstorm leveled an entire community.
Tornado struck in the early. We've always tried to be there when you and your home have needed us most. Working together to keep your home working. It's just what we do. What we've always done. What we'll continue to do. Because home is what unites us.
Buffalo has selected. Green Bay is on the clock. Oh, and Buffalo did just select. It's Isaiah Hodgins. Isaiah Hodgins is the pick
This summer, it's the return of
that Buffalo gets a wide receiver, and now Green Bay is on the clock. Green Bay will have the first chance to pick.
bigger holes, only bigger hits. What a failed strategy, bigger glory. Oh, we go again. Holy Moly 2, the sequel. Premieres Thursday, May 21st on BBC.
We have been invited to a superb owl party.
Hey, you guys made it! How come we never see you guys during the regular season?
It's like they were vampires or something.
You are all such strong women. How did you end up married to such boiled potatoes?
When human pigs are made, the mate keeps changing and aging. So sad.
For over 90 years, R.P. Smith & Son has been North Jersey's #1 concrete block manufacturer. And now find the best natural stone pavers, veneers, and more. Our team is full of experts that can walk you through our variety of displays and explain our vast inventory to ensure you make the perfect selection for your property. Let us help you get the curb appeal you always dreamed of. Create your very own backyard getaway or give your business an edge with professional stone accent. Visit or call us today. R.P. Smith & Son in Succossuna.
Heating and air conditioning problems happen at the worst times. And unexpected repairs can be costly. With a Total Comfort heating and cooling plan, you won't have to worry. It includes coverage on your heating and cooling system and water heater, 365 days a year with unlimited service calls and free repairs on covered parts. We've been serving your neighborhood for decades. You'll get expert
Jake
repairs.
Hansen goes to Green Bay,
So sign up today
a
with
center
NGR
from
Home
Oregon.
Services, the company you know
And now Green
and
Bay is
trust.
going to have their second pick of the
Well, it has been a very interesting draft for the
sixth
Baltimore
round.
Ravens. You name it, they got it. A heat-seeking, ball-finding linebacker.
Their final pick of the sixth round and their third pick overall left in the draft. In the overall in the draft. Two picks left in the seventh round for Green Bay.
Nothing but catch hundreds of footballs over the years. So to discuss that and all things related to the Ravens in the draft, we're delighted to be joined now by Ravens head coach John Harbaugh. John, thanks for being with us. I asked this of all the coaches that are on. How has the experience been for you? Because we've never done this before.
Oh, I know. It's been great. It's great to be with you, Trey. It's been fun. I'll tell you, it's neat with the family, be with my wife, be with my daughter. We've really enjoyed it. It's been amazing. It's been different. So yeah, I've enjoyed it. Neighbors coming around, snooping around, so it's been okay.
Yeah, get the neighbors out of here. We're focused on things here. Let's talk about
Green Bay
some
has selected
Patrick
Philadelphia
Queen.
as in the
You
clock.
just saw him at LSU. He's just a guy who just was looking for the ball and went and found the ball as well as you can almost find anybody doing it.
No doubt. Plus, I think his best football is ahead of him. You talk to the coaches there, Coach Aranda.
With the 209th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Simone Stepniak, offensive tackle, Indiana.
Did we lose him?
So Simone Stepniak is a big-bodied, heavy, strong offensive lineman that will help.
You guys ran the ball better than
that will help
ever has in
Aaron
terms of
Rodgers
yards
and
in
the
history of
back-to-back
NFL
picks
last
that the
season.
Packers
Here's a very
made, and
productive back.
neither
The
were
only 2,000-yard
compensatory.
running back in
So they could have traded either of them, but they didn't. They went for two big offensive linemen, and they were able to protect.
Ohio State, but listen, he was right there. Probably our top-rated running back.
They're able to protect them. Yeah, Anthony Nerf, the Packers just took Jake Hansen, center from Oregon, and the Packers also just took Simone Stepniak, a tackle from
Well, it just shows
Indiana.
You what a good coach you are.
Two big,
to look past things, 'cause
Big
you drafted
Ten
not one, but two
beefy
Ohio State
offensive
players,
linemen for Aaron
including the
Rodgers. That's
linebacker
who they
Blake
took,
Harrison.
Anthony.
That's right. I'm an open, we're open, equal opportunity employer. We won't hold any grudges on that. We'll be happy to have those guys, and they're great players. Obviously, it's a great program. So, yeah, it's a good deal.
Well, listen, you guys obviously set records rushing the ball, but Ravens wide receivers were last in the NFL last year in grabs and receiving yards. So you pick up a couple.
Dallas has one last pick in the draft. Oh, I didn't know this. I knew that the Giants had 4 picks in the 7th round.
And also Devin Duvernay. So not only do you
The
get
Giants'
you get them both
last
from the state of
pick
Texas. What do you like about
in
these
the
two?
7th round is Mr. Irrelevant. We have Mr. Irrelevant for the first time in a long time that I can remember. So that will be really fun to do. But yeah, I wanted to tell you, UGB, the Dallas Cowboys only pick their last pick, their next pick in the 7th round is their only pick, 17th of the 7th round that Dallas will have.
They're going to complement us very well. I mean, speed with Duvernay. This guy can run. He can go up and catch balls like you can on TV right there. He makes high catches. He plays inside. He plays outside. Breaks tackles. He's just a real explosive guy.
Real quickly, there was one point we had the camera on you at some point. I think it was last night, and you were all kinds of fired up. You were high-fiving and pumping. Was it about a certain pick? Did something happen there? Because the emotion that you were showing at that time was actually pretty cool.
Well, it was Duvernay. We were planning that out. We had those 3 picks there, and we kind of had an order. We ended up getting all 3 guys we wanted. We got Duvernay, we got Harrison, and then we got Phillips with the last pick of the 3rd round. So we had ordered up, and we were strategically hoping to get those 3 guys. We felt we had to give Devin first in the order. So when the trade was made with New England, I had a little concern because Coach Belichick, he's a smart guy, and they probably could have maybe used a receiver too, though they took a really good tight end. Thought for a second maybe that they were going to go ahead and take him, but they didn't. They took the other Devin, Asiasi, the tight end from UCLA. So we got our Devin, so I was very fired up about that.
And, of course, we should say Asiasi started in Michigan. Just want to make sure we all understood that because we talk too much about Ohio State here. For your pleasure, I'm sure. Hey, Coach, we appreciate the time. Be well, be safe. Thanks for being with us, all right?
Michigan, man, too. We took Bredesen. Don't forget that.
I told you, photographic memory. The playbook will not be a problem for Ben Bredesen. Trust me.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, John, be good. We'll see you. All right, so again, we're doing this draft-a-thon. We're having a lot of fun. We're trying to do some musical interludes as well. And how about one from One Republic performing Better Days?
So the Eagles still on the clock. They haven't made their selection yet. I don't know really what they're waiting for. All right, guys. Yeah, I guess a tight end with the last pick, UGB might be good for the Dallas Cowboys. Man, the Eagles got to pick something. This is why the draft goes slow. Philadelphia has selected the New York Jets. They're on the clock.
today. 'Cause I know there'll be better days. Waking up to a new year. Past and out the way. Waking up to a new scene. And I know that it washed away. So whatever you do, don't worry about me. I'm thinking about you, don't worry about this. Everything changes. Time will tell you it does.
The Packers drafted, hold on, let me get it up. They drafted 2 offensive linemen, Anthony Nerf. They drafted Jake Hansen, a center from Oregon, and they drafted Simon Stepniak, a guard from Indiana. Those are the 2 guys that they drafted. And Indianapolis, I think, just traded up.
NFL, what's up? Thank you guys.
Philadelphia just took Prince Tega Wanaho, an offensive tackle from Auburn.
$6 over there. Do I hear $7? $7 in front. $7 going once, going twice.
Indianapolis just traded up to the Jets spot. So the Colts, I think, have 3 straight picks.
Sourdough bread.
It's not showing up in the NFL app right now, but if that is the case, and I'll look it up now, the 2 picks behind Indianapolis are compensatory, meaning they cannot be. Oh, here it is. It is a pick.
Who is this?
And they take
From State Farm.
What are you wearing?
Isaiah Rodgers, a corner from Massachusetts.
Like a good
The
neighbor,
state of
State Farm is there.
Gather round. The Cravings Pack from Taco Bell. 4 crunchy tacos and 4 beefy 5-layer burritos.
The 2 next picks are also owned by the Colts, and they're compensatory, meaning they cannot be drafted. They cannot be traded. So the Colts will take 2 more players back to back. 3 back-to-back players. Right now, Isaiah Rodgers is the first one from Massachusetts. These should be quick picks too, because the Colts should know exactly what players they want, and nobody can go and trade for them.
Shall we begin?
Man, look at this world.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Keep listening. I smell chips when you watch me.
Taste it and enjoy.
Step by step, we're going to figure this out. And we're going to find a way through this.
We're working really, really hard in the hospitals. Our nurses, our techs, all the docs.
It's about staggering when people get it so that the hospitals can cope.
We're going to go through an awful lot of these.
All across Puget Sound, people have been stepping up and donating personal protective equipment.
We stay at work. Who are you? You stay at home for us.
Just know we're all with you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can you hear it? God in the whirlwind. He can feel us trampling his kingdom.
were told of the recent tragedy west of town.
An English agent went missing.
I'm here to discover his fate.
Who was it who tasked you with this mission?
The name doesn't matter.
So it'll be interesting to see where the Colts do go here. Again, I think running back is big.
What sort of a man?
Salvin Ahmad would be an interesting pick.
Hawks in a pen of rabbits.
The English are scheming to find their missing men. We can help each other.
Soon the peace will be broken. And the English and French will go back to the way things have always been. Throat slitting, lies, and land grabs.
Indianapolis has selected. Indianapolis is on the clock. I don't know why that took them forever for the Colts to take a player.
We will have to answer for this. Yes. Yes, we will.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by...
With the 212th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Desmond Patman. Desmond Patman, receiver, Washington State.
Philadelphia, Daniel Jeremiah, Quez Watkins out of Southern Miss.
Yeah, and this is the example of how deep this class is at wide receiver. I thought Quez Watkins in most years is a third or fourth round pick, yet he's still available here. Very smooth, a lot of separation at the top of his route. They'll use him on a lot of those deep over routes. And when you watch him get out in the open field, Trey, you're not going to catch him. It looks like a speedboat pulling away from canoes when you're watching the tape. There's no shot of catching up to him. Big-time speed has been the theme for the Philadelphia Eagles. Once again, they had somebody that can fly.
Yeah, he ran a 4.35 40 at the combine, third fastest among wide receivers. You normally don't see the third fastest wide receiver stay until the 6th round. So here's what the Eagles have done. Jalen Reagor, who was screaming up draft boards in the run-up to the draft in the first round. A lot of people very curious about the Jalen Hurts decision in the 2nd round. And then you've seen a bunch of wide receivers since then. Let's go back to ESPN insider extraordinaire Adam Schefter. Adam, it certainly seems like
so these next two picks
getting wide receivers, and they found them.
Well, Trey, you saw three wide receivers listed
Indianapolis
there
and
that the
Seattle.
Eagles drafted, and then they
This
also
will be the
traded
set.
for one.
Indianapolis
as well,
got a
swapping
defensive
picks
back.
in
They
the
got
6th
Desmond
round,
Patman.
moving back 20 slots
Receiver.
in that
Indianapolis
round to
has
get the
this
49ers
third and last pick in the
wide
6th
receiver
round.
Marquise Goodwin. So
And
you
Seattle.
got Marquise
And
Goodwin,
after the Hawks
Jalen
pick, those will
Reagor,
be the
and
two.
John Hightower and Quez Watkins. That's an awful lot of speed that the Eagles have added on offense.
Those will be the two picks left in the 6th round, and then after the Hawks pick, we're on to the last round of the 2020 NFL Draft and the last round of this stream.
Eagles are happy to take it on, and they have surrounded Carson Wentz with 4 new different wide receivers this weekend. A lot of weapons on offense, including that Oklahoma quarterback Jalen Hurts.
Indianapolis and Seattle.
Adam, thanks. Meanwhile, we just had a conversation with John Harbaugh, the Ravens head coach, talking about their draft, and one of the players they picked was James Prochet, the most prolific receiver this season, Lewis. 111 receptions, led the FBS with that.
Yeah, 1,219 yards, 15 touchdowns, and had just 3 drops in that 110 reception season. That's incredible. This is a guy who primarily works in the slot, 424 snaps in the slot as opposed to 480 outside. He's just really a very...
Indianapolis has selected Seattle is on the clock.
In the scouting world, he's what you would call a short stepper, has a short stride, but he's very efficient with his movement, very good hands down the field, very good tracking skills. He will play big at the catch point. They use him in numerous different ways, especially in the middle.
With the 213th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Jordan Glasgow, Safety, Michigan. So Glasgow goes to Indianapolis. They get a corner, they get a receiver, and they get a safety. So laterally, Indianapolis gets stronger and stronger throughout this NFL draft.
Cole Beasley, Emmanuel Sanders, Cortland Sutton, a lot of wide receivers out of SMU the last few years.
So Seattle
into the NFL, and there you see the numbers for James
will be on the clock now. Seattle with the last pick of this NFL draft, 6th round.
All he did was break Hardy Nickerson's tackle record at Cal.
Unbelievable, Trey, the production of Evan Weaver. He watched 89s all over the field. He had 182 tackles this past year. The instincts are outstanding. The angles for the football is what allows that to happen. This is a guy, think about it, he doesn't get in the habit of sticking the blocks. He gets off blocks. He makes plays in space. He breaks down in traffic. You think about a guy, hits with a purpose. Now, look at a missed tackle every now and then. Now, he's not a man defender. He's not going to be a cover guy. Coverage will not be his forte, but he was impressive making tackles in that zone, and his production was through the roof. Week in and week out, you know, that double-digit tackles every game. There's a fumble recovery to be made. He came up with it. He was the right man at the right time on the spot every game for this football team over a period of time during his career. He wasn't a one-year wonder. 89 is a good football player. He's a warrior. Loves to play the game. You can't teach instincts, and he has them.
Yeah, he led the FBS and set a Pac-12 record with 182 tackles. It's safe to say he was a rambunctious child. His mom said if he had been our firstborn, he'd be an only child. But Evan Weaver, hard to the football all the time, and Evan Weaver, now a member of the Arizona Cardinals. We move back to the Minnesota Vikings and their selection, Daniel Jeremiah, taking a look at Josh Metellus, the safety.
And I feel like we've seen a lot of Michigan players come off the board today. And Josh Metellus, as a safety, aligns as that high safety and plays in the deep middle of the field. He's quick to read, range, and drive on the football. We see him with a pass breakup. Right
with the
there.
214th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Freddie Swain, wide receiver, Florida. Okay, so Swain goes last in the 6th round of the 2020 NFL Draft, and so it's going to be round 7.
And that is what they got with Josh Metellus in Minnesota.
It'll be round 7. So the Cincinnati Bengals now on the clock with the 215th pick. This is the first pick of the final round in the 2020 NFL Draft. Just gotten ready to start round 7.
Super Bowl with the Rams, and now you have Isaiah coming in with his 6'3", 210-pound frame. He was the go-to guy for Jake Luton. You think about a guy who had 86 catches, 13 touchdowns this past
There are 41 picks in this round, and Cincinnati has selected Washington as on the clock.
Speed when you watch him, good feel for the position, catch radius, tracks the ball over his shoulder exceptionally well. Kid had a really good year. You're talking about all the receptions he had. He had outstanding games week to week. 73% of his catches resulted in either a first
With the 215th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Marcus Bailey, inside linebacker, Purdue.
Josh is a competitor, he's a winner, and they're doing what they can here to
So more players to just get this team definitely deep for the Cincinnati Bengals. Nerf, if you're still here, definitely watch this. These will be the two Packers. These are the two highlights on the TV of the two Packers that were picked.
Oh, this Oregon offensive line got a lot of hype coming into the year. Their best player is actually their left tackle, who we'll see in next year's draft, Penei Sewell. But with Hansen, he started a bunch of football, 49 games. He's got a strong punch. He can latch and drive. Does a great job of really running his feet on contact. The issue that he has, he'll struggle with quickness, some in pass protection, has a little bit of a bad habit ducking his head. That can be improved, but somebody, again, a lot of experience in protecting Justin Herbert there for the Ducks.
All right, so we'll see how that plays out for Hansen as he is off the board. Meanwhile, we continue to work our way through the draft. And another selection, and this one is Simon Stepaniak, the offensive lineman out of Indiana.
Yeah, Stepaniak has his hands really, really tight. When I watched the first game, I watched him against Devon Hamilton from Ohio State. He really struggled.
Washington has selected San Francisco is on the clock. See what the Redskins more offensive help. Well, this is defensive coach, defensive system, but more offensive help is definitely something for the Redskins to think about.
Well, 37 reps at the combine, second only to Fresno State offensive lineman Fane Mute. 37 reps at 225.
With the 216th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Cameron Curl, safety, Arkansas. An Arkansas safety, first player drafted from the Razorbacks in this draft, and he goes to Washington to help the back end of that safety group.
They get John Runyon, the son of the All-American.
It's not the last Washington pick in this draft. I believe it's the second to last.
Interesting draft pick.
This is the second to last, so Curl goes there.
Wanoga out of Auburn. He was born in Delta State in Nigeria.
Now San Francisco will get ready to pick
came to the United
some of
States,
the players.
Size 17 shoes, got off the plane with a backpack, one change of clothes, and $20. The idea was for him to come here and be a basketball player. The whole plan was to be the next LeBron James. And the only way he started playing football was while he was waiting for basketball to begin, and he stopped playing basketball after breaking his leg in 2015. His mom, Princess, died in 2017, and now Prince Tega Wanogo is delivering the promise that his family wanted for him to find a better life here in the United States, as he is off the board and going to Philadelphia, Lewis.
Yeah, this is an impressive athlete on the football field. The way he plays the position at 6'5", 308 pounds, 33.5-inch arms. Look, when you throw him the tape and you throw him up against some of the better competition, let's just take, for instance, when they played LSU and he matched up against Caleb on Chason. He has some of the nicest sets you're going to see as far as quickness off the ball, base, balance, keeps his head back. He's not a leaner. He's always on balance.
San Francisco still hasn't made their pick yet, but they're gearing to make it, and we'll see what excellent and smart selection they make, or if it is one of those. You really can't make too much of a good or bad judgment on seventh-round picks. Most people don't think they pan out. I believe seventh-round picks usually pan out because they'll find a way. Now, they all pay out the way that they think, or to the team, or they're not superstar players or star players, but seventh-round picks are increasingly important. I don't appreciate people who say that there's no reason to watch it. Like, seventh round is very important.
Good job, including a couple of those wide receivers with a lot of speed, and now they get Prince Tega Wanogo, the offensive tackle, out of Auburn. We have crossed the threshold and are into the 7th round. The draft continues. ABC, NFL Network, and ESPN.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
Restaurants have always been there for you. And even though tables are empty at the moment, now you can be there for them. While the doors may be closed, the kitchens are open for delivery.
I'm searching for info on options trading, and look, it feels like I'm just wasting time.
That's why TD Ameritrade designed a first-of-its-kind personalized education center. Their award-winning content is tailored to fit your investing goals and interests, and it learns with you. So as you become smarter, so do its recommendations.
So it's like my streaming service.
Except now you're binge learning.
For a limited time, get up to $800 when you open and fund an account. Call 866.
San Francisco has selected the New York Giants are on the clock. That was a little late. San Francisco took one of the big time playmakers, Jawan Jennings from Tennessee. More weapons for Jimmy Garoppolo. They're going to be a scary offense this year. Jawan Jennings to San Francisco, and my Giants have one of the.
Don't bring that mess around here, Evan.
One of their 4 7th-round selections that the Giants have, including Mr. Irrelevant. Giants took a linebacker. Maybe you take a quarterback. I'd say here now. You know what? Here you got to do it.
More than just a big discount.
Either a defensive end or a skill player like a running back or a receiver. I say
When
for the
most
Giants.
smartphones are expensive, the family has to share one. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones when you switch. Or don't and prepare to lose some furniture. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month. Or don't and remodel the living room. Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones all on our Super
New York has
Super Fast
selected.
network. As an essential service, Boost Mobile is committed to keeping you connected.
Baltimore is on the clock.
At Optimum, we're committed to keeping you connected, even though we're staying apart. That's why right now, you can get Optimum's Altice Mobile for just $30 a month for life, with unlimited data, talk, and text on a nationwide network with 99% coverage. Now more than ever, we want to connect you to everyone you love, from video chatting to working from home to reaching out to family across the globe. You can count on us to keep you connected. Visit AlticeMobile.com right from home and order Optimum's Altice Mobile for just $30 a month for life. Also available for Optimum Business.
Middlesex County is a diverse community where everyone cares and everyone counts.
With the 218th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Carter Coughlin, defensive end, Minnesota.
The census determines how our county gets its fair share of federal funding for things like
So the
education,
Giants take
healthcare,
Carter
and more.
Coughlin
It's safe,
and end
easy, and totally confidential.
from
Middlesex County-
Nahamiya Stark. I believe I definitely agree with you. I don't understand what the Eagles are doing with their offense. It looks very bad. I think San Francisco's will be really good though. But the Giants take a defensive end from the University of Minnesota, Carter Coughlin.
Right now. What we do together today.
This lists him as a. They list him as a linebacker, but he could play linebacker. He can play end.
Stay
So
strong.
the Giants get deeper on defense. I usually don't say this with the Giants, but even though it is the 7th round, they've had a very good draft. But they definitely do need to go get some skill players
Families and people in need. Access
in this
services
draft.
like
They need to go
food,
get
shelter,
some
and
skill
information
players. They need to
during
go
these
get
times.
some running
Please
backs.
do
They
what
need
you
to go
can
get
to
some
lend to help
receivers.
with
They've got 3 more picks to do it. So we'll see what they do.
The 7th and final round, say, of the 2020 draft.
Baltimore has selected the Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock.
To you by Lowe's. Mel, who do you like?
You know, Benjamin.
Yeah, Hunter Bryant is still available, as well as that.
Move is very entertaining to watch. You know,
Well,
running
that
back,
Von-
they always tend to drop.
Von running back.
Also available, as is his teammate, tight end Hunter Bryant. Who had a phenomenal year at San Diego State in coverage just this year.
With the 219th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Geno Stone, safety, Iowa. More safeties come off the board. This is a smart, strong safety, second team All Big Ten last year. From Iowa does Geno Stone come from, and he goes to the Ravens.
15.
Play well there. A team that's an absolute contender collects a really good draft. And that's the thing. I thought Pittsburgh could potentially win the division and be one of those teams that just upseats Baltimore. But the offseason and the draft for Baltimore has been really good. Not too much activity in the offseason itself, but the draft has been phenomenal for the Ravens. And the Steelers haven't done that much to place in some of their holes that they have.
Over a 10-yard average and a touchdown. So Isaiah Roberts.
So I really like the Ravens, and I like what they did there.
Maybe big nickel dime back in that defensive secondary.
They are
What's
definitely
another
loaded.
pick of these 3 in a row? Lewis Desmond Patton, the wide receiver out of Washington State.
Yeah, this is an impressive young man. I got to see him in person down in Houston when they played the Houston Cougars this year. 6'3", 225 pounds, 4'4", 8 and a 40. I thought that this young man could really get after it on the outside the numbers routes down the field. He's a big target, has good high point skills, has breakaway speed. Once he's able to get behind the secondary, you see he uses his body to go up on height to fits in corners and pull it down. He's a red zone threat. He's well put together. Great young individual, very humble, hardworking guy. I think this is, when you combine him with the fact that they now have Michael Pittman Jr. and him, they have 2 6'3" plus wide receivers that have really good speed and really good playmaking ability. The Indianapolis Colts are doing some work now. If you combine them with Jonathan Taylor, this offense is going to be lethal. I mean, absolutely lethal. Phillip Rivers has to be thinking, hey, this isn't too bad considering the wide receiver weapons I just left in L.A.
Yeah, Pittman there, then Jonathan Patton in 3 picks in a row. Jordan Glasgow, the last of those 3 picks in a row. As we move on from the Indianapolis Colts and take a look at Seattle, now they pick up the wideout out of Florida, Freddie Swain.
Trey Swain improved as a receiver and also can help you big time in the return game as well. Got size, over 6 feet tall, nearly 200 pounds. This past season, during the Auburn game, career high in receiving yards and 6 catches.
The Los Angeles Chargers have selected Carolina is on the clock.
Receptions against Georgia. Did a good job against
Chargers, they're going to get a running back because there's 2 really good ones there. Salvin Ahmed and Eno Benjamin, and I think Eno Benjamin is going to be a Charger in a few moments.
In the return game, ability to create separation underneath. He's comfortable, really comfortable working across the middle, which I was impressed with.
With the 220th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select K.J. Hill, wide receiver, Ohio State. So they don't go for either running back. They go and get a receiver for their quarterback.
Where he'll have to make his mark as a rookie in the NFL.
Meanwhile, as we move into the 7th round, the Cincinnati Bengals picked that round first as well. They picked it in every single round.
You could see a quarterback in the 7th round, but I think they'll still do it if they don't get a quarterback. If they get a quarterback, but if they don't get a quarterback, then you'll definitely see the future of the Patriots being an undrafted free agent.
And find himself drafted.
Or possibly the Patriots don't like any free agent or anybody in the draft, and the Patriots realize that they won't be a good team next year. I think they'll be competitive, but maybe they end up being a bad team and taking one of the top quarterbacks next year.
He's got instinct
And seeing that guy to be the guy, because I know Belichick wants. He can go quarterback by committee, but I know Belichick at some point wants his guy, and he'll have to find one. With the 221st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Stanley Thomas Oliver III, corner from Florida International.
Have 2 torn ACLs. Of course, we see Thomas Davis doing it well.
Obviously, we'll see where he goes, where they go now.
The Bengals have done it. Started with Joe Burrow. Boy, that seems like a lifetime ago. T. Higgins to start the second
New England has the 16th pick in the
They love the King
in
Davis
the 2020 NFL Draft 7th round. Right now, we are on the 8th pick in the 7th round. Also, we had some trades. Nobody usually trades into the 7th round. It's still possible until it's still possible until the 32nd pick, which is the final the 33rd pick in the 7th round. It's absolutely possible, but it doesn't look like it'll happen. Right now, Arizona's on the clock.
Breakdown a little bit more consistently. Made some plays. He had 76 tackles.
This is Arizona's last selection in the 2020 NFL Draft.
At 206 pounds with long arms, 34.5 vertical, good upper body strength. But I thought he didn't always play as physical as you wanted. They also had that versatility, though. You like the fact that he played corner early on, made some plays in coverage when he was a freshman. I think he really still has some developing to do overall, Trey. Wasn't sold on him. Not surprised he lasted as long as he did.
We'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, take a look at Jawan Jennings, who is now off the board, going to San Francisco in the 7th round. His father played football at North Alabama. His sister, Alexis, played college basketball at Kentucky and South Carolina. His brother, Kendall, played junior college basketball. But we're talking about a guy, Daniel, and Jawan Jennings, who has had discipline issues with not 1 but 2 staffs at Tennessee.
Yeah, but when you watch him on the field, Trey, I know the knock on this kid on the field is the speed. He ran a 4.72 at the combine. He does not separate very well. But if you're looking for a big slot, that's what you have right here. And the physicality shows up on these 50-50 balls.
Also, you look at Jawan Jennings, I love his size. I really think he's just a big receiver you can take a risk on, too, as they show the highlight of Jennings going to San Francisco. Also, the Giants were right behind them with the pick, so I'm really interested to see the highlights of that linebacker that they took, or end, whatever you want to call it.
And we take a look at the Niners pick page again. They've been very active this entire weekend, including the bombshell trade that Adam Schefter told us about with the Washington Redskins, getting Trent Williams for a 3rd and a 5th. it shows you how bad Trent Williams wanted to get out of there. They knew that he was leaving. They couldn't get much for him in return because Trent Williams is an unbelievable player. They get Javon Kinlaw, Brandon Ayuk, Colton McKivitz, Charlie Warner, the tight end out of Georgia, and, of course, Jawan Jennings, now the wide receiver.
With the 222nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Eno Benjamin. There he goes, the running back from Arizona State. And here's Carter Coughlin, the kid that goes to the Giants.
Tom Moe played football at Minnesota, and it doesn't stop there. His father, Bob Coughlin, also played at Minnesota and was very active on the defensive side of the ball. His mother, Jenny, played tennis at Minnesota. And then his uncle, Mike, also played football at Minnesota. And we're not done yet. It's a very large family. Paul Kramer, his cousin, also played football. A lot of Gophers here for the Carter Coughlin clan. And I'm pretty sure Mel Kiper Jr. has a scouting report on all of them, including the tennis player.
Not quite sure, but Carter Coughlin in 2018 really was a sack artist. Had 10 sacks, and then he became a guy that teams knew they had a scheme to stop. They knew what they had to do, and he cut that sack total, things it down to 4.5. Against Penn State this year, dominant, 9 tackles, had a sack in that game. Ranked 4.57 at the combine at a 36 vertical. Doesn't have a great burst off the edge, but he's got active hands. He's tenacious. He has who's coming off the edge. He's not one-dimensional. He can drop into coverage, and he gets after the quarterback. He's relentless. I think it's a nice pickup. When you can run as well as he did, you test as well as he did, and you have all the production that Carter Coughlin had, and you have that great attitude, great approach. I think for Dave Gettleman and the Giants, why not take a shot in the 7th round? I've always said, take the guys who are athletes and get production with them.
Giants draft is going really good, and the fact that not only do they have 3 draft picks, New York does in the 7th round, but 2 of those draft picks are compensatory, meaning they're going to have to pick someone. So, I think this Giant team is going to be very fun to watch. It's going to be less headaches for us Giants fans. Right now, we got Jacksonville on the clock. Arizona used that pick, Eno Benjamin, the running back. It's the final pick in the 2020 NFL drafts for the football club that plays in Arizona.
Your awkward ones. Thanks for sharing your cute kids and your adorable pets. Now it's our turn to share with the Geico gift bag. A 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies for both current and new customers. And because we're committed for the long haul, credit lasts your full policy term. So thanks again. One good share deserves another.
Jeff, you make smart choices, but you're getting burned. By your bank. With the Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account, you can earn more interest in 1 month than in 1 year with the largest banks.
I am getting burned. I got to do something about this.
Probably should.
You could earn more interest in 1 month than in 1 year with the largest banks. You can money with Marcus by Goldman Sachs.
Jacksonville has selected. Tennessee is on the clock.
Rated mature. You know, you've already got a home team. Willie, Lauren, Steven, Deborah. 300,000 members of a team working hard to keep your home working for you. Because home is what unites us.
interdependent, united. And that's never been more apparent than right now. What we do together today will determine how we live united tomorrow.
With the 223rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Chris Claybrooks, corner, Memphis, and that's their last pick in the 2020 NFL Draft.
Our team at New York Presbyterian
wants to thank all of you.
You can't see it, but behind these masks, we're smiling.
Your cheers are keeping us strong.
People are doing the right thing by staying home, keeping themselves safe, keeping us safe.
It's why we care for all the people who need us right now.
We want them back on their feet and back home with their families. From the bottom of our hearts.
The 224th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cole McDonald, quarterback, Hawaii. Another quarterback gone. A good one. But the two kids from Michigan are still on the board with the New England Patriots in tow. They'll probably get signed today.
All right, time for an NFL trade alert. Here's a summary of the trades brought to you by Auto Trader. The Packers and Dolphins made a trade. And the big part of this, obviously, was the fact that the Packers traded up to get a quarterback in Jordan Love, even though they had a quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, Daniel Jeremiah, who led them to the NFC Championship game last season. Low the symmetries between what happened with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers 15 years ago to the day. So Jordan Love, what is he? What are they getting?
Well, they're getting somebody that's an incredibly gifted thrower, Trey. And when you watch him, I'm talking about the ability to throw from different platforms. You can see him throwing fading away, different arm angles. He can generate unbelievable velocity, but also flashes the ability to make throws with touch, get the ball up and down. The difference, though, is you got to go from being a thrower to being a quarterback, and the big part of that is decision-making. He's got to get better, stop locking on throws, and stop turning the football over. Not have a lot of his key guys around him that he had the year before, a new coaching staff. Those are a lot of excuses. But, man, he's got to clean that up at the next level. Fortunately for him, he's going to have an opportunity to sit and learn behind one of the best in the business in Aaron Rodgers.
Well, there is no question he is one of the best in the business, and that's why many people were curious about why they would do that. I mean, I get it from a term. This is why the Packers have had long-term success in terms of being competitive for a long time, because they made the decision to get Aaron Rodgers while Brett Favre was still there. And even though Brett had said on several occasions he was talking about retirement, Aaron Rodgers...
Minnesota has selected Chicago is on the clock. Interesting where Minnesota goes here. Maybe corner. They could go offensive tackle. They could do a lot of things here. Defensive tackle. Raekwon Williams. Yeah, I like a Raekwon Williams to go to the Vikings here with this pick.
Jordan Love, Mel, you look at him, you just wonder if it was the complete turnover last year at Utah State where he had 9.
This is not the last pick in the draft for the Vikings. It's they have 3 more.
Great season in 2018.
They take Kenny Walicki, defensive end for Michigan State.
Everything that could be
the Vikings and the Giants have very similar with their picks. The Vikings have 3 more picks to make, so they have a lot of work to do.
Kansas City Chiefs, the Super Bowl winning Chiefs. Then you think about all your receivers, okay, tight end as well. And then you lose your head coach, Matt Wells, who takes Yost, the coordinator, with him to Texas Tech. So you got a whole new offense. You got all new players around you, and you're at Utah State where you can't reload. Put it all together. You could have predicted in August his stats would be down. Now I think what he tried to do is just do too much. Became reckless, got in some bad habits, and all of a sudden the numbers spoke volumes. 17 interceptions after throwing with 6 the previous year. So all together, I think you look at it and say continuity, stability. The Packers will provide that, obviously. You're going to sit, watch, and learn, and that's what he needs, to be in the same offense, same everything for a period of time. 3 different coordinators during his career at Utah State.
Yeah, and then, Daniel, what we're talking about here is the situation of how the relationship goes, right, between Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers, because for a variety of reasons, infamously, the beginning of the relationship between Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers did not go well.
Yeah, and look, I think Aaron Rodgers is getting to see what Brett Favre felt like during that point in time. It's not fun to be playing at a very high level, and instead of
Chicago is selected, Chicago is on the clock.
On a team that was in the NFC Championship game, they're bringing in your eventual successor. So I can understand Aaron Rodgers being a little bit frustrated with this whole thing. It's going to be fascinating to watch it all unfold.
All right, we'll see how it will unfold when they get together, whenever that is, if training camps get off on the regular time. So let's go back to the draft. The Ravens take Geno Stone, the safety out of Iowa. People need to understand he was a
with the 226th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Arlington Hambright, guard, Colorado.
So he decided to go to Iowa instead, and then he got a little bit of revenge against his dream school, because when he played there for the first time in Happy Valley, this is Geno Stone as an Iowa safety, and pick 6, thank you very much, takes it back to the house. It's funny, Daniel, because when Kirk Ferentz was looking at Geno Stone's tape in high school, he said, my first question was, what's wrong with this guy? Did he rob a bank or something? He couldn't figure out why nobody was going after him.
Well, this is the same thing with me. This has been my guy through the draft process. When I talk to general managers and personnel executives, I go, tell me what I'm missing on Geno Stone, because I have a big grade on Geno Stone. He's my 12th safety. What am I missing? I couldn't get any support for him around the league. All the guy does is pick off balls. He plays faster than he times. He can high point it. He's quick to read, key, and diagnose. He delivers big hits. He plays with energy. I don't know. I guess I just missed on this one. I thought this guy was a darn good football player and did not imagine he would be available at this point in time.
Yeah, he is, and the Baltimore Ravens, I know Mel likes to say this every year, but the Ravens are having a very strong draft, and it's picked up once again by Geno Stone, the safety out of Iowa, and James Crochet, also the prolific wide receiver out of SMU. Meanwhile, let's take a look at some other picks being made, including one by the Chargers that was made that I think a lot of people might like. It's KJ Hill, the wide receiver out of Ohio State. Daniel, he broke David Boston's all-time receiving record in terms of catches in Columbus.
Yeah, he's one of the best slot wide receivers in this draft class. Reminded me a little bit of Adam Humphries when I watched him. They get the ball in his hands. He's very crisp, very quick, gets in and out of his breaks. They run a lot of those jerk routes where he'll get going in one direction, put his foot in the ground, change direction, create separation. And for a slot receiver, they use him a ton in the red zone, and he's able to finish down.
I believe this is Chicago's last pick in this draft.
Available again at this point in time in the draft. It speaks to the depth of the wide receiver group.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Anthony Nerf, you're wrong because Chicago took a guard with the first, so they're not taking. They're not taking Hunter. They're not going to take one of those back to back. And the second pick is going to be another tackle. They don't take the quarterback or the tight end. They take Latavius Simmons, a tackle from Tennessee State. They go offensive line. The Bears do.
In the 7th round. So we'll see how that works out with whomever the quarterback is going to be for the Chargers. It looks like it's going to be Justin Herbert. Hey, give it up for Matt.
That's the final pick of the draft for the Bears.
Defensive players. That's the first time ever in the common draft era with at least 7 players all on defense. And they closed it out with defensive back Stanley Thomas Oliver III, Lewis.
I didn't have this one, but you know what? I'll tell you what they wind up doing here is they wind up getting a good athlete. You know, defensive back play is something in the NFL that you have to have plenty of. You have to have people who have good athletic ability, and this is what they're getting in this individual. A guy who can drive on the football, make plays at the catch point aggressively, and finish. And when you have someone like this who's sitting there in the 7th round, you have to go ahead and snatch him up and add him to your football team and see what they can do as far as contributing to your roster.
Meanwhile, now off the board, Arizona State running back Eno Benjamin stays close. He is picked up by the Cardinals in the 7th round. Eno was a very productive running back, and he's a very productive man off the field. He unveiled his clothing line on Twitter in January called Tucson's Most Hated. Designs plays off Arizona State's rivalry with Arizona. The other design features a drawing of his face, texting all about the Benjamin. By the way, his full name is Anotabong Benjamin, and that means God's gift in his native land of Nigeria. And he was certainly a gift to Herm Edwards and the Arizona State Sun Devils, Mel. Back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons for our guy.
The 228th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select. Oh, wait, their pick is in. Oh, that's it. Atlanta has selected Washington is on the clock. Coming up. Anthony Nerf, the final selection in the 2020 NFL Draft that belongs to the New England Patriots. The 2020, with the 220th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Sterling Hoff-Richter, kicker, Syracuse. So Hoff-Richter is a good player and a good kicker for a team that doesn't score a lot of points, and most of their points are off of kicks because they don't have a great offense. So he showed a lot, and that's a interesting pick there. So Richter goes.
There's the pad that has swept the internet, ladies and gentlemen. Cliff Kingsbury's domain in Paradise Valley, aptly named, in Arizona. By the way, it's about 97 degrees, so the fire pit being on at 97 is pretty solid. Check this out. People are actually building Cliff Kingsbury's pad with the fire pit on Legos and putting it up. Cliff, live your best life, man. Be about it. Stay with us. Lots more coming as Eno Benjamin stays in the state of Arizona, going from Tucson to Phoenix. Glenda.
So Washington's on the clock right now, and then New England will be right after them.
Right now, we're all having to adapt. So it's only right that at BMW, we adapt the way we support you. Which is why, if you need a vehicle, we're offering special financing options. Just choose the model that best suits you by shopping online. And for the safety of our customers, we're now providing service with at-home pickup and drop. Because in times like these, we need to do more than just adapt with each other. We need to adapt for each other. We're offering no payments for 90 days on a new financed BMW.
This is going to be America's favorite breakfast. They just don't know it yet. You order a breakfast sandwich, and that's when Wendy's makes it. Not weeks or months ago. Try your new favorite. Get a free breakfast Baconator with offer in the app.
Now, more than ever, her love keeps
Washington has selected.
Show her how much
New England is on the clock.
With a gift from the Center of Me collection. Happy Mother's Day from Kay.
In nearly 100 years serving the military community, we've seen you go through tough times.
With the 229th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select James Smith Williams,
and now
defensive end, North Carolina State.
Stability and experience you can depend on. And the online tools you need.
Because you
So Williams
always set the
goes
highest standard.
to Washington,
That standard is what we're made for.
and that might be.
We were there.
Yeah, that's the final pick of the 2020 NFL Draft for the Washington Redskins. So they end it with a defensive end. And now, to the final pick in the 2020 NFL Draft that belongs to New England.
Each other. When the sun came out again, we've gone through it with you for 30 years.
Right behind them is the final pick that belongs to Dallas.
Thank you for all of your efforts to help us slow the spread.
New England has selected Dallas is on the clock.
But we need you to keep it up so we can continue fighting for you. Continue to stay home. Wear a mask in public. If you don't feel well, opt for a video visit with a physician first. Thank you to all of our healthcare heroes battling this pandemic on the front lines. We will get through this together.
Blessings and prayers to everyone as we're all affected by this virus. And I want to send a special shout out to all the frontline workers.
To everyone, I want to say stay healthy, stay inside. I want to say thank you to all the doctors and nurses, all the healthcare workers. We know you guys look down and sing for us, and we really appreciate you guys. So, for myself, I'm gonna give love to everyone. Love you guys. Take care.
Glad you're with us. The draft continues to roll through the 7th round. Again, we'll be here until Mr. Irrelevant is selected. Someone who is not going to be irrelevant is Cole McDonald, the quarterback out of Hawaii, goes to the Tennessee Titans. You got to love a quarterback if his nickname is C Money, and he wears dreads in honor of a former teammate. Now take a look at Cole through the years.
With the 220th pick, 230th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Dustin Woodard,
The dreads are there. Tell us about the highlights.
center,
Not in his hair, but in his blood.
Memphis. So the Patriots take.
Back at one point in time in college. I'm not proud of it, but it's a fact. I went and watched Cole McDonald.
So the Patriots take a center out of Memphis. So the New England Patriots are done right now. They could trade it back into the draft, but not likely. So they take a center. So they do not draft a quarterback. Possibly, again, they could trade in and take a quarterback, but it doesn't look likely. It looks like it'll either be an undrafted free agent, UFA, or someone next year. Dallas has selected Pittsburgh is on the clock. So this is the last pick that the Cowboys have made. So Anthony Nerf, New England's last pick that looks like their last pick is a center from Memphis.
Meanwhile, Kenny Willekes.
No, you didn't take a quarterback.
Another interesting defensive pick.
Anthony Nerf, you took a center.
Out of Michigan State.
Think.
Look at that family. Everything from a cardiothoracic surgeon to an Olympic.
Anthony Nerf, you took a center, not a quarterback.
To a concert pianist. The Willekes family.
Maybe you misheard what I said. I said you didn't
big and very,
take
very
a quarterback.
talented.
Did not
By
take
the
a
way,
quarterback. Took a center.
Willekes won the Ellsworth Trophy, which is awarded annually to the nation's best player who was a former walk-on. He is one of
Again, didn't try to
7
sound aggressive.
siblings
Just
there, and his
if you didn't hear me, I want to just reiterate it a few times.
the player
So again,
he
the
was now
Patriots will probably
really
take
incredible.
either a UFA, an undrafted free agent quarterback, or a quarterback or someone in the draft next year. Dallas, their last selection, takes Ben DiNucci, a quarterback from James Madison. So Dallas takes a quarterback, but it's not one of the Michigan kids. It's James DiNucci from James Madison, an FCS school, one of the best FCS schools, but they take their quarterback. And that's who Dallas's final pick is. Yeah, kind of weird. I agree with you, UGB, but a quarterback from James Madison, one of the better schools in the FCS, and he goes to Dallas to learn behind Dak Prescott.
To that point, Mel, he was.
I mean, it is the 7th round, so I don't know.
Wins Prince at Michigan State.
Also, he's a good quarterback, and the Dallas doesn't have a backup, a real backup. So if Dak gets injured, what do you do? And so DiNucci is the answer.
In the 2020 draft. So as we continue to work our way through the 7th
They may
round,
sign
we
an
realize
undrafted
celebrate
free agent
things like
tight end.
Kenny Willekes and how he's gone from a walk-on player to being drafted. But we also like to celebrate those people who have had long and illustrious careers, not only in football on the field, but in football in the draft.
Chris Morton's in the inside. Let's buckle up for some surprises here, Boomer. New York Jets are on the phone with the New York Giants, desperately trying to trade up into the Giants spot to get Brett Favre.
We do not like a lot of face of me. That's actually in my contract.
With the 232nd pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Carlos Davis, defensive tackle, Nebraska.
And the 2016 Dick McCann Memorial Award winner, longtime ESPN analyst Chris Mortensen.
What'd they offer? I don't know the offer, but you think it was significant? Come on, let's go. He's not telling you the inside on this stuff here. He knows more than he's telling. So do you.
So the final pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's a defensive tackle from Nebraska.
Hey, happy 30th draft, Chris Mortensen. Congratulations.
Well, you blindsided me with that one, that's for sure. I didn't have Boomer's taxi driver for some of those.
The Packers have 2 more picks left, so they could get Lamar Jackson and another player.
It was the first event I was at.
They are close to getting their pick now. Philadelphia is on the clock, then the Rams, then Detroit, and then Green Bay.
The football producer and a good friend.
Philadelphia has selected the Los Angeles Rams are on the clock.
And it's just fun to do. And
my Giants are close by to make picks too. And then they've got a compensatory pick later, and they also hold Mr. Irrelevant selection.
It's one of my favorite Morts if we go through
the final pick of this stream and the final pick of this draft in 2020.
And we have somebody else that's working with you here for the first time in this capacity, but he's worked with you before, Daniel.
Yeah, I tell you what, Trey, I've known Chris Mortensen since 1997. It was the first time I got a chance to meet him. And as I was a college kid back in 99 or 2000, Mort, you had me come up to the draft. You paid for me. You flew me up there. You let me sit off to the side of the stage and answer your phones. And you can imagine what Mort's phone's like during the draft. And it was a dream for me. I was a college kid in heaven, in love with draft, and Mort took me under his wing. And then after I graduated, he helped get me a job with ESPN on the production side. And I wouldn't be anywhere near where I am today if it wasn't for Chris Mortensen. He's opened every door for me in my profession.
With the 233rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Casey Toohill, outside linebacker, Stanford.
That's enough, man. Hey, Trey, one last thing. Scouting report. I went and saw Daniel play quarterback for Appalachian State against Auburn. And I can tell you that had he been playing during the air raid era, the spread offense era, he would have been drafted as a quarterback. As it turns out, the Washington Redskins actually wanted to sign him as a free agent, maybe a possibility at safety, but he made the right career choice. Well, he's doing quite well for himself.
He's doing really well, and so are you, Mort. We're happy to be continuing to work with you. Here's to 30 more, my friend. Congratulations. All right, now back to the business at hand, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to another selection by the Atlanta Falcons. Sterling Hoffrichter, the safety, Mel, or the punter, Mel.
Let me say this. Mort is Hall of Fame in every regard. Every regard. Chris Mortensen. But in terms of Sterling Hoffrichter, that's the leg. You think about punting indoors, now he will be as well. He can boom it. You like punters to be a little bigger, but this kid has a compact technique. And consistently, his hang time, it is amazing. So the ball jumps off his foot. You watch it here. Boom. And there it goes. And he's consistent, I say, with his technique. And look at that. The return man didn't give him nearly enough respect there. And I think when you look at the consistency over a period of time, he was able to do that. So the leg strength of Sterling Hoffrichter, it's been there. And he's been on the radar. When you always listen to the top punters, he was one of those guys. Joseph Charlton, South Carolina, is another guy with a big leg and that 6'4" frame. Happy to see Sterling Hoffrichter selected. He deserves it.
All right, we move on to the next pick. We're talking about Washington takes defensive end James Smith-Williams. Suffered a foot injury early this year, but he has a guy who has a plan. He worked 2 paid summer internships with IBM, was offered and has accepted a job at IBM, Daniel, for whenever his football career is over. So James Smith-Williams is a man with a plan.
Los Angeles has selected Detroit is on the clock. Detroit is
on the NC State campus. When you talk to their coaches, they rave about this kid and his work ethic. He plays on the right side, the left side. He can really hold the point of attack. He's strong.
Green Bay's up soon.
He plays run to pass.
With the 234th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Clay Johnston, inside linebacker, Baylor.
They free him up a little bit. Only 1 sack this past season, but I think there's some more there.
This is the first of 3 Rams selections in the 7th round pick, and this is the last selection by the Los Angeles Rams in the 2020 NFL Draft. That is not a compensatory pick, meaning that it could have been traded. It won't be. The other 2 have to be Ram selections.
Look, if the discipline issues are not a problem, Sadiq Charles is going to be a very good player. Antonio Gandy Golden can do a little bit of everything, and I mean that literally, a little bit of everything. Then they get Kaliki Hudson, the offensive lineman, or excuse me, the outside linebacker out of Michigan. And they just pick up James Smith-Williams, DN out of North Carolina State. We have another quarterback off the board, Mel.
UGB, if you're still here, this is the quarterback that the Cowboys selected.
Started his career at Pittsburgh.
He did. And Benvenucci finished up strong. You talk about a guy who won a lot of football games. You got guys like you talked about. I think Daniel Jeremiah mentioned Jake Delhomme. And I think
So this is going to be Dak Prescott's backup. This is who you guys got. Actually, he'll start at third string probably, but this is who will be his backup.
He's got that ability to feature with his legs. That can surprise that defense there. He's a pretty accurate passer, and he spreads the wealth. He's got real good vision in the pocket. He sees the
Green Bay, obviously, 2 selections, so they'll have a chance. Unless Detroit comes out and takes Lamar Jackson, they'll have at least one chance, maybe 2, to go and take Lamar Jackson.
And he was a heck of a quarterback for that football team, doing it both with his arms and with his legs. And
Yeah, Cowboys could have taken Hunter Bryant, but they decided for this kid. Detroit is selected. Green Bay is on the clock.
All right, so now we take a look at Carlos Davis, the other twin. Khalil Davis was drafted a little earlier. Carlos goes in the 7th round to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And again, these twins were adopted and taken in by the Davis family when they were 9 months old, and they both ran incredible.
With the 235th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jashawn Cornell, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Because the brothers kept growing and kept eating. They finally had to get a 3rd refrigerator and put it in their bedroom so the kids wouldn't come in and steal their food. And they had to put a lock on it to make sure the kids wouldn't come in and take their food. And finally, when they both got offered in Nebraska, they were like, you feed them now. We're done with it. Daniel, what are we getting in Pittsburgh?
Well, you're getting somebody that tested like crazy. When you're 313 pounds and running 4.82, that'll grab your attention. He's a little bit more athlete than football.
Green Bay has selected.
The track
Tennessee is on the clock.
It is big-time stuff on the track. But when you watch him on the field, he plays DN. He also plays some nose. He just plays a little bit too high. You can see when he's free, you can see that athleticism and speed, but he's just got to get his pads down. If he can play a little bit lower, you'll see a more productive football player. What he does best is stack blocks. He likes to peek off those blocks and then make tackles. But, again, the biggest issue, just get those pads down. If he can do that, he'll tap into more of that athleticism.
Well, again, that athleticism was on display as they both ran exceptionally well for their size in the combine. Khalil 4.79 and Carlos ran a 4.82. Wait for it. Wait for it. Ah, there it is. Oh, 2 selfies, 2 phones going at once. Davis family having a party today in Blue Springs, Missouri, as both the Davis brothers have indeed been drafted. Lots more coming for you, lots more celebrations to come as the draft weaves its way through the 7th round on ABC, ESPN, and the NFL Network.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
So we'll see if Lamar Jackson goes to Green Bay.
We thought we'd seen it all.
They're getting ready to pick. Well, they put in their selection, just waiting until it's announced.
But we haven't seen this. So Farmers is reducing auto premiums by 25%, extending payment due dates, and expanding coverage for the delivery drivers who are carrying us through. And then
The 236th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Vernon Scott, safety, Texas Christian.
Wouldn't it be nice to
So
eat
Vernon Scott goes to the Packers.
like the Chalupa
Green Bay has one
Beefy 5-layer burrito.
more selection in the 2020 NFL Draft.
Get your $5 Chalupa cravings box.
We were saying possibly the corner Lamar Jackson. They go for the safety Vernon Scott from Texas Christian University.
It's a voice on the other end of the phone.
a note to say you're on our mind.
So that's who they get.
Come to you.
The world and how we interact with each other is changing, but that will never change who we are at Lexus.
Now, more than ever, you and your needs come first. Find out what service options are available in your area at lexus.com/people first.
Sure.
Kansas City just traded up
Not the one that matters most.
to where Tennessee is.
The muscle that's more powerful than some bicep. You can't be seen in the mirror. The
Kansas
muscle that gets
City
you out of bed
and
at 5 a.m. and keeps pushing you until you can't. Day after day.
Tennessee had no other picks in the seventh round, and Kansas City had no other picks in the seventh round. As I look over here, there is none. So
let's watch a cooking show.
The pick that Tennessee will be getting will be next year.
Great British baking show.
So Tennessee's done with the draft, and Kansas City will be as well. Kansas City has selected. The New York Giants are on the clock.
During these unprecedented times, we'd like to say a special thank you to our employees who leave their homes every day so you can stay safe in yours. At First Energy, we're proud of all the people who continue to go above and beyond to keep the lights on and lives connected for your family and ours. Because we're all in this together, striving for better days and a brighter future.
You make me strong when I need it. For you, I'm brave. You, give you all my love. You, give you all of my love. You, give you all my love. Always you on my mind.
So I want to shout out to all the healthcare workers.
With the 2037th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Bopete Keys, corner, Tulane. The New York Giants have selected Buffalo is on the clock.
Special shout out to all the hardworking healthcare workers taking care of others. We appreciate it and thank you.
This is the Giants' third pick in the seventh round.
Welcome to the Detroit Lions family. To all our new draftees, welcome to the Jets. Jets.
With the 238th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select T.J. Brunson, inside linebacker, South Carolina. So that's the third linebacker. That's the third linebacker selected by the Giants.
That was the perfect way to end that.
Yeah, I can't even.
Sitting in that chair for Bill Belichick.
The dog is too funny.
Or you will have a problem with me.
I was trying to read out the pick, and it's way too funny. The dog in Bill's chair. It's very funny.
In the coaches and the general managers and at times the owners' homes. That's been fascinating to me. What about you guys, Mel?
No question. I think they were commenting about it. I think they enjoy it. So it's going to be interesting to see how much moving forward when things get back to normal, what happens there. But it's been fun to get that inside look. Everybody wants that, and they were able to get it this year. Unfortunately, for what's going on, nobody ever thought it would come to this. But to have to deal with it the way everybody has, I think, and without a glitch. I don't think there's many glitches today. At least we haven't heard any over the last 3 days. So congratulations to the NFL for able to pull this off when a lot of people thought maybe you shouldn't or you wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, Lewis, I think a lot of people, especially GMs who are, very want to be in control kind of guys, were very nervous about this, but it really has gone a lot better than any of us probably imagined.
Yeah, there was some legitimate concern about just how smooth things were going to go for some
I will
guys.
say, they have just said that there's really no glitches in this system for them. There is a glitch to me, though, where for some reason, Lewis, it takes about 5 seconds for Louis Riddick to talk than the other guys. Like, there's some system. That'd be the only glitch, I would say. But all in all, yeah, this was awesome. And it was so exciting for me to be able to bring this draft to you, as I still am. I definitely will do that next year, and I will absolutely bring you a draft that's more my specialty, the 2020 National Hockey League draft, entry draft, with all the teams that will be participating there in the sweepstakes for Alexis Lafreniere. But back to the NFL draft, we have a lot of stuff going on. Buffalo is right now on the clock. and Houston also is going to have their last pick in the draft. I will say this before the whole dog on the chair situation. T.J. Brunson, the Giants were one of the weakest teams in the NFL at linebacker. They go ahead and pick another linebacker. There's just 3 linebackers. I don't care that they're in the 6th and 7th round, but it's 3 linebackers Buffalo has selected. Houston is now on the clock. And maybe an end for the Giants, but that's awesome. I think even if it's Mr. Relevant, I really think the Giants need to get a skill player here. A running back or a wide receiver. With the 239th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dane Jackson, corner, Pittsburgh. Another corner, another fast physical player, a lot of those going late. Flaws, but they're still really good players. And Dane Jackson heads to the Buffalo Bills.
No shoes, sign me up. That is fair. If we had a full body cam, you'd see that Daniel Jeremiah is full representing Southern California in the way he's.
And that's the last pick of the Bills.
To its perfection.
Unless, like Kansas City, they trade back into the draft.
Cool, fun, unique experience.
Like the Chiefs did to go get the corner from Tulane, but that doesn't seem likely.
The Eagles are doing, taking Casey to.
Oh, they actually did update the screen. I was wondering if it was going to be Tennessee did get the pick from Kansas City, but there definitely will be some pick, probably a 6th rounder or a 7th rounder, possibly even a 5th rounder next year. That was that Kansas City had to give to the team that they beat last year in January. But Houston right now is on the clock. Tampa behind them. Tampa's not Tampa's last pick in the NFL draft yet. And then Green Bay's pick in the NFL draft. And while we were saying that, New Orleans just traded up to the spot that Houston had in.
And say, why would you do that with the money you paid to Carson?
Don't believe New Orleans had it. They traded up into the draft. I don't believe that New Orleans had another pick. So I think this will be that Houston doesn't take anyone else, and that Houston will pick other guys next round, next year. So New Orleans trades up.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you this. The wide receivers that they have brought into this team overall have really upgraded the speed component of what they can do offensively. And look, Doug Peterson is a disciple of Andy Reid. And Doug is sitting there looking at what Andy has at his disposal down in Kansas City and going, hey, I just want some of those guys. Look what
With the 240th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tommy Stevens, quarterback, Mississippi State. Another quarterback goes now to the Saints, more of a prototypical guy, not like Taysom Hill. And this one is, again, not one of the 2 Michigan kids. It looks like Lewerke and the one from Michigan will not be drafted.
Once we got past the
not sure it would not be drafted, but the Saints trade back into the draft with the Houston Texans to go and grab a quarterback. This one from Mississippi State.
Part, which for me, quite honestly, is the coolest part about
now Tampa Bay will be on the clock.
Especially in this
environment. The Patriots have already picked them. There's probably no way they trade back into the draft.
Who have to rise to the top, and Doug Peterson's going to have to do that.
But Anthony Nerf, your second favorite team, will be able to pick soon. Looks like my second favorite team is traded out of the draft entirely. By trading down, they probably getting more assets for next year.
2 years ago, he had 99 tackles. This year, he had the injury, but prior to that, against the run, he made stops attacking the line. He made tackles in pursuit, brought pressure on the quarterback. They plays in coverage. Now, tackling at times is a little bit to be desired. He'll miss a tackle. It bothers you when you watch him on tape, but overall, he's around the action a great deal. He can run to the football. He's only 6'1", about 227, but active and alert linebacker who unfortunately had that injury this year, but still finds himself a draft choice in round 7.
Boom, some big sticks we're seeing on the tape there. And we'll see how that plays out for Clay Johnson with the Rams. Let's take a look at the Rams pick board. Lewis, and tell
Tampa Bay has selected Green Bay is on the clock.
Yeah, I think what you see here is, again, Sean McVay has really done a nice job of just
The 241st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Chappelle Russell, outside linebacker, Temple. So Chappelle goes to Tampa Bay to help their linebacking core, which is inconsistent and not deep, but physical. So the Bucks, will understand each other there, will do well there in Tampa. Obviously, well, with Chappelle Russell just making his team deeper,
in the NFC.
and that
So we'll see, because everybody's building their teams together at this point.
that will help
try and get better
them now. Now Green Bay is on the clock. They have the last selection, their last selection
for
in
one
the
reason
draft.
and one reason only. They get the best of Mel. Okay. June.
I don't think this selection makes any sense whatsoever. It's well, typical. Way to mince words, Mel. Just don't understand what the draft's all about. You cannot go with Jim Harbaugh and pass up Trent Dilfer. Again, that's why the Colts are the laughing stock of the league year in and year out.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper? We don't have to pick anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to pick.
That's why the Colts are picking second every year in the draft.
The 242nd, Green Bay has selected Tennessee is on the clock. That's the pick of Kansas City, and the Tennessee just traded in to get.
None of the three will be fun. The Oakland Raiders select Darius Hayward Bay. They take the 30th best player on my board at number 7. So I got to give it an F.
For the 242nd pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Jonathan Garvin, defensive end, Miami.
With the 4th pick, the Dallas Cowboys select Ezekiel Elliott. You wouldn't have taken Emmitt Smith or Tony Dorsett or Jim Brown. No, I mean, I'm tired of talking to you about this running back thing.
There was a restaurant that put a sign up there that said, Mel Kiper, we will trade food for draft info.
Hey, it's your pumpkin pie. Now, Mel, the way I did it the first time. No, don't do it again. I'm not going to. I did that. And he's sensitive. You want to take a picture? Take a picture. Yeah. So take it off. Yeah. All right. Without the crust. You can hit the crust. Without the crust. Right now, just spray it on there. So there you go. So now you do that for every pizza. What I do. This is the guy that. How do you order your pizza? Right, put cheese pizza. And then what do you do? Take the cheese off. And then what do you add? Dip it in mashed potatoes. Okay, so he orders a cheese pizza. He takes the cheese off, so it's basically just marinara.
No, you guys don't get Lamar Jackson unless you trade something or some picks for that are next year and trade into the draft and get it, which would not be a very Packer thing to do.
Am I done? You got a choice. You got a choice. You can either retire or no more hair gel. Your choice. Who said I had hair gel? You did.
Tennessee has selected Minnesota as on the clock.
All right, Todd. You're not the first time in 30 years. He's not going anywhere. Get him locked down.
See, what you learn there is Mel.
With the 243rd pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Chris Jackson, safety, Marshall. So another fast, smart safety goes to.
It was sad that he's not here. He works so hard all year. Daniel, you guys know.
Goes to the Titans,
and we've been thinking about you for all this time.
And it's a good pick. It's definitely a great player.
Better, and we miss you, pal.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and it's normally about this time every year that Todd. And by the way, Todd is doing well. Todd, we miss you. Get well. We'll see you as soon as you're ready to come back, and that's the only thing that matters when you are ready. As he announced a few days ago, he is dealing with the coronavirus. But it's at this point every year Todd does what we should all be doing, is thanking everybody that puts this draft together. Because you see us 4 or 5 idiots up here, but there are really, really so many people behind the scenes that put together this production, and we need to thank all of them. So Todd, in your honor, if I may,
No, they're thanking everyone who joins their NFL stuff, like the production, the cameras, and everything. I want to thank all of you people for watching this, the 3 days, for dealing with my mumbling, dealing with my constant talking over the TV, and the computer not being in the screen, and the thing being there, and just being a ridiculous idiot at times. And I really thank that you guys watch this, and you guys have been subscribing to the channel. I need all the support. I love it. Thank you so much. Please continue to support this channel. Please continue to watch videos. I'll be making as many videos and as much stuff as possible for you guys. I definitely appreciate it. Let's enjoy the end of this live stream and the end of this NFL draft. Minnesota just took another quarterback, Nate Stanley from Iowa, to back up. And that's the guy that they took. I believe that's the last pick for the Vikings. It's the last pick for the Vikings. They have 2 more picks the Vikings do. And once again, I'll say it. Nate Stanley is not one of the 2 Michigan kids.
And really, we're doing it as Todd McVay would do it.
So Patterson and Lewerke are still waiting for that phone call that they might not even get.
Every year, you get well, you get safe.
So Tampa Bay right now is on the clock.
Thank everybody this time in the 7th
They
round.
do need a backup, though.
The draft will
So
continue right after this.
I could see the Bucs at some point taking a quarterback, but this is their last selection in the 2020 NFL draft.
My dad. You're my dad. I'm not your dad. Of course I'm your dad, son. If I wasn't your dad, would I be able to do this? Uh-oh.
Come on, Carl. You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I watch it pretty much every day. I love the crew.
This is the guy who changed the game.
You've been an absolute leader. Good morning football is a part of my routine.
They might be the team no one wants to play.
I've never seen anything like it.
Keeps you engaged and keeps you right where you need to be.
Feed a healthy lifestyle with pure protein.
High protein, low sugar, tastes great.
High protein, low sugar. So good.
High protein, low sugar, birthday cake.
And try Pure Protein shakes with 24 vitamins and minerals. The country needs you to stay on your couch, and Burger King is here to help. We are waiving delivery fees on our app, so you can be a true couch patriot. We are also donating Whopper sandwiches to nurses and supporting the American Nurses Foundation.
When new smartphones are expensive, the family has to share one. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones when you switch. Or don't and prepare to lose some furniture. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for
Tampa Bay has
$25
selected.
per line
Miami is on
or
the clock.
don't and remodel the living room. Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. As an essential service, Boost Mobile is committed to keeping you connected by remaining open.
Our mentality was to go out and win at any cost.
Alexa, play Pump Up the Jam.
With Alexa built in and sound powered by Debulet, bring every room to life with Altice Amplifier.
Every box has a mission: to protect everything inside from everything outside. That is where the true glory lies. When what's inside matters, count on boxes. Paper and packaging. How life unfolds.
I want you to know that we miss all of you in Las Vegas.
The most important thing all of us can do is stay at home
and stay safe.
So thank you for doing your part, which is nothing. Isn't that great? You're a hero for doing nothing.
On behalf of everyone at Caesars Entertainment, we want to send our deepest thanks
to all of the medical professionals, first responders.
You are our heroes. Thank you so much. We're going to get this. The human spirit is resilient.
And when it's all over, we want to see you in Vegas, and we are going to celebrate.
But the magic of Las Vegas is truly all about. Stay safe.
The 2020 NFL Draft is presented by Lowe's, the official home improvement sponsor.
Thank you for supporting Anthony Nerf, and we'll see you around. Yep. Quarterback, do I think Patriots would sign in free agency? Probably Patterson. Miami has selected the New York Giants are on the clock.
Watching this draft, and they should be applauding, but it has been an LSU theme throughout this entire draft. Meanwhile, now let's take a look at the Chiefs' latest pickup, Zacharias Keys, the corner.
The 246th pick, the Miami Dolphins have selected Malcolm Perry, wide receiver, Navy. So here's the thing now. There are 10 more selections left in the 7th round of the 2020 NFL Draft. And this Miami selection, Malcolm Perry, is the now sends forth all of the compensatory draft picks. What does that mean? All compensatory draft picks cannot be traded. So with that, the last chance for a trade in the 2020 NFL Draft is wiped that off, and these are all picks that will be players. The Vikings will have 2 picks that are compensatory, the Giants as well, the Rams as well, the Broncos as well. Miami does have another pick too, and my Giants with the second to last pick in the draft are on the clock. The Giants' last pick in the draft will be the last pick overall in the draft. Mr. Irrelevant.
Lucas Nang is another guy who they think is a developmental offensive tackle who they really like. They think they can bring him along and make him a productive member of their offensive line. But with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, they just made what is already a potent offense all the more dangerous. And they're going to have to keep up their lead right now, because here come the Raiders, here come the Denver Broncos, here come the Chargers, all adding pieces, in particular the Denver Broncos.
The New York Giants have selected Los Angeles is on the clock.
Giants take TJ Brunson out of South Carolina. Hey, DJ, tell us about TJ.
Well, Trey, you got a guy who was not invited to
With the 247th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Chris Williamson, corner, Minnesota. So they go for another corner. They do not take a skill player, and they don't take an end. So I don't know what they'll do with Mr. Irrelevant. Probably go for a quarterback, but I don't think they should do that.
What can you do on special teams? That's how he's got to make this football team.
We'll see where the Giants go there.
Moving on to another pick. The Buffalo Bills taking the cornerback out of Pittsburgh.
Los Angeles now is on the clock as well.
41 of his 50 career games at Pitt, had 148 tackles.
It's their second to last pick in the draft.
Well, Lewis agrees he's been well educated, I can tell you that much. But this is someone with only one interception.
Also a corner that can play in cold weather. I don't know. It can get really cold in East Rutherford.
Week of practice down at the Reese's Senior Bowl. I thought he helped himself there. I'm surprised he's still on the board at this point in time. He's got a big-time basketball background, 28 points a game in high school. You can see that athleticism show up when you watch him on tape. Just didn't quite have the production you would expect to match all that athletic skill.
All right, so let's take a look at the Buffalo Bills and the picks they've made through this draft. Didn't have one on Thursday night, obviously, because they made the big play in the trade for Stephon Diggs. But they do get A.J. Epinesa and Zach Moss, those very productive players. And then, of course, Jake Fromm fell to them in the 5th round.
The A.J. Epinesa is without a doubt a Sean McDermott type of player. Zach Moss is a bruiser. He gives them a change of pace from a physical standpoint in the running game. And Jake Fromm, hey, you always need a number 2 quarterback, but at least to begin with Jake Fromm, who really is the kind of guy that you want in your quarterback room from a character perspective and an intelligence perspective, because he is someone who will help the overall quarterback room and make that football team better offensively. And then Dave Jackson, of course. DJ, you're right. He's a genius. He went to the greatest school on earth. You see it right over my right shoulder. Pitt Panther, baby.
First Pitt Panther off the board, Lewis Reddick. Okay, now let's take a look at Tommy Stevens, the quarterback out of Mississippi State, now going to the Saints.
Yeah, he's a big kid, 6'5", 230. He's in here at Penn State before he moved on to Mississippi State for that final season. Made some throws. They gave you some wow options in terms of the NFL. Man, he can really develop into something. Never really did. Certainly moves on to Mississippi State. You always saw flashes of brilliance with the size, the arm, the athletic ability. The dual threat kid coming out of high school has the ability to make those kind of throws into those tight windows. It's just inconsistency with Tommy Stevens, and certainly the athleticism. You see it here. That's what New Orleans has with Taysom Hill. You see that with Tommy Stevens. Very similar type of player in terms of what Hill was to what Stevens was, is, and could be. So I think the legs, the athletic ability, the dual threat capability of Tommy Stevens.
Los Angeles has selected Minnesota is on the clock.
For Sean Payton and the New Orleans Saints.
Well, maybe if they move on from Taysom Hill eventually, they found his understudy / replacement. Lewis looking at the board here for the New Orleans Saints. Cesar Ruiz, the big center to begin it, and then Adam.
Do I think the Patriots are winning a Super Bowl this year? No. No, I don't. I don't think the Patriots are winning the Super Bowl. I don't think they're making the playoffs. But a lot of people think that they're going to be like the worst team in the NFL. They will not be. They will compete for the AFC East championship. They'll compete for the AFC East championship for a long time, like about week 15, week 16, and they'll probably be eliminated from the playoffs on the final day, losing to a team via like a point breaker or a tiebreaker or something like. They will not. I don't believe they'll make the playoffs, but I think they're going to be super competitive. Teams will be very shocked at how, because Bill Belichick knows how to lead his team. They will be. Definitely won't make the Super Bowl. I don't think they'll make the playoffs, but they're going to be a hard team to play and a competitive team to play. And on playing 4 quarters, teams will not want to play the Patriots. I'll say that.
He's got outstanding FBI football intelligence. The instincts are excellent.
I really don't think you're there. I think he's got a lot of. Tom Brady was such a good player. The Rams take Sam Sloman, kicker out of Miami, Ohio. I think Tom Brady is such a more important player. I just don't think you're there, and I don't think in the near future. But at some point, Bill Belichick is such a good coach, and he's got such a good system. You have to have the quarterback, because it's not just Tom Brady and he's Tom Brady. He's really smart. You need the quarterback for the system. And even then, there are some other facets of the team. They have to understand the culture. They have to buy in. Don't know if they'll go to the Super Bowl yet, but they will at some point. But I don't think it's going to be soon.
Yeah, Tristan Wirfs, plug and play, put him at right tackle and let him go. Just continue to develop him. Antoine Winfield Jr. comes from great bloodlines. He's going to be coached by some of the best defensive back coaches in the NFL. Deshaun Vaughn is someone, again, north and south runner who can contribute to the passing game. Tyler Johnson, good slot receiver, tremendous hands, clean up the drop, but still tremendous hands and good, adjust down the field. But this is a football team that right now a lot of people are going to be counting on to make way now with Tom Brady and really be a contender in the NFC and in the NFC South in particular. So Tampa Bay's in the spotlight. We're going to see what they're going to do.
All right, take a look at Jonathan Garvin now, Matt, the defensive end out of Miami who goes to the Packers.
He flashes, Trey.
Minnesota has selected Los Angeles is on the clock.
Maybe becoming a starting defensive end in the NFL. He's a very athletic kid. Only ran 4.82, but a tremendously gifted athlete.
With the 249th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Brian Cole II, safety, Mississippi State.
Looking at a much earlier draft pick with Jonathan Garvin. He has a rip moving, takes good angles getting to the quarterback, brings inside and outside pressure.
So Minnesota, after taking Brian Cole II, has one more pick left in the draft. It's a late one, 39th. 253rd in the second in the whole draft. But this is the Rams' last selection in the NFL draft right now. Los Angeles. The last pick they made was Sam Sloman, the kicker out of Miami, Ohio.
Could be a really good fit. Lewis, you see what the Packers have done. Obviously, Jordan Love there in the first round. What do you see on their pick page?
Yeah, Jordan Love is the future, obviously. And we'll have to see how they manage that relationship between him and Aaron Rodgers and make sure it doesn't derail what is clearly a football team that should be in contention. A.J. Dillon's absolute in-between-the-tackles bruiser. Tremendous production. John Runyon, guard tackle from Michigan, comes from great bloodlines. His father was one of the meanest individuals to ever strap on a uniform. I can tell you that for certain. But they have a lot of things going on up there. John Gardner there in the 7th round. This is a good, solid blue-collar type of draft.
Another quarterback has come off the board. He goes to Minnesota. It is Nate Stanley out of Iowa. Now, he was a 3-sport athlete in Wisconsin. In addition to helping his football team reach 4th straight playoff, 4-year starter in baseball, was the school's all-time leading scorer in basketball, won the 2016 Pat Richter Award for the most outstanding 3-sport athlete in Wisconsin. And then he goes on to Iowa. And all he does, throws for 8,302 yards, 68 passing touchdowns. Both are second most in Hawkeye football history. And Daniel, a 3-time Iowa team captain. What are the possibilities for Nate Stanley at the next level?
Well, you look at what he can do. You talk about a 3-time captain who started 39 games for this football team. What he can do is he can make every throw on the field. He's got a big, strong, powerful arm. He's a pure pocket passer. He's not going to create a lot of plays, and he struggles when he gets pressured and sped up. But when it's on time and he can set his feet in the ground, you see some big-time throws, especially in the Holiday Bowl against USC. It was one of the best games I saw.
The Rams still on the clock, getting ready to make their
pick. Get a little bit better playing off schedule.
Their pick is in.
Everything's not as it's supposed to go on the design.
Seattle now on the clock.
That's an area he needs to improve. But you talk about arm strength, he's got it.
But one thing he may need to keep to himself, so this is probably not going to help him when I say this, as he's drafted by the Vikings, he said, quote, I'm actually a Bears fan. My father was from Illinois, and it was always Bears and Cubs. So that may be changing, but congratulations in Wisconsin.
The 250th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Tremaine Ankrum, offensive guard.
Going to the Bucs. Another one for Tom Brady. Mel, it's Raymond Calais out of Louisiana.
So who do I think is winning the Super Bowl this year?
In his career, the second for school history to do that. Kick return really good. This past year, he averaged 7.6 yards a carry with 6 touchdowns.
My Super Bowl this year would probably be
Arkansas State. He went for 144 yards and a couple touchdowns. You love the burst of Calais. Removes ankles. He's the linebackers, defensive backs have a
I would say
tracking him down and taking the proper angle, get him to the ground. Kick return ability is not coveted now.
Green Bay beats Kansas City, rematch of Super Bowl one.
Needs more reps. He had 10 receptions this past season, but that speed.
I really think Seattle's going to do well, but Green Bay, Kansas City is my pick, and the Packers finally get over the hump. That's my pick.
That whopping 7.6 yard average per carry is definitely an attention getter.
The Miami Dolphins have made yet another very intriguing pick. It's Malcolm Perry, who was the quarterback at Harvey. Although we're listing him as a wide receiver, Daniel, I don't know where they're going to play him, but I imagine he's going to help a Dolphins team that didn't have a runner rush for 250 yards this season.
Yeah, this is one of the easiest guys you can root for in this entire draft. Somebody that played slot.
Miami just traded their pick to Seattle.
To the All-Star game, the East-West Shrine game, and they tried to move him around to different positions, and he was up and down.
Wait, I thought these were comp trade. I didn't think you could trade them, but I guess they can. And Seattle has selected Denver is on the clock.
His best opportunity, but they gave him one rep in that game, Trey, at quarterback. They said, we'll give you one play at the 50-yard line. They put him at quarterback, and all he did was take it 50 to the house for a touchdown. So, you know when you get the ball in his hands, good things are going to happen.
The way he started his career was absolutely incredible, and now he goes goes and has a chance to do something to make his parents very proud. His father, Malcolm, served 21 years with 5 deployments in Korea and Germany.
With the 251st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Steve Sullivan, tight end from Louisiana State.
Yes, you are indeed going to be drafted
And
by the Miami Dolphins.
he ends up going to LSU.
It's official.
And there you go. Another Senior Bowl participant, another tight end. Steve Sullivan, the tight end for LSU, not the former Nashville Predator, goes to the Seahawks.
Of Malcolm Perry. Stay with us.
Denver has selected Minnesota is on the clock.
ABC and NFL Network.
Get the part you need from the comfort of your garage. Order online or via our mobile app with advanced savings.
252nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Tyree Cleveland, wide receiver, Florida. So now Minnesota is on the clock. That was not Denver's last pick in the draft. Minnesota is getting ready for their last selection in the NFL Draft of 2020. Denver, for their last selection, will have theirs, and then the Giants will have theirs, Mr. Irrelevant.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
We're just in an unprecedented time right now. You gotta make the most of what you have, go to work.
The situation, like, it is what it is. The mindset going into the draft hasn't changed. Come out on the other side of this thing, a better version of you.
The biggest thing is just taking steps every day, improving every day.
With the 253rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Kyle Hinton, guard, Washburn University. So Minnesota's last pick is some more protection for the quarterback, Kirk Cousins. So Denver, who went crazy on offense in this draft, is going to have their last selection in the NFL Draft, the second to last selection of the 2020 NFL Draft. They are on the clock. The Broncos are.
You can make your follow-up appointment from
anywhere?
Yep.
This virus is testing all of us. And it's testing the people on the front lines of this fight most of all. So Abbott is getting new tests into their hands, delivering the critical results they need. And until this fight is over, we will never quit. Because
Denver has selected the New York Giants are on the clock. This is not the last pick in the draft right now. This is the second to last pick. Denver. And then the New York Giants will have, my New York Giants will have Mr. Irrelevant.
Then we got Savannah Ahmed and Hunter Bryant, both at Washington. Ahmed, a running back with some good versatility. Bryant, a freakish talent. Luke Clark, who had a great year playing corner at San Diego State. I really think he can make the football team and be a contributor.
With the 254th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Derek Tuska, defensive end, North Dakota State. That would have been a great Mr. Relevant for the Giants because he needed defensive end, and this guy's big and strong, and he fits what the Denver Broncos want to do in this season. All right, so that's the second to last pick. Mr. Irrelevant coming up for my New York Giants, the final pick in the 2020 NFL Draft.
Look how productive he has been as an undrafted free agent. All right, Brian Cole the safety out of Mississippi State, started his career at Michigan, Daniel Jeremiah.
Started his career at Michigan as a wide receiver, then goes junior college route, and then ends up at Mississippi State, and he's a safety. He's not only a safety, he can also drop down and cover some in the slot. So you've got some versatility really on both sides of the ball. And then on defense, somebody that can play high and somebody that can also cover up in the slot. You're going to have a chance to make the team on special teams and could probably get you out of a game at wide receiver if you had some injuries as well. So versatility is his calling card, Trey.
Well, listen, he and his sister lived a disciplined childhood in Saginaw. Their father, Brian Sr., a 25-year vet of the Michigan State Police Department, and they couldn't get anything past him because 14 of those years were spent as a polygraph examiner. A polygraph examiner. Can you imagine saying, gee, Dad, I don't know how that dent got in the car, when your dad's job is to run the polygraph machine. And there is Brian with his father there. Meanwhile, Clemson, another player off the board. Mel, the Rams get the guard, Tremaine Ankrum.
Yes, a tackle at Clemson who's going to kick inside. Only 6'2", about 315 pounds. But this guy really held his own. He's an athletic kid, great kid. He's a veteran of the Collegiate Wars and out there week in and week out doing a job on this veteran offensive line. He's going to lose 4 starters. The one guy, Jackson Carmen, returning, who's a heck of a player for next year. But Tremaine Ankrum, a good job, solid. You talk about kicking inside. It should be a pretty easy transition for him. I think he held his own when I watched him in pass protection. He got some movement as a run blocker. He works hard. As I say, he's a seasoned football player, very technically sound, and he will be a guard moving from tackle in the NFL with the Denver Broncos.
All right, so we'll see how that shapes out for him as we continue to work through the final few picks.
The New York Giants have selected
NFL draft. And another LSU player is off the board. It's the tight end, but it's Stephen Sullivan, Daniel Jeremiah, not Thaddeus Moss.
Yeah, no, Stephon Sullivan is somebody who has that prototypical size. It's almost 6'5", 248 pounds. There's a wide receiver and was slow to embrace the whole idea of the move to tight end. He goes to the Senior Bowl. They end up playing at tight end all week long. He did absolutely a wonderful job there. Came back to the folks at LSU and said, okay, I get it. You guys are right. I'm a tight end. And he's embraced that going forward. But as you can see at LSU, really kind of that flexed out role. So putting his hand in the ground and being a full-time tight end, that's going to be something new for him at the next level. But I think the difference between him and Moss, you're talking about just a bigger, faster, more athletic player, and that's why he goes off the board.
Well, with Stephon Sullivan being drafted, he's the 14th LSU player drafted. So that ties this year's LSU squad with Ohio State in 2004 for the most through 7 rounds in NFL draft history. Congratulations to the Tigers.
And the New York Giants could make that a record 15 if there is someone there like it.
In Prairieville, Louisiana, Stephon Sullivan is drafted and going to the Seattle Seahawks. We appreciate so many people allowing us to put those remote units in their home. Tyreek Cleveland, the wide receiver out of Florida, is going to Denver here, Mel.
Well, before we get to that, I misspoke. Tremaine Ankrum is an LA Ram, not a Denver Bronco. With the wrong sheet.
It's all good.
Completely wrong with that. Tremaine Ankrum with the LA Rams. Tyreek Cleveland has a lot of talent. You got that size. You talk about 6'2", 210 pounds. 4'4", 6 feet, a brilliant athlete with nearly a 40 vertical. Another guy flashed. He had a 21.3-yard average early in his career. Consistently went down, finished up to a 14-yard average, only 25 catches. Kind of an underachiever considering all the ability he has. Needs a little bit more coaching. These are like put it all together. When you have that kind of talent,
still obviously, you were wondering, we're still gonna wait. Lamar Jackson, that'd be fun because of the name and everything, but I don't want Lamar Jackson. I want a skill player. I want a wide receiver. I want one of 4 things: a wide receiver, a running back, a tight end, or a defensive end. One of those 4 things. Maybe a quarterback would be okay.
Meanwhile, we got Derek Tusker, the defensive end.
I would rank them this way:
Carolina State.
wide receiver, defensive end, running back, tight end, quarterback. That's what I want.
Champion multiple times over with that program they have up there. He doesn't have the long arms that you want, but he's got production for days. Just one sack after another. Every game you watch, you'll see that swipe move.
I think the commissioner and the whole NFL system knows what the pick is, but I don't think they're announcing the pick, everybody, until this crew gets up to date with the picks. They'll probably go to commercial and come right back to the.
Just a really good football player. Well, we have come to that portion of the draft, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final pick in the 2020 draft, and it's going to be made by the New York Giants, Dave Gettleman, the general manager, and Joe Judge, the first-year head coach. So let's do it upright, even though we're doing this entire draft virtually. It's time for the final pick of the 2020 NFL draft. It's Mr. Irrelevant out in California. We have Melanie Salata Fitch and her father, Paul Salata, who founded Irrelevant Week.
Hey, NFL fans. Thank you for saving the best to last. I'm Melanie Salata Fitch, and I'm here at my home in Newport Beach with my father, Paul Salata, who came up with the idea about celebrating Mr. Irrelevant, the last selection in the NFL draft. For 45 years, Irrelevant Week has not only been about celebrating the last selection in the draft, but it's also about championing the underdog in all of us. We're excited to participate in the draft-a-thon. Irrelevant Week is going to be providing COVID relief to families in Orange County.
We have a good quarterback in Daniel Jones. I know that, but it's always good to have a backup. But I really want either a wide receiver or a defensive end.
Mr. Irrelevant 2020.
Oh, they're going to announce it. Never mind. Don't need me.
Thank you, Melanie and Paul. With the 255th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Tay Crowder, linebacker, Georgia.
I'm a little depressed. Georgia's great. I don't like getting Crowder. And the only reason I don't like getting Crowder is that 4 linebackers. We needed a defensive end. Also needed a skill player. If we can fit that one kid from, hold on, let me pull up who it was. If we could pull Carter Coughlin to the end, I'd be so happy. But that's 4 linebackers in the final day. Giants had a really good draft, although I do wish they got one skill player as well. Hopefully they get a good skill player in the undrafted free agent market because they do need more wide receivers. They do need more running backs for the offense. They may do bad this year and then go get someone next year. So the Giants go and take Andrew Thomas with the 4th pick. They get Xavier McKinney as a safety, Matt Peart, offensive tackle from Connecticut, Darnay Holmes, a corner from UCLA, Shane Lemieux from Oregon.
Left tackle Xavier McKinney, the best safety in this draft. Matt Peart.
And you get some more linebackers as well.
Tackle Darnay Holmes, a nickel outside corner combination. Look, those first 4 guys right there should contribute immediately. You have to take your hat off to Dave Gettleman. He put together
Cam Brown, a linebacker from Penn State. Carter Coughlin, another linebacker from Minnesota. TJ Brunson, another linebacker from South Carolina. Chris Williamson, a corner from Minnesota. And Tay Crowder, Mr. Relevant, another linebacker. A lot of linebackers, but we have to. I'd like an end, and I'd like more skill position players for the Giants, but that'll happen when it happens. So that'll be good to look at and see about how the Giants have done a good job and have done well. And I thank everyone for sticking with me in this final day. Everyone to stick here. Yeah, absolutely. There will be another live stream next year for the NFL draft, and you better believe everybody who are hockey fans or who are not hockey fans, we will have, whenever it is, a live stream for the 2020 NHL draft lottery and the 2020 National Hockey League entry draft. So thank you, everybody, for noticing. Please support this channel, like, subscribe. Everybody follow this channel and look for more and more videos here on the Puck Drops here. I usually say happy hockey, everybody, but happy football, everybody. Have a great day, and thank you so much for this stream. Have a good night, everyone, and stay safe, everybody,
Well, that brings us to the conclusion
and
of the
happy
first
draft
ever
night,
virtual
everybody.
NFL draft. What a unique and special 3 days.